try to take away money that will go to help address air pollution in schools. I mean, we're talking about kids. We're talking about children. They do not care about the air pollution at schools and that your children are inhaling and are being harmed from. So just think about that when you think about healthcare and Medicaid. They don't care about that either, okay? If we're gonna go after kids at schools and saying, no, it's okay for you to have dirty air, which, by the way, is going to lead to health problems, and which, by the way, is going to lead to more asthma and respiratory illnesses.
Chronically
it's going to cost us all more money.
Disabled,
but I want to speak
immunocompromised children
about this amendment
need
that
clean indoor air
my
at
colleague
school.
has. It also means cuts to clean energy and clean water investments that reduce pollution in our communities. This harms public health. One program Republicans eliminate in this bill is the Environmental and Climate Justice Block Grants. Last fall, the EPA announced hundreds of grants for local projects. Here are just some of the projects that were announced. In Michigan, in Benton Harbor, a $20 million grant to Benton Harbor in Michigan to fund energy efficiency upgrades for low-income households to save them money, and a renovation of the city's community center. This is in Michigan 4 in Representative Huizenga's district. Just think about that. There's money for low-income folks to help save them money. This administration promised on day one to bring down prices, yet they're undoing the very things they're going to help people save money. The Trump EPA has already tried to cancel this project, which the mayor said would be a huge blow to the community. This bill doubles down and cancels that program. The next program is in the Speaker's own district, Speaker Johnson's district. Even Speaker Johnson applied for these grants and for this money to go to his district, as he should. But even in that district, he supported the city of Minden and Louisiana Tech University's application titled, and I'm quoting, "Empowering Communities with Innovative Solutions to Reduce Pollution, Build Climate Resilience, and Improve Public Health Project," end quote. So we looked up the proposed project. It would provide, or I should say, after Republicans cut this program, it would have provided, and I'm quoting, "cutting-edge water treatment processes to monitor and reduce pollutants in drinking water and wastewater." Another project is clean water in rural California. This is another Republican district, California 5, where California can relate to the need for clean water. In our state, the Community Water Center was awarded an EPA grant to provide clean water infrastructure for the rural, low-income communities of Pajaro and Sunny Mesa and Springfield. Representative McClintock represents this area. Without this project, they will continue to drink unsafe water. Their grant has been held in limbo by the EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. Now the environmental justice program that supports it is canceled by this bill. So if Republicans went through each project that's funded through the climate and environmental justice block grants, I think they would find it hard to cut every single one of these. And that's because they're not really interested.
We're in subtitle
they're just
B
looking for places to cut.
out
Why?
of
To give tax
B, C,
breaks
and D.
to
Subtitle
billionaires.
B
That's why
is
we're
about
here.
the environment.
We're looking
right
for
now,
places to cut, whether it's
we are
healthcare,
talking about
whether it is
cutting money
to
for
address air
schools
pollution, to give
for
tax breaks
clean indoor
rich.
air in schools.
The
And I'm going
truth
to be
is
honest
that
with you, I'm not
Republican
going to hide
cuts
the
will
ball.
make our
I worked on
communities
that.
less healthy, and the
I
cuts will lead
worked
to higher rates of
to
cancer,
help get Congress to
asthma,
approve that money
and hospitalization. Even worse,
because it is critically
they are tied to
important,
a bill with the
critically
largest
important
Medicaid cut in history,
for chronically ill,
which will
disabled,
make
and
it more
medically
expensive
complex
for Americans
children,
to get
children
treated
who
for
are
the harm caused
immunocompromised,
by
that
pollution. That's wrong.
COVID
I
and
urge
the
my colleagues
flu
to
and
oppose the Republican
RSV
cuts to
and
clean
normal
energy and
colds,
environmental
normal
justice programs.
colds,
And I yield back.
all transmitted via dirty indoor air. This would have addressed to that. The money that they are about to remove, rescind, delete, addresses clean indoor air in schools. Kids with asthma.
Low-income communities. There has been a repeated attempt by this Republican Congress to harm low-income communities in order to give tax breaks to billionaires. Republicans are trying to cut funding for the Environmental Protection Agency and environmental justice programs that protect our most vulnerable communities. Let me be clear. Gutting these programs will harm the health and well-being of millions of Americans, especially those living in low-income neighborhoods,
The thing I
communities
did
of color,
that I am
tribal
proudest of
lands, and
on the
rural
congressional
areas like
side,
the ones I
worked on when
represent in
Congress was
California's
considering
25th
COVID,
district,
was clean
and
indoor
the
air
ones that
funding
many Republicans
for
on this
schools.
committee represent.
Immunocompromised
These
children
programs are not
deserve to
abstract
be able to go to
bureaucracy, they are
school.
lifelines. When you cut funding for the EPA, you cut the very people and tools responsible for monitoring air quality, cleaning up toxic waste sites, and enforcing laws that prevent polluters from poisoning our communities. When you defund environmental justice initiatives, you silence the voices of low-income and rural communities that have long been ignored and overburdened by pollution. Communities that already face higher rates of asthma, cancer, birth defects, and chronic disease due to environmental exposures. In the eastern Coachella Valley, I represent families who live near illegal dumping grounds and outdated water systems. I represent children who struggle to breathe because of unpaved roads and constant dust and pollution from semi-trucks on nearby interstates. We have asthma hospitalization rates amongst the highest in the state. We need more investments in clean energy, not less. These programs matter. The EPA's Office of Environmental Justice helps frontline communities access grants to replace diesel trucks, pave roads, remove hazardous waste, and monitor industrial pollution. It provides the science, technical support, and accountability that these neighborhoods need to fight back against a systemic injustice. Slashing these resources would deepen health disparities, increase economic hardship, and send a clear message that some lives and some communities matter less. We cannot allow that to happen. Defunding the EPA and environmental justice programs would also weaken enforcement of landmark laws like the Clean Air Act and Clean Water Act. It would embolden polluters, reduce transparency, and shift the burden of proof onto already overburdened families who are too often forced to choose between clean air and a place to live. This is not fiscal responsibility. It's a moral failure. Every dollar we cut from these programs today will cost us many more in healthcare expenses, lost productivity, and environmental cleanup down the road. But more importantly, it will cost us lives. I came to Congress to be a voice for the voiceless. As a doctor, I believe in treating root causes, not just symptoms. And the root causes of environmental justice are systemic disinvestments, policy neglect, and political indifference, just like this bill. We must reject any budget that tries to balance the books by sacrificing the health of poor communities. Instead, we should be expanding investments in environmental justice, strengthening community-led initiatives, and ensuring that all Americans, no matter their income, race, or zip code, have the right to breathe clean air, have the right to drink safe water, and live free from toxic exposure. So I urge my colleagues to protect and fully fund the EPA and environmental justice program. Let's stand on the side of health, fairness, and dignity for all. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there anyone seeking recognition to speak on the amendment? The gentleman from New Jersey seeks recognition. Is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Carter, for offering this amendment. You know, often when we talk about environmental justice, our friends across the aisle roll their eyes, they scoff at the idea of what is environmental injustice. It's not a thing. We don't need to talk about it. So I want to just add a little context to it. Environmental justice initiatives are lifelines for communities that are at a higher risk of adverse health impacts from exposure to pollution and other environmental challenges. So in my district, the Ironbound section of Newark, 25% of children living there suffer from asthma. That's 3 times the state average. And it isn't just their health that suffers. When we talk about environmental justice, we're talking about children's education. Asthma is the leading cause of absenteeism in school-aged children, which is why it's so obscene that today Republicans want to cut funding that would address air pollution at schools. I would just ask the American people, like, what part of addressing air pollution at schools is controversial. I don't think there's anything controversial about it. And this is not just Democratic states or blue states. When we talk about environmental justice, we're talking about mining-related pollution in Appalachia. We're talking about water crises in Alabama and Michigan. We're talking about overburned communities that exist across the country and across party lines. So speaking about across party lines, another one of our Republican colleagues from Oregon has a district that has been awarded multiple grants at risk from this reconciliation bill that would be saved by my amendment. You're welcome. First is the Columbia Gorge Early Learning and Resilience Center, located right outside of Portland in a rural, low-income community of the Dalles, Oregon. This grant-funded project would renovate a 70-year-old school building into a community center that protects public health and provides valuable resources for local residents. That sounds like a home run project to me. The center would provide childcare for up to 200 children, create an on-site learning laboratory, and provide vocational scholarships for students to pursue careers in fields such as engineering or agriculture. That's fantastic. But the same party that claims to be the party of families wants to shut down a grant that would help some of those families with childcare. The irony is staggering. This is all while also creating a renewable energy powered refuge that will protect our most vulnerable residents during extreme weather events like wildfires and winter storms. When the lights go out and the community needs critical heat and services, Republicans turn the other way, even at the risk of their own constituents' lives. Unfortunately, the $20 million EPA grant to carry out this valuable mission was unjustly and illegally terminated last month. Similarly, another grant in Oregon, the Chiloquin Community Resilience Hub and Municipal Center, would have remediated a brownfield site into an emergency shelter, municipal space, and community education center. We all sat here weeks ago and touted the Brownfields program as a bipartisan program, and yet here we are trying to cut the funding for a brownfield site that would serve as a critical community hub in a Republican district. The center would also provide training and education opportunities for a population that lives in a rural and historically underserved area. The project was awarded a $16.3 million EPA environmental justice grant. Great job getting that for your community, but it was also illegally and arbitrarily canceled last month. Now Republicans, like that congressman from Oregon, want to get rid of the program entirely. To me, the conclusion is clear. Republicans are willing to withhold nearly $40 million from one congressional district alone from his own constituents to give tax breaks to those who need them the least. So in addition to health care, we're not just talking about democratic environmental priorities, we're talking about cutting funding for programs that will impact districts across the country, and that's why everyone should support this amendment to ensure that you bring those dollars home to your district. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back, and I will recognize myself to speak on the amendment and yield to my good friend from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out that these provisions that we're talking about only apply as far as this bill is concerned to the unobligated balances. So if a grant was already given, as far as this bill is concerned, then that would still be going forward.
So yield back to me. So everyone that was listed, if the grants have been awarded as projects or not terminated.
If the grant has already been granted and the money is obligated, then our language does not affect that.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, that's my time. Yes, I'll yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify. I understand the statement to be that this particular legislation doesn't deal with the already obligated funds, but isn't it true that the administration is rescinding the grants and pulling back the money from the projects like my colleague from New Jersey was just explaining? I know that there have been grants under various programs in my community, one, for example, to help build sidewalks and tree canopy. It is amazing to think about. In my district, there is a 17-degree difference in the temperature during the summer between the poorest neighborhoods and the wealthiest. And they have no trees, they have no tree canopy. There's this great program to try to build sidewalks, put in trees, and address some of these challenges that it gets real hot in Houston. And this is a really important program, but I know the funds for that have been revoked. And so is the statement that this won't do anything to those, but there are still these grants being revoked, or are we trying to preserve those grants in this legislation and just the already obligated funds? Are we protecting those in this?
Well, this legislation does not close the grants on any obligated funds. And that, the executive actions,
Well,
I understand,
will the
I'll yield to my
gentleman-
friend
will
from
the gentleman
Virginia if
yield?
you'd like to answer that.
Would the
I'm
gentleman
happy
yield?
to say that,
Let me
that I
turn
don't,
to my friend from Virginia and I'll yield to you.
I don't know what the administration is doing per se to the specific
I can help
grants
you
that were mentioned, but I would say that this amendment specifically talks about the unobligated amounts as well, so that whether it be the bill or the amendment, this action that we take does not impact that action that may or may not be going on in the administration. I know it's confusing for folks back home as well to understand that administration does not always tell us everything they're doing, because they're doing so many things.
Well, the
While-
gentleman yield briefly.
and
I
while
can
I-
help address that.
I'll lead
I
to,
don't have
I'll
the
yield to you in a
floor,
second.
And while I don't have the floor, I've been yielded time, so I have to finish and then I yield back
Fair
to
enough, sir.
the chair. And so, I can't speak for the administration on this. That's a whole different ballgame. But what we're debating tonight is the bill in front of us. And what we're debating right now is the amendment. Neither the bill in front of us nor the amendment deal with the issues that the gentleman previously raised. And so that's why I ask folks to vote no on the amendment and yes on the bill.
Thank you, gentleman from Louisiana. I'll yield to you.
And I'm happy to have an opportunity to address that because those comments are not exactly correct. If the Administrator Zeldin is successful in terminating these critical grant programs in his misguided attempt to gut the agency, these grants will be subject to rescission. It's very clear. So the notion that it's been awarded, it's not going to be impacted, that's a little disingenuous, so I want to clear that up for the record. I yield.
Thank you. I'll yield, but back to the gentleman from Virginia, you want to, okay. You want to speak, Mr. Gentleman from Virginia? Yeah, go ahead.
And what I would say, Mr. Chairman, is that may be true for a future rescission, but we can't rescind expenditures that have already been obligated. And for purposes of this reconciliation, we can't look at the crystal ball and decide what might happen in the future.
Mr. Chairman, will you yield?
Let me let him finish.
So I would just have to say, Mr. Chairman, that you know, if you wanted to game it out 3 or 4 steps, the gentleman may be correct. At some point, we might have this again for a different rescission. But as of tonight, as of right now, that money is not available to us because it's been obligated. If it is unobligated at the time of passage, then that might be a different story. But as of right now, that's not the case.
I got 20 seconds.
20 seconds. So I'm so happy to hear Mr. Griffin say that money that has been appropriated can't be taken back. Would you be willing to say that to the Trump administration, who is cutting money that this Congress has appropriated all over the country? And if what you say is correct, then I'd love to see that enforced across the board. We know that isn't the truth.
My time has expired, and I yield back my time. Is there any discussion on so I had the Republicans say any on the Democrat side? Seeing none, there's on the amendment. Oh, there's a hand. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I didn't see. Gentlelady from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I yield to the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you. I thank my colleague from Virginia for yielding. So, I mean, part of this is to be fair about looking back in terms of where we had gone previously and the things that we were able to do in prior Congresses that have benefited so many Americans across the country in blue and red districts. And you're seeing the administration illegally again cancel those grants. And so now this bill is a continuation of the administration's priorities to gut all funding that would go to environmental justice initiatives across the country. Now, you may say, well, you're from New Jersey, so of course you care about environmental justice. I do. But when you see that money had gone out to places as far as Oregon and rural low-income places, you would say to yourself, well, why are we going to cut potential funding that we could have go to benefit rural, suburban, urban districts across the country and create healthier outcomes for all Americans? And so this bill is a continuation of all the harm that this administration has done. That's what we are voting on. That is correct. And what my amendment does is say, let's just stop the harm. Let's just stop the harm. Why are we going to continue to target communities and not provide them with the resources that they need to create healthier outcomes for their residents, including their most vulnerable, right? Because in addition to the amendment that Mr. Carter offered, there's also the fact that you all want to cut funding for air pollution at schools, or to study and prevent air pollution at schools. So there's a lot of good that we can do together. This bill does none of that. It's a continuation of this administration's harmful approach to gutting programs that create healthier outcomes for all Americans. Again, in rural, suburban, urban areas, blue and red districts. That's the reason to support this amendment. I urge all of my colleagues to support Mr. Carter's amendment so we can get back on track and start doing things that will benefit all of our constituents. With that, I yield back to my colleague from Virginia.
If there's any time, I'll take a yield.
Well, I wanted to use some of it.
Okay,
but,
go ahead.
I just want to, I know that this bill is also not just about taking the unappropriated balances, but repealing the program altogether that was supposed to be open at least through 2026. And I know the Trump administration and some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't like the word environmental justice. But what environmental justice is designed to do is recognize there are communities in this country, white, black, mostly low income, urban, and rural, mostly, where projects, mostly energy projects, were put in place with no input from the community. In some communities like Charles City County in my district, they've got 2 pipelines. They had 2 natural gas companies that were supposed to come through, and by the time the community found out about it, they were so far down the path, there was little they could do to fix it. That has been happening for probably over a century. And these are the same communities that have some of the poorest health outcomes in the country. And what the environmental justice grants were designed to do is say, we recognize that the public policy decisions made to put all of these facilities in communities where the people didn't have the resources to fight back or even know it was happening, and therefore have higher incidences of asthma and cancer and many other things, we're going to invest in those communities. And what this bill effectively does is says, I'm sorry, we screwed you for centuries, and we're going to keep screwing you going forward. And that's not justice. And that's one area where people in my district and people in my colleague from Virginia's district agree on with the Mountain Valley Pipeline was we want a say in what comes in our communities. And when things are in our communities that hurt our health, we want some sort of mitigation. And some of these grants went to Southwest Virginia to help mitigate that. And some of them went to my district to mitigate that. And we should want to help address centuries of injustice in this country that harmed the very people who didn't have the power to fight back and stop it. And that's what we're trying to do on their behalf. And this bill guts this program altogether. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to the representative from Virginia, Mr. Griffith.
I thank the gentleman. A couple of things that have come up. One, the amendment deals with the unobligated amounts. So when people say things about, well, the future, this amendment doesn't do that. And that's what we're debating is this amendment. It doesn't do that. It says the unobligated amounts rescinded under Section A may not include amounts used for, et cetera, the public health, improving health outcomes, and I addressed that before we left, et cetera. And then I've heard a lot of discussion about the schools and the school programs, and the problem is that thus far, all of that money has gone into not schools. It's gone into think tanks to study what they might do someday if we appropriate additional money that would then go to the schools. So is it really all that valuable? Because I will tell you
That's
that if we
just
really
not
wanted to
true.
go in that direction, as the chairman of the committee knows, we could probably just get our former colleague from West Virginia to tell us all about it because he studied it for years. We don't need to spend millions of dollars. He can tell you what you need to be doing in the schools if that's what the intent is. Instead, we spent all this money, or we spent a lot of money on that, and we're just getting back the unobligated balances and that's what this amendment deals with, and I understand that. But if the intent was to go elsewhere, that's not what this amendment says, and it's not what this amendment does. And I thank the gentleman, and I yield my time back to the gentleman from Florida.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing on the Democrat side, the gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I try to listen attentively to what my colleagues say and try to learn some things. And one of the things that I find interesting is that air quality has improved dramatically. I might encourage you to look at the EPA data on this to show how much air quality has improved, yet asthma rates have gone up. And I understand the concerns about it. My brother has struggled with asthma. But I'm not sure that you can draw a direct line between air quality and an increase in asthma. There may be other factors involved here, low-quality housing, trees, a number of other environmental factors. I mean, you can look this up yourself if you want to. I've heard members try to insinuate that asthma is caused by pollution, and the research indicates that we really don't know what causes it. Could be a number of factors. The other thing is, I keep hearing them talk about environmental justice, and sometimes that, I grew up in a very rural area. My dad had about an 8th grade education. We literally, the first house I lived in didn't have indoor plumbing. So I kind of get how it is to live in a rural area and not have a whole lot. But I think sometimes environmental justice is really a way to keep poor people poor. In Pembroke Township, for instance, in Illinois, the environmental justice crowd were insistent that they not get a natural gas pipeline. That township in Illinois was 80% African American. Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, and other civil rights leaders went to that city to help them get a natural gas pipeline because they needed opportunities.
Palmer, Representative Palmer,
they wanted
is lying to you about asthma.
to give the people who live in
This is a
that town a
peer-reviewed
chance to
study
get better jobs.
published by the
And
American
they needed a natural gas pipeline.
in the Annals of
And
the American Thoracic
I'm
Society.
happy to announce
in
that
2024,
Reverend Jackson and the others who were engaged in that effort
a
were successful.
decrease in
in helping them
particulate
get a
matter
natural gas
of
pipeline.
2.5
So I think
microns
there's a lot of ways to
during
look at
childhood
this.
was associated
I think
with a
we don't
lower
need to be
risk
discounting
of
the
incident
progress that we've
asthma
made
from
in
school-aged to young
air
adulthood
quality.
in
I
an
worked
area
for
with
2
relatively
international
low air
engineering
pollution
companies, one
levels,
of which was
suggesting
Combustion Engineering and the
broad
Environmental Systems
respiratory health
Division,
benefits
making the
from
very equipment
improved air
that
quality.
has benefited our air quality.
A decrease
the
of PM
precipitators, the
2.5
flue gas
levels during
scrubbers.
childhood was associated with a lower risk of incident asthma from
Those are the very
school-aged to young
things that,
adulthood in an area with relatively
our
low air
technology
pollution
and our
levels,
economy has allowed us
suggesting
to
broad
have.
respiratory health benefits from
But
improved
at the same
asthma.
time,
The MAGA crowd,
we're trying to
the Make
create
America
opportunity
Healthy
for
Again
people to
crowd,
have a good
MAHA,
job, to
have
live in better housing,
turned their
to
backs
eat better, to get better education. And I just think there's a balance here. We
basic
all
science,
want clean air, we want clean
basic sort
water,
of factual science.
we want healthy kids, but we also want to provide
lying.
opportunities for the parents to be able to get a good job, to help their kids get a good education, to be able to live in
The notion that in
in
the
a
richest
a
country
clean
in the history of
environment.
the
And I think,
world, it's necessary to
I
poison
think we kind of
the
get to
air
the
that
extremes
children
on this.
breathe in
and
order for us to have
we
good
need to
jobs
take a more
is
sensible,
absurd.
scientific view of things. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there any discussion? The gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield my time to the gentleman from Louisiana.
Thank you, ma'am. Did I hear the members say that environmental justice is a way to keep poor people poor? My God. Environmental justice is a way to keep people alive, to give people the opportunity and have the audacity to want to breathe clean air and drink clean water and to live in an environment where, yes, they can eat and they can have a job, but they can also live. We can talk about the back and forth all day long about an amendment, but to suggest that somehow, and then to invoke Reverend Jesse Jackson or Al Sharpton, that somehow, because these people went into rural areas and fought for people's right to have environmental justice, to somehow defame the title of environmental justice, to make it somehow a bad word, that people are being kept in poverty. No, we want people to be enriched. I've always said coexistence, communities and industry coexisting, but only when we have healthy communities where people can breathe clean air and drink clean water, have the opportunity to work and live, and not be subject to, rather it's cancer or any other ailment that may come from prolonged access or exposure to chemicals. Yes, environmental justice. It's not a bad word. It's a word we should all adopt. It's a word that we should all fight for, because who doesn't want people to be able to live their long lives? To think that somehow we know better than those people who live in the community? Oh, they're just trying to keep you poor. No, we're trying to keep them healthy and keep them alive. I'm offended by that comment. I'm offended to suggest that because Reverend Jackson or Reverend Sharpton went in to fight, and I and others in this dais who goes out every day to fight for the American people and for the people of Louisiana to be able to coexist and to have clean water and clean air. Environmental justice is something that everyone should be concerned about. Even those people who run the plants have to have healthy people to operate the apparatus. Environmental justice is not a way of keeping people poor. Environmental justice is a way of keeping people alive. And we should continue in this, particularly this committee, with so many doctors. Maybe it's not asthma, but there's certainly breathing conditions. And there's some that would argue, doctors alike, scientists alike, that would argue that yes, while there may be some instances where asthma has gone down, there are instances where asthma has gone up. Sometimes it's tied to the chemical plants, sometimes it isn't. But we know that there are people that have died. We know that there are people who are sick. We know that there are people who have conditions that they track back. Listen, we can do better. Air scrubbers, air monitors, working with the community. Many of the plants in my state have worked with us and continue to work with us. Some are not. Some are violators, and they don't always step up to do what they're supposed to do. But in this committee, we should always endeavor to make sure that people understand the importance of providing clean air, clean water. And that is done by having environmental justice in places where we've historically had environmental injustice. I yield.
Gentlelady from Illinois.
Does the gentleman yield?
Gentlelady from. Oh,
I think
you had 1 minute when we reset the clock when you yielded. So, well, we'll recognize the gentleman from New Jersey for.
You can give me two, Chairman.
Yeah, for a minute.
I just want to just
the remainder of your time. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate my colleague for yielding. But, just for the American people to understand how hard the Republicans are spinning right now on every single issue, you've heard Republicans say that we're cutting funding because it only goes towards studying what's happening at schools and not actually doing anything. Then you also hear Republicans saying it's not conclusive that pollution causes asthma. Well, if it's not conclusive, then maybe it's an issue we need to study. If it's an issue we need to study, then maybe we should appropriate money to study those things. Or we can listen to doctors here on the Democratic side who say that air pollution definitely contributes to asthma, which I think most Americans would agree with, which therefore we can move forward with the funding that we've already appropriated and not rescind it from all the communities that are looking for us to act to make our communities healthier, especially for our children. With that, I yield back to my colleague.
Gentlelady from Illinois yields back, I guess, yields back. Gentlelady yields back. Anyone on the Republican side seeking recognition on speak on the amendment? Anyone, gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I didn't anticipate speaking on this particular amendment, but I think I finally understand why it is that there is so much opposition to the notion of environmental justice from my Republican colleagues. And I think we just heard it from the same person who said, follow the science. I mean, if you look at the science, if you bother to look for it, it is well established that pollution is a contributing factor toward asthma, that heavy metals are a contributing factor, a major cause of brain damage. And so, you know, maybe if you don't look for it and you don't understand that there's a relationship, that's why you oppose this whole notion. And I just want to put a finer point on this, which is that today we're going to be talking a little bit later about how my Republican colleagues want to strip Medicaid away from 13.7 million Americans in order to give a gigantic tax cut to Elon Musk and other billionaires. And the same people who are suffering from pollution causing chronic diseases are the same ones who also rely on Medicaid, who will then end up in the emergency room with a bad asthma attack that will cost so much money, it'll make you wait in line when you're having a heart attack, and it hurts everybody. So I want you to think again about standing up for people who live in polluted areas, and I want you to think really hard about what it means to take Medicaid away from 13.7 million Americans. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any
science is clear.
recognition to amendment on the Republican side? Any more on the Democrat side? Seeing none,
Very clear.
there's no further discussion. The vote occurs on the amendment. A roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no.
Children.
Mr. Carter of Georgia.
But particularly
Mr. Carter of Georgia
disabled
votes
children.
no. Mr. Palmer.
Particularly disabled
Mr. Palmer
children,
votes
particularly
no.
children who are immunosuppressed,
Mr. Dunn.
immunocompromised, particularly children who have asthma
Mr. Crenshaw.
or complicated
Mr.
airways
Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce.
deserve to
Mr.
be able
Joyce
to go to
votes no.
school and breathe
Mr. Weber.
clean air.
Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes
To the
no.
extent there's money that's
Mrs.
been spent on
Harshbarger.
research, it's because
Mrs.
school
Harshbarger
districts
votes
say,
no.
we don't know what the standard should
Mrs.
be.
Miller Meeks.
You have to prove to us what standards
Mrs.
we should be
Kamick.
applying, what counts as clean indoor air.
Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James.
UConn
Mr. James
has
votes
done
no.
a lot of research in this
Mr.
area
Benz.
and found
Mr. Benz
that
votes no. Mrs. Houchin.
homemade DIY Corsi Rosenthal
Mrs. Houchin votes no.
indoor air cleaners
Mr.
deployed
Fry.
in schools
Mr. Fry votes no.
decreases the disease
Ms.
burden,
Lee votes no.
flu, COVID,
Mr. Langworthy.
RSV,
Mr.
airborne
Langworthy
crud
votes no. Mr.
in their
Kane.
school buildings.
Mr. Kane
And
votes
the kids
no.
inside are healthier.
Mr. Ruley.
They don't have to deal
Mr.
with
Ruley votes no.
constant flu and
Mr.
the COVID
Evans.
and the RSV and
Mr. Evans votes no.
normal colds.
Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no.
And that
Mrs. Fedorchak.
particularly benefits
Mrs.
children
Fedorchak votes
who are,
no.
who are medically complex
Mr.
and
Pallone.
disabled.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
It's hard to believe what's happening.
Ms.
right now,
Clark
except
votes
it's
aye.
very much happening.
Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan? Ms. Badagan votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan? Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye.
This amendment would
Mr. Menendez?
delete money
Mr. Menendez
for
votes aye.
schools
Mr. Mullen?
to have cleaner
Mr.
indoor
Mullen votes
air,
aye.
to have
Mr.
less
Landsman?
polluted air.
Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms.
This
McClellan?
amendment, which is about to pass,
McClellan votes
rescinds
aye.
funding, it deletes
Chairman
funding
Guthrie?
No.
for clean indoor
Chairman
air. in
Guthrie
schools.
votes
Is
no.
anyone seeking, how is Dr. Miller Meeks recorded?
Dr. Miller Meeks is not recorded. Dr. Miller Meeks votes no.
Anyone else on the Republican side seeking recognition? Anyone on the Democrat side? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 28 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to.
I was wrong.
Are there any further
didn't have
amendments?
the
What
votes.
purpose does gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank
You
you,
know what? I'm
Mr. Chair. I
confused.
have an
Hold on.
amendment
I
at
may
the
be
desk
wrong.
labeled Environment 59.
Hold on. Let me clarify what's happening here.
The clerk will
Environment
report.
Environment 59, amendment offered by Mrs. Dingle. Add at the end of the section.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Mr.
It was
Chairman.
a Democratic amendment. It
My
failed. The
amendment says that
would
the
have kept
section
the
of
money.
this bill that repeals the
They just voted to
Greenhouse
get
Gas
rid of the
Reduction
money
Fund,
for clean indoor
Section
air in schools.
42103, cannot take effect unless the Comptroller General certifies to Congress that doing so will not increase costs for consumers. Helped create the Greenhouse
My
Gas
screen has gotten out of
Reduction
sync
Fund
with a tool
through
I
the
use to track
Inflation
amendments.
Reduction Act because I believe we have a moral obligation and a real economic opportunity to invest in clean energy, especially in communities that have long been left behind. This doesn't have to be a partisan fight. It was designed to leverage private capital, create good-paying jobs, and make clean energy financing accessible for everyone in every state and every district. If my Republican colleagues believe gutting this program won't hurt working families or raise their energy bills, then they should have no problem supporting this amendment. I want to be clear about what's happening here. The Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund is being targeted for purely political reasons. Many of my Republican colleagues have been trying to dismantle this program since the day it was signed into law. They've tried unsuccessfully to pass bills to repeal it 3 separate times. They've tried to kill it in the appropriations process, and they've used this committee to hold hearing after hearing and waste time attacking a program that will produce real results. I want to be really clear. No one has found any waste, fraud, or abuse. There has been no evidence. And believe me, if there were any, I would be the first person calling for oversight. But instead of facts, what we've seen is a coordinated campaign to undermine a program that's set to bolster domestic supply chains, create jobs, and lower energy bills for hard-working Americans. Let's talk about what repealing this program really means. It means walking away from 40,000 additional jobs per year, nearly 11,000 in manufacturing, and almost 9,000 in construction. It means giving up $20 billion in wages for American workers. It means higher energy bills, and that's the reality.
The current unobligated balance of this fund is about $19 million, which is a minuscule amount compared to the scale of the full program. That money is there to support basic administrative functions, and pulling it back only further undermines implementation. We've seen that the Trump administration's EPA freeze funds and launch baseless investigations into the program. They've been motivated efforts designed to undercut investments that are already putting people to work, reducing emissions and cutting energy costs. If Republicans have their way, they'll turn their backs on an estimated $65 billion in new investment flowing into our economy. That's what dismantling this program means. I don't think we should be okay with that, and I don't think our constituents should be either. Therefore, I'm asking my colleagues to do the responsible thing and support this amendment. We should be working to try to make this program succeed, not betting against it and pulling the rug out under it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is one of those situations where you just can't make some of this stuff up. You just can't. So we got word that, you know, that this money was in flux or in jeopardy of somehow, and one of the groups that got money was the Appalachian Community Capital, headquartered in Christiansburg, Virginia. Well, when news of this broke and I got word of it, I happened to be in Christiansburg. My daughter lives up there, and it's in my district. So I looked the address up and went by, because this organization, Appalachian Community Capital, and this was a couple of weeks ago, so maybe things have changed since then, but previously had only received $2.8 million in federal funds. And then on the way out the door, the Biden administration sent them $500 million. Now previously they'd gotten $2.8 million. All of a sudden they're getting $500 million. So I thought, well, this must be a big operation in my district. So I went by to check on it. There's no indication that they're actually there. Now, there is a financial institution there. There is. And I suspect that there's a cubicle, or maybe even there's an employee. The building is not big enough to house too many people, and the other institution is there. And I'm assuming they must share space, but it could just be a drop box. But there was no signage. If I didn't have the address, I wouldn't have known they were even there.
This is a bizarre complaint.
And I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt and thinking
It's a bank,
there might
buddy.
be somebody there, but there wasn't a sign. And in fact, when I didn't see a sign outside,
Oh, buddy, do I have bad news
I
for
thought,
you?
well, maybe
about
we ought to
which
check
go
and see if
the
there's a
drop
sign
box
on the
in
door that we
Delaware
can't
that
see
Cap One uses,
from the
Capital One
parking lot.
uses as an address.
Nope, no signage whatsoever. So people question why we're questioning some of this stuff. And I can tell you
because you're
from
doing
personal
it in bad
experience,
faith.
I wish there was $500 million coming into my district. I mean, the CEO lives in Washington, D.C. of this particular organization, but you'd think if they had a $500 million footprint in my district, there'd be something to show signs of it. Now, they've done
He's
a little bit
talking
of
about
work
the
in
Green
the
Bank
past,
for
and I'm
rural
not saying
America,
that they
which
don't
isn't
have
just
some
his district as
validity.
much as
I'm just
the
saying
self-important.
to go from $2.8 million in federal money, their
It's
total revenues, I think, were
500
$4.1
million that was going to
previously in a previous
bring
year.
in a bunch of private money
million,
totaling 1.6
to suddenly go into
billion,
$500 million.
for rural America.
And then you
to
take what
create,
many of
like,
us saw
13,000
online,
good jobs
where
a year.
an employee of
and
one of the
remove
agencies is saying
hundreds
that
of
they were
thousands
trying to
of
get the
tons
money
of
out the door, so it was
pollution
kind of like
annually from rural
throwing gold
America.
bars off the
So
Titanic.
again, kids can breathe easier.
It'd be fine if I saw that $500 million gold bar actually landing in my district, but I got no evidence that it actually has landed there, or that the group even has the ability, in all
This man
fairness.
is not unsophisticated. He knows
I'm
what
not
he is
convinced the
doing.
group has the ability to parcel out $500 million. And so that's why I have concerns on this one. And while, you know, the Comptroller General may or may not be able to certify that this would not increase costs for consumers. I'm not sure where all that money's going, and I'm not sure what they're doing, and I think what we ought to be doing is being good stewards of the taxpayers' money, and we ought to have more accountability. And I know, and that's why they probably can't say a whole lot about it, but I know that, well, and I'm on the subcommittee, but I know that Oversight and Investigations is currently looking into this, but it is of concern, and this is why we're trying to get back some of this money, because there may have been, in a haste of the change of political winds, just to get the money out the door to some harbor somewhere. Whether it actually is going to do any good or not, hard to say. The intent may very well be good, but we all know that the road is sometimes paved with good intent and goes to destinations that we don't want to go to. And I am worried about that, and so I think that we should vote no on this amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there a amendment? Mr. Gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Hey, Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I express my support for Ms. Dingell's amendment. There is a sad reality faced by many Americans, and this dynamic existed long before COVID, President Biden, or the enactment of the Inflation Reduction Act. For far too many people, energy affordability is a tremendous hardship. In 2020, during President Trump's first term, the U.S. Energy Information Administration found that more than a quarter of U.S. households reported having difficulty paying their energy bills. Millions of people forego food and medicine to pay energy bills. President Trump campaigned on reducing energy costs by 1/2 within his first 18 months in office. And in the first few months of his administration, we have been going in the wrong direction. Initial analysis has found that since President Trump's reelection, utility rates have begun to increase across our country. And the Low-Income Home Energy Affordability Program, or LIHEAP, helps over 1 million New Yorkers pay their utility bills each year. So anyone serving in the House from New York should keep that in mind as we address this bill. But for that sake, all people across this great country should pay attention to what LIHEAP means in their individual state. It has, with the President's budget, has had HHS staffing terminated and been targeted for complete elimination by the President's budget. We shouldn't be doing anything else that risks putting Americans under greater financial stress or eliminating the tools already available to alleviate their cost of living challenges. And Ms. Dingell's amendment would do just that, ensuring that GGRF funds are only rescinded if the independent Comptroller General certifies the loss of those funds will not increase costs on hardworking Americans. The Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund was designed to help the families that are struggling the most with their bills. It provides $27 billion in federal assistance with the expectation that the nonprofit recipients would leverage private capital to allow each federal dollar to maximize its impact. Some of the early investments from the program include improving energy savings and affordable housing, enabling a university to deploy solar panels, and helping tribal communities develop energy projects on their lands. Recent analysis from the University of New Hampshire estimated that GGRF investments will result in some $52 billion in energy cost savings to consumers over the next 20 years and generate enough electricity from the new solar projects to power up to 2.2 million homes each year. Now, we know our electricity system desperately needs to grow, and having localized generation through community and rooftop solar helps alleviate some of the demands for new large-scale infrastructure, which can be difficult to permit and to build. All but a small amount of administrative funding has been obligated. So I question whether this underlying provision has anything but an incidental budgetary impact anyway. But unfortunately, this program has become a political football, with funding being illegally frozen by EPA and grant recipients being forced into the courts to get the federal government to uphold its end of the contracts. Today, Republicans are doubling down on the Trump EPA's efforts to withhold funding that is meant to benefit hardworking Americans. That is strictly unacceptable. And at the very least, we should be confident of the consequences of rescinding any GGRF funds before allowing this provision to move forward. You know, this again is an opportunity to line the pockets of billionaires at the expense of affordability of utility costs for the great many of us. I urge the members to support the amendment, and with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Move to strike last word. You know, Mr. Chairman, not to be outdone by my colleague from Virginia, I can do you one better. You want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse? The only thing worse than the IRA itself was the Biden administration's implementation of it. That administration created a level of waste, fraud, and abuse that we've never seen before, never witnessed before. In fact, when you talk about what it actually did, let's talk about the whole picture. The IRA provided EPA approximately $100 billion in supplemental appropriations, $100 billion. For comparison, over the past 10 years, EPA's annual budget ranged from about $8.2 billion to $10.1 billion. In my own state, my home state of Georgia, the Biden EPA handed $2 billion to Power Forward Communities, a coalition formed by failed gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams in April of 2024 under the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. Now get this, and this is where I'm outdoing my colleague from Virginia. Power Forward Communities received this money even though it was founded just months earlier in late 2023 and never managed anywhere near the grant's dollar figure. In fact, it reported just $100. That's right, folks. We went from $100 to $2 billion. Reported just $100 in total revenue during its first 3 months in organization. Now, if that's not waste, fraud, and abuse, I mean, this is a poster child for waste, fraud, and abuse. So with all due respect to my colleague from Virginia, and he brings up a great example, I got an even better one. You know, that's a good question. You know, Mr. Chairman, seriously, giving billions of dollars to favored organizations to help finance preferred energy resources and technologies is not an appropriate use of taxpayers' funding. This is waste, fraud, and abuse. And I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield.
My understanding, Mr. Carter, is that there was $31 billion that went to Georgia in transportation and clean energy investments. I'm wondering if you feel the whole $31 billion that went to your state was fraud, waste, and abuse, or only the projects that you did not like?
The projects that I did not like?
Yeah, well, you could happily answer the top line question. Do you believe that all $31 billion that went to Georgia in transportation and clean energy investments represent fraud, waste, and abuse?
Is it, I'm sorry, was that in this program?
Part of the IRA? Part of the Biden
No. Was it in the greenhouse gas reduction fund?
I recalled you saying the IRA and what a mismanagement of the IRA occurred under the prior administration, if I recall correctly.
Yes, you recall correctly, but I'm speaking specifically now about the greenhouse gas reduction fund that tried to give Stacey Abrams, a failed gubernatorial candidate in Georgia, $2 billion when that organization had only been formed 3 months before and had revenues of $100. $100. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in support of this amendment. The Green Gas Reduction Fund needs to continue. They provide not only exceptional investments for clean energy that will help reduce these gas emissions, but they also bolster local economies and they help create jobs. The GGRF provides $27 billion to finance projects that cut greenhouse gas emissions, many of which focus on solar energy installation for low-income homes, energy efficiency retrofits like better insulation, efficient lighting and smart HVAC systems, electrification of buildings and transportation, And these initiatives not only reduce emissions, but also lower utility bills and increase energy independence for communities that have historically lacked access to clean energy. In fact, more than half of all clean energy projects that have moved forward since the passage of the Clean Energy Investments are in districts represented by House Republicans. 417 clean energy projects in total, located in 152 congressional districts across the country.
We have to get to subtitle
Projects
D
in these districts
to healthcare
will
and Medicaid.
create 210,710
Subtitle D is in Delta. We're currently
jobs,
in B is in
a
Bravo.
majority of the national total, and generate more than $199.89 billion in investments. In fact, in Texas, there's 22 projects that created 18,657 jobs, investing over $10.4 billion. In Georgia, there's 29 projects creating 17,551 jobs with over $4 billion in investments. In South Carolina, 32 projects, 14,192 jobs, over $11.5 billion. In fact, in Georgia 1, my good friend Rep. Buddy Carter's district, there's 9 projects, $7.8 billion, creating 7,300 jobs. Now, I don't think that's waste. I don't think that's abuse for the good men and women in Georgia 1 who are employed by these clean energy projects. I want to fight for them too, so that they can enjoy their livelihoods fighting for in an industry that is not only providing for their families, but also helping keep our environment clean, helping reduce greenhouse gas emissions, helping to prolong people's lives by reducing pollution, helping to keep kids in schools in a healthy environment. So that's one of the many reasons why we should keep the greenhouse gas reduction fund stable. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there gentleman from Alabama? I'm sorry? Recognize the gentlelady from California. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to the $500 million from the Appalachian Community Capital. I think if somebody brought up in committee a project in my district that I didn't know anything about, I'd probably be a little embarrassed too. So let me tell you why, when you go to check to see what big operation is happening for $500 million, there wasn't a big operation. Let me tell you why. Because this is a green bank. It's a bank. So when you go to Wells Fargo and you look at the building, you don't say like, oh, wait a minute, they got $1 billion, but it's not really happening because it's just a building. So this is actually a bank. It's specifically a green bank for rural America. This is trying to make sure rural America is included in creating these jobs. And this in particular, $500 million from the EPA is that the Green Bank was going to use to leverage private capital to finance an estimated $1.6 billion into 2,000 new energy projects that was going to create 13,000 jobs, good jobs, and reducing up to 850,000 tons of harmful pollution annually. So again, this was part of the public-private partnership that was going to go to help clean up air pollution. But as we know, our colleagues across the aisle, they don't even care about kids in schools getting dirty air. They're trying to repeal that part of it too. So I can understand why somebody would think that they don't support it, therefore I'm going to repeal it. But what's really sad is that this is actually an investment in thousands of jobs. It's an investment in new energy projects. And again, if somebody doesn't like how dollars are spent or they want to make sure there's accountability, there is that oversight ability to do that. But just to say, well, I showed up, and there wasn't this big operation happening there, to me is a little disingenuous, given that this is a green bank, and they were in the business to work together with public and private partnerships to create these clean energy jobs and to and create jobs. And this is the party who says, hey, what about our people? What about people that are working in dirty fossil fuel jobs, and you don't include them? You try to include people, you try to create jobs, and they're just saying, no, we're just not going to do it. So with that, I want to yield to my colleague, Debbie Dingle.
I just would like to build a great respect for both of my colleagues, but neither of you has proven any waste, abuse, or fraud. And I also want to say to you that this is nonsense. Just because you didn't like the candidate for Georgia, governor in Georgia, she's not the CEO, she's an advisor. She never received any money and has never personally gained from this funding.
Whether or not
there is no proven waste, fraud, or abuse. That money has been frozen from the grant because the EPA administrator came in and froze the dollars. But your region has a long history of being and producing
watching this, Debbie Dingle
energy
has been
projects. They're trying to help and create new projects.
She cares
and
deeply
I get that you don't like the program, but I think you got to be very careful about throwing around the words waste, abuse, and fraud unless you can document it. And if you can document it, I'll be right there with you screaming. Yield back.
That these cuts to Medicaid would make very difficult.
Do you want the rest of them? Okay, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now
She
recognize the
fought very
gentleman
hard
from
during
Texas,
Build Back
Mr.
Better
Crenshaw,
with
for
us,
5 minutes.
Alongside
Hey, Mr.
us. She
Chairman,
fought
move to
alongside
strike the last
us
word.
during Build Back Better
And
for the
just want to respond to a
Home and
few,
Community-Based
few
Services
issues taken
investment
up. You know,
that
it was said by
ultimately
one of
did
my
not make it
colleagues
into
that
the
environmental
final bill.
justice keeps people down. It was said by another that environmental justice saves their lives. I mean, I got to say, environmental justice is fundamentally about changing our energy infrastructure drastically, which therefore changes our ability to prosper. And justice to me means prosperity. I want to see people of all color and all walks of life prospering. I would invite you to my district. It's very diverse. My neighborhood is very diverse. You might be surprised that I'm probably a minority in my neighborhood. You know where most of those people work? Yeah, the energy sector. And they're living great, comfortable, middle-class lives. My neighbors are wonderful, and they work for the energy sector. I want to take that away from them. I'm not sure there's any justice in that. Now, I want to talk about a few things we're going to discuss throughout this particular provision, and I think I can't say lies, but I think falsehoods that are going to be said. Let's talk about the Biden tailpipe rule, and let's talk about the methane tax. So, my colleagues will say that EVs are getting cheaper, they'll save drivers money, and they'll reduce carbon emissions. Here's reality. In 2022, sticker price data showed new EV cost is at least $20,000 more than comparable gas cars. Reality, Volvo's own life cycle study found its C40 EV is 70% more carbon intensive to build than the gas-powered XC40. And you have to drive it 68,000 miles before those emissions even break even. Reality, manufacturing one EV battery means digging up 500,000 pounds of rock and soil in order to get the critical minerals inside. Reality, EPA's own records show modern gas cars are already 99% cleaner when it comes to criteria pollutants than their 1960-era models. That's pretty. Now, the methane tax. Democrats will say we need to cut the methane. We need to have a methane tax or a fee in order to cut emissions. But here's the reality. Since 2005, the U.S. became the world's top natural gas producer and cut our total emissions by 18%, outperforming every other major economy. Reality, America now delivers 25% of global natural gas supply with cleaner tech and tighter standards than places like Russia, Iran, Venezuela, China. Proof a tax is not required for progress. Reality, this fee is nothing but a backdoor tax on domestic production. It kills jobs, it hikes household energy bills, and it cedes market share to dirtier foreign gas producers. Again, there's no justice in that. Again, visit my neighborhood. Here's the bottom line. Democrats are selling slogans. We're delivering receipts. Regulations that jack up costs, cripple
Democrats
truckers
are
and
selling
tax
slogans
clean
where
U.S.
delivering
gas
receipts,
are not going to save
poll
the
tested.
planet.
That came out
They're
of
just
a
going to
focus
sink
group and then was poll
working
tested.
Americans. There's no justice in doing that. So please, let's vote common sense and let's
We are doing
scrap these
catastrophic
rules
damage to the climate
and
our
be on with it.
nation.
I yield
Will the
back.
gentleman
Sorry,
yield?
I yield
Yes,
to
our nation, but our
Mr. Morgan,
globe.
Griffith.
And as someone
He
who
yields
can't
to me,
swim
but we're going
very
to freeze
well
the clock
because
for a
of
minute so that a
disability.
special guest can be introduced. Mr. Ranking Member.
Thank you. I just want to mention
No
our
civil laws
Democratic
that
leader,
man could say
Hakeem
that.
Jeffries, is here
Yeah.
because of his concern over Medicaid. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
And now turning the clock back on, thank you for yielding to me. I would just say to my colleagues, when I talked about the institution in Christiansburg, Virginia, and in Appalachia, I referenced that it was a financial institution, and what was there at the building was a financial institution, which is why I believe I said that. At the time, it was just struck me as odd that an organization that received $500 million did not have the ability to put a taped sign on the door. I don't care if it was paper.
Why would they?
It wasn't anything. Nothing that indicated that's where they were located, and I thought it was odd when that was their registered office and where they were supposedly getting the money. And I just questioned the whole deal. I don't know the answers. At this time, I don't have the information, I would say to
He's
my
just
colleagues,
asking questions.
as to what's going on. But it raises lots of questions when the most federal money you've ever received in a single year before was $2.8 million, and the most you've ever had in a single year, according to your records, is $4.1 million, and all of a sudden you receive $500 million. That was the point. The huge increase in the expenditure or the money being sent there raises all kinds of questions in my mind. And with that, I will yield back and now recognize the gentleman from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. $182.7 billion. That was the cost of extreme weather events last year for the United States. There were $27 billion extreme weather events last year. When you count in the economic damages, it was $500 billion. The whole IRA over 10 years is less than that. And that was the cost to us last year. And so we know greenhouse gases make hurricanes more extreme. So why would you want to end a fund that tries to reduce that? Hurricanes have been beating the heck out of the South, from Florida to North Carolina, Louisiana to eastern Texas. And as far as I could tell, the plan is for you all to increase greenhouse gases, end energy efficiency programs, end resiliency programs, and eliminate FEMA. I just don't know that that makes much sense when we're dealing with over $182 billion in damages last year, and God help us as we face another hurricane season this year. We need to be planning for these things in advance. And we shouldn't be rejecting funds for our districts that are going to help us with long-term projects. A lot of these are new institutions that are trying to help both households and businesses and the like, and I think that's where oversight comes in, rather than just simply rejecting it, looking at how we can make these things better to reduce our, to improve our energy efficiency, reduce our greenhouse gases, work to reform and improve FEMA, and do something to help out with the hurricanes that are hitting the Southeast every year.
Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
I just want to bring up a point to one of my colleagues from Texas who just spoke. He was here the last time. He wanted to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, and was talking about EVs and how they cost all this money to make, and basically how they're a waste. Well, I would gather that the Republicans should put in a provision to take all that money back from Elon Musk. Of course they're not going to do that because that's their best friend right now. And just to remind my colleagues across the aisle, in February of this year, it was this president and this administration that was going to commit waste, fraud, and abuse, and corruption, I would add, by the conflicts of interest, in giving Mr. Musk a $400 million contract to buy his EV Cybertrucks. And by the way, I heard no Republicans then talking about waste, fraud, and abuse. I see no initiative to take all that money back from him. Why? because they are deathly afraid of him, because that is why we're here. We're here to find money to cut, to just give more money to the billionaires and the billionaires' friends who bought this election, because that's what this is about. And that's what the American people should take, is they're looking for places to cut healthcare. They're looking for money to take back on projects that will go to clean up air pollution in schools and ports, and to invest in clean energy that's going to create jobs. It's to give those people money. So let's stop the front of waste, fraud, and abuse. Because if you're only going to speak out when it's convenient, or in this case, you won't speak out when it's your new friend or somebody who bought the president's election, I just think it's quite rich to hear this conversation and not point that out. And with that, I yield back.
We yield to Karen? Is it your time?
Does the gentleman yield back?
Yes, I yield to
On a change
Representative
order.
Menendez.
I appreciate my colleague yielding. I just want to add on to my colleague from California's remarks. We also have to remember there was a showcase of electric vehicles at the White House. So I guess the president has poor judgment in what makes a good automobile, because they were just everywhere. It was a spectacle. So either the president has poor decision-making because, as our colleague from Texas said, apparently EVs are just a waste of money and not worth producing. It sounds like a little family conversation that the White House should have with their special employee, Elon Musk, but at least you won't be told that you will be, how should I say this, you will not be charged or followed for trying to hurt the stock price of Tesla. So at least you guys have that going for you, even though you don't believe that EVs are good. And with that, I yield back.
And I yield back, Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said earlier, I'm one of the newest members of this committee, and I came here to try to make a difference and make government work better for people. I spent the previous 12 years as a utility regulator, and the last few minutes of this hearing has been a lot of talk about how to keep energy costs low for the citizens of this country. And my colleagues, I hope to be friends over the course of the next few years, on the Democrat side, have put forward one methodology of doing that, and that is by supporting all these government programs to help keep costs low. I know a little bit about keeping energy costs low. In my job, that was our role, was determining what the rates were going to be for the customers in my state for electricity and gas service. And North Dakota has among the lowest rates in the whole country. In fact, the last couple of years, we had the actual lowest rates in the country. I've watched other states pursue this approach in different ways, and some, like the Democrats to my left, are suggesting by setting arbitrary deadlines for carbon-free electricity, and then having to have replaced existing resources that are providing the power, and the customers have to pay for that. Then you replace them with taxpayer-funded, weather-dependent resources that don't work all the time, so you have to have backup generation. Customers have to pay for that too. That gets baked into the rates. Then you have to build the transmission lines to get to the new generation resources. Customers have to pay for that too. All goes into the bills. And then you have to, the cost gets so high that you have to provide rebates to the customers who can't afford them to help afford the rates that you've created by all your policies. And then you might even bake into those rates incentives for others who can afford it, usually the wealthier customers, to buy solar panels, geothermal, energy efficient appliances, all these sorts of things. You bake those into the rates as well. And then you wonder, why are energy costs getting so high? And then you have to turn to the government to provide money so people can afford their energy costs. Or you could take the approach that my state takes and we have the lowest energy costs in the country. And you can select your resources based on the cost of them and the reliability of them. You can let technology, not arbitrary deadlines, determine how quickly you replace things, what resources you use, and base that on costs. You can reduce the regulatory burdens for energy production and help encourage more production because more supply usually reduces costs. You can create a business climate that stimulates growth, where people want to come, where people want to invest. That helps bring more resources and reduce costs. You can have low tax rates, which also helps increase investment in your state, reducing costs for all the people who have to pay them. And at the same time, you can do all those things and have the highest reliability in the country. This is not a difference of who cares more about the people of this country. It's a difference in philosophy. We have a genuine different approach. And in what I just laid out, when it relates to energy policy, it's proven that the Republican approach to trying to increase demand, reduce the regulatory burden, and bring more energy to the fold is going to reduce rates and have a huge positive impact for the citizens of this country, the ratepayers of all classes, especially the people on limited incomes. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Texas.
Well, thank you so much. And I just want to add a little bit to this conversation and agree with something my colleague from Florida just said that I was thinking about in response to something that my friend from West Virginia said earlier. Mr. Soto, if I can use your name, Mr. Soto, mentioned that it would be great for us to conduct oversight, and I couldn't agree more. And I was thinking about the comments from my colleague from West Virginia who said, look, I saw this grant, I was thrilled, I drove over there, which I think is a great thing to do, and check things out. And I think that it's important. We should ask questions, and I think in this committee we should be asking more questions. There's nothing wrong with asking questions. I wish we would ask more questions about what this administration is doing to these programs, to these grants. But I understand there are some new things that were rolled out from the Inflation Reduction Act, from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. We had so many new grants coming our way. We created a whole position in a monthly newsletter to inform our community about all these grants rolling out. So it's good to ask questions. And I want to preface my comments with this, because you can't believe everything you read on the internet. I think we all know that, and it probably bears repeating. You can't believe everything you read on the internet. But I was really interested in the story we were hearing from our colleague from West Virginia, so I looked up the Appalachian Community Capital just to see what it is. And I just want to correct a couple things in the record. Again, it's on the internet. We can verify this more later, but it says Appalachian Community Capital is a community development financial institution, a CDFI, lending intermediary that raises capital for its members to fund small businesses in rural communities in Appalachia. ACC has over 35 members that collectively manage more than $2 billion in assets supporting economic development. And I looked a little bit further, and again, this is just on their website and on the map for the Green Bank for Rural America. It operates in 582 counties in Appalachia, including in Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Alabama, it looks like from the map. Not every county, but across those states. And their mission, and they say it here, is that they are investing in coal-impacted communities for the benefit of the entire country. And they say when coal-impacted communities succeed, the rest of the country is made stronger. And that's why these investments, like the ones from the Green Bank for Rural America, are critical in leveling the economic playing field. So this is the application they made to the Biden administration. This is what funded that $500 million grant that our colleague was talking about. I think it absolutely makes sense to ask these questions, but I also think we should look at their answers and not just look at the physical building and see that there's not a lot there. As I said before, I hope we'll do more of that with the grants we're seeing rescinded because I mentioned one in my community already, but there were more. There are more under this program that are being rescinded, and as I understand it, we're only talking about the unallocated funds there, but if they cancel those grants, they're gonna go back into the unallocated pot. And so we're gonna lose the money that our communities are already expecting. And so I think we could have a few more oversight hearings. I can't wait. I'm on the oversight subcommittee on this committee, and I think that's absolutely something that we as members of Congress should do. Too often in the last 100+ days, we as members of Congress have ceded our authority to the White House and to this administration, told them, some of our members have told them, that's okay, they don't have to spend the money we appropriated because that's just advisory. That's not the law. Well, we all know it's the law. We debate it, we vote on it, we send it to the Senate, they pass it, we send it to the president signs it into law. And yet we're saying, you don't have to follow that, that's okay. You don't have to fund these grants. You can, do whatever you want. And even in that sort of CR that wasn't really a CR, gave the White House tremendous authority. We shouldn't be ceding that authority. That's not what we were sent here to do. This is a separate branch of the government. It's the first branch. I think everybody here knows and should remember, Article 1 branch of government. We make the laws and the executive is there to make sure that they are executed. And so let's get back to that. Let's exercise our oversight authority. Let's exercise our legislative authority. Let's do permitting reform. Let's do the stuff that we know we can, should, and must do for the people that we represent. And let's go back to conducting oversight over this administration. It's raised a lot of questions in the last 100 days, and we are best positioned to get those answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Do I see anyone on the Republican side? If not, recognize gentleman from California, Mr. Peters.
Thank you so much,
5
Mr.
minutes.
Chair. Excuse me. Well, someone mentioned methane, so I had to weigh in when they say that. My colleague from Texas, who shall not be named, I guess. I'm disappointed to see the majority eliminate funding for small businesses to save money, reduce their pollution, keep our air and water clean. I'm also disappointed to see them effectively kick the can down the road on implementing a common sense methane regulation that we passed in the Inflation Reduction Act. Let's be clear, reducing fugitive emissions from oil and gas operations is one of the fastest and most effective ways to protect public health and keep America's energy sector globally competitive.
Fugitive emissions.
Methane is a greenhouse gas with a global warming potential more than 80 times higher
sort of
than carbon
accidental
dioxide
emissions.
over a 20-year period.
Emissions we don't
Even
intend to
small
happen.
leaks can erase the tremendous
You've got a
benefits
well,
of burning gas
it has a
as compared
leak.
to coal with respect to carbon dioxide or other dirty sources. Unfortunately, methane regulations have been caught in a cycle of constant change. The Obama administration passed rules. The Trump administration repealed the rules. The Biden administration took office, worked to reinstate safeguards, establish a market-based approach, methane to feed to waste reduction, and to drive innovation. And now we're looking at that being repealed as well. Let's be clear about what the methane fee and what it's not. It's not a tax on energy production. It only targets the largest polluters. These are the polluters, people who are emitting, and is designed to encourage companies to capture more methane rather than venting or leaking it. It's a smart, targeted approach that incentivizes modernization and efficiency. The methane fee also demonstrates to consumers who want clean gas and our global competitors that American natural gas is the cleanest and most efficient on the market. Not addressing this would only hurt the American industry by injecting regulatory uncertainty into the market, back and forth, making us less competitive in an international market that increasingly values cleaner gas as a customer matter. So many of the biggest energy companies support strong methane rules and urge us not to repeal these common sense rules because they know reducing waste and consistency of regulation over time makes business sense. A rescission of these funds and elimination of the methane fee would undercut the responsible producers who invested in cutting-edge methane detection and capture technologies to make their businesses cleaner and more efficient. So let's also not forget the impact on consumers. When methane is wasted, there's revenue lost, and ultimately that translates into higher costs for American families. The bill before us today would only incentivize outdated practices that contribute to pollution and energy waste, drive up long-term costs, and expose consumers and companies to price uncertainty. Eliminating federal support for compliance, moving the goalpost a decade down the road, doesn't solve problems, it creates them. It's increasingly apparent that American liquefied natural gas exports, particularly to our allies, depend on strong policies to address methane pollution. The only viable solution, in my view, is bipartisan legislation that gets this out of administrative rulemaking, acknowledges the reality, and commits industry standards that ensure the cleanest, most efficient natural gas production. We need long-term solutions, and investing in monitoring and compliance to reduce unnecessary methane emissions is critical. So I urge my colleagues to stand with responsible energy producers and American consumers. We can't afford to be short-sighted. Let's keep America competitive, protect our environment, ensure affordable energy for all. And this bill takes us in the wrong direction on methane, so I urge you to oppose it. And I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield to me for a minute?
Yeah, yield to the ranking member.
I just want to remind everybody that, this was a program that was put together with industry. And it was done so that they were actually allocated funding so they could upgrade their facilities and have less methane emissions. And the only reason for the fee was sort of a penalty if they didn't upgrade and use the funding that we were giving them to actually improve the situation. And it was done with industry. At the time, there were really no objections to the program. It makes absolutely no sense to repeal this, to repeal the funding, to postpone the fee and whatever's being done here. Everybody liked it, but I guess that doesn't matter. But I just wanted to make that point. I yield back to the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Pallone. I would also just say, it was the head of Exxon, the head of Cheniere, the major companies that said, please don't reverse these rules because we need certainty in order to make investments. So I think we're going in the wrong direction for the environment, but also for American business and competitiveness. And I'm sorry about that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone on the Republican side? The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've gone all over the place with this discussion on this amendment. In regard to the Green New Deal Bank and the $20 billion that was sent out in the last few weeks of the Biden administration, my colleagues have mentioned a couple of the more egregious examples. There's another one, revenue for the Climate United Fund was $550,000, Mr. Chairman, in 2023, but they got almost $7 billion. Let me put that in perspective. That's almost 13%, 13 times, not percent, 13 times more than their revenue in 2023. In the case of the Appalachian Community Capital, that was 178% increase. I mean, now, I'm not a banker, but I've had to deal with the bank, and you have to put up collateral if you get a loan. And one of my colleagues across the aisle mentioned that this was a bank. But it was administered by the EPA. And as far as I know, now I could be wrong, but I don't know of any bankers. I don't know that they set up a bank and operated under the rules of a bank. There are capital requirements, collateral requirements in order to get a loan, and generally a loan of that size would require somewhere north of 70% collateral. So I'm not making any accusations against anybody, but I think it should raise some serious concerns for oversight here, and we're going to do that. I could go on down the list of some of these just unheard of amounts of money going to organizations that it's questionable whether or not they have the capacity to do that. And then we got into extreme weather. I pulled up, I like to study these things, and I pulled up some information here. And I think it's the last report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It's their annual report, number 6. And it says there is low confidence in most reported long-term multi-decadal to centennial trends in tropical cyclone frequency or intensity-based metrics. So, again, you can't say that we've got more hurricanes or that they're more intense over the long trend. You have to look at the whole trend. The other point that I want to raise here is my colleague, I think some of my colleagues might have misunderstood when I mentioned Reverend Jackson and Reverend Sharpton. and what they were doing in Pembroke Township in Illinois, they were not arguing for environmental justice. They were arguing for a natural gas pipeline for that community, which they were successful in getting, and the community was very grateful for that. The other thing I want to talk about, though, is the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, I know there's certain words that we can't use, but that was clearly mistitled. That was never an Inflation Reduction Act. The claims were made that it would reduce federal deficits by around $300 billion over a 10-year period. But that actually resulted in $1.9 trillion being added to the federal deficit and increased inflation. Even some of the people on the left admit that this bill was mistitled and that the projections were clearly inaccurate. But I think when you say that it's going to reduce federal deficits by $300 billion and you miss it by $2.2 billion, it raises some serious questions about the credibility of the people making those projections. And again, I'm going to be very careful in the words that I choose to use here. We've heard some fairly reckless words being thrown around here that I just think that we need to take a long, hard look at it. And I'd like to enter this into the record. This is an article that lays out some of the problems with the IRA. Without objection.
Will gentleman yield?
Well, without objection?
I'll yield to the gentleman.
I think, gentlemen, I agree with you. The IRA was a travesty. All these EVs that they wanted to spend all this money on, all these subsidies. But good news is there was a survey out the other day that said 90% of all EVs are still on the highways today. And the other 10% made it home safely. I yield back.
I yield.
Gentleman yields. Recognize the gentleman from New Jersey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I speak in support of the amendment, but also since we're back on the subject of the Inflation Reduction Act, there's a couple of thoughts I just want to share with the committee. The IRA brought billions of dollars to states across the country. Some of the top states for new clean energy jobs following the IRA are Georgia, South Carolina, Nevada, Kansas, New Mexico, Arizona, and North Carolina. Yet my Republican colleagues have shared their view consistently that the IRA's investments in American workers are a slush fund. It's been said that it was a travesty. That's probably why every Republican voted against the IRA. But over $100 billion in IRA funds have gone to Republican districts to generate clean, green, good-paying jobs. So to any of my colleagues across the aisle who represent districts that have received IRA funding, if those funds were wasteful, tell me why your districts accepted them. Tell me why you all were at the ribbon cuttings, and I'm sure because you all strike me more as Facebook people and Instagram people, it was probably on your Facebook pages that you were there at the ribbon cutting that was funded by IRA money. So finally, let me ask you this, because it's now getting late, so we should probably be honest with each other. If those funds were wasteful, why not just give them back? Y'all are trying to, plug a huge hole by cutting health care to the American people. Just give us the money back. It was wasteful. You didn't vote for it. Your districts probably don't. I'm not going to yield. Maybe in a second. But if those projects were wasteful, if it was a travesty, then why are you holding that money in your district? You should be ashamed of it. You should want to give it back to the federal government so we can plug the hole that you're currently trying to plug with cuts to Medicaid, the ACA, taking health care away from millions of people, so you could fund tax cuts for those who absolutely do not need it. And at the end of the day, the federal government gets some dollars back. That's helpful. And you can tape together the ribbons for the next ribbon cutting that you won't have because we're not passing anything here. And this administration cuts all the programs that we've previously passed. So you can just put that in a closet for when Democrats are back in the majority. Thank you.
Will the gentleman yield? Thank you. I just want to make just a quick comment. One of my Republican colleagues on this committee from the state of Georgia, who will be unnamed, even came to me and said, hey, would you help us on this? This is IRA money. I want a company in my district to get more money. So how about we go in and fix some of the IRA so companies in my district can get it too? So what my colleague just brought up is so true. It's them going to the ribbon cuttings, them taking the dollars when they want, and then just saying, hey, let's repeal everything else now, by the way, because we need to find money for the billionaires and our friends to give them tax cuts. So it's happening right on this committee, and the hypocrisy is just so big. But since we can't name names, we won't do that anymore. Okay, with that, I yield back to Mr. Menendez.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you very much. So this is one of those subjects where I think about my mother. My mother was a civics teacher. The role of a congressperson has two different hats, probably more than that, but two major hats they wear. One is to decide if legislation is good and if that legislation is something they ought to vote for. And the second hat, and that's the one where all the Republicans voted against a particular bill that was previously mentioned. And the second role is that of an ombudsman. Once the bill is passed and signed into law, and as long as it is still the law of the land, it is also the obligation of a congressman to advocate for their district to get the money, even if they didn't agree with the money in the first place, to get the money for their district. So it is always very confusing, and I actually wrote a column, which if y'all want it, just let me know, we'll send it to you. Wrote a column on this explaining that there are two roles to a congressional person. One is the legislation, but once passed, even if you disagreed with the underlying purpose, if there's something in that legislation that can benefit your district or that you think ought to come to your district, whether you agreed with the underlying principle or not, whether you think the money should be spent or not, you have an obligation as the ombudsman role of congressman to advocate for your district and do everything you can to bring those resources to your district, because the money's going to get spent somewhere.
We'll move on.
And if it's going to be spent in one of 435 districts, you want to see that you get your fair share. And that's why you sometimes get these disagreements where you voted against the legislation, but you advocate for your district after the legislation is passed. That does not mean that you see the ability on future legislation to act the legislator role
are deliberately
and still
trying
oppose
to
the spending
make the Medicaid debate happen as late into
money.
the night as possible because they
Here
want
endeth
to
the
decrease the
civics
chances
lesson, and I will yield if she wants the
that there are
time
photographs of
to Ms.
disabled
Houchin
people
of Indiana if
protesting
she would like the
because
remainder
they
of my
know how
time, or you
bad
can wait and
that
get your
looks
own
for them
time.
in the press.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to yield to the gentleman, Mr. Palmer.
All right, I yield to Mr. Palmer then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we just keep hearing all this talk about tax cuts for billionaires and all that stuff. And, you know, my colleagues have forgotten two very important things. One, the vast majority of the tax cuts went to middle-class Americans. And if this tax cut expires, they're going to be the hardest hit. Now, I know there's some math challenge over there, but that's a problem that we can try to work through. But the other point I want to make is that when it comes to who billionaires support, in the last election, there were 135 that were actively involved. 83 of them supported the Democratic candidate, Ms. Harris. That's 61.5%. 52 supported the Republican candidate, Mr. Trump. That's 37.5%. So, and then among the millionaires, it was 57% supported Democratic candidates. So I really think when it comes to the ratios and who's being backed by billionaires and millionaires, I think that's a bigger problem for my colleagues across the aisle. And I'll be happy to get the information on how the tax cuts impacted the middle class by income brackets, and I'll share that a little bit later, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and I yield back, and now recognize, do y'all have anybody? Anybody on the Democrat side wishing to speak? Seeing none, anyone on the Republican side wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll now move to the measure. A roll call vote has been requested. If we'll take a roll call vote on the amendment by the gentlelady from Michigan.
Mr. Latta.
No.
Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith.
No.
Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bardagan. Ms. Bardagan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no.
Is there anyone else? Seeing anybody on the Democrat side? All right. Clerk will report the roll.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 29 noes.
Amendment fails. Any additional amendments to this particular title? We have one from the gentleman from New Jersey. Will the clerk Would the gentleman help the clerk figure out which amendment that is?
Sure, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. My amendment is tiled environment _49.
49.
Yes, sir.
Environment _49, an amendment offered by Mr. Menendez. Strike section 42-106.
I would say dispense with the reading of the amendment, but that is the amendment. So Mr. Menendez is recognized, the gentleman from New Jersey, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak today in support of my amendment that would strike the section of this bill that repeals and rescinds funding for reducing air pollution at schools. We have an administration that claims to be promoting an agenda that will make our nation healthier and serve American families. But the bill we're marking up today does the opposite. It threatens bare minimum protections to keep our families healthy and safe. As if there is nothing more important to me than protecting our nation's children. When parents send their kids to school, the last thing that they should be worried about is the air in their children's classrooms making their children sick. But indoor air pollutants pose serious health risks, coughing, inflammation, allergic reactions, and respiratory illnesses. Those risks aren't just bad for children's health. They also affect educational outcomes. Nearly 1 in 13 American school children has asthma, which is a leading cause of chronic disease-related school absenteeism. Breathing poor quality air at school makes that absenteeism worse. One study found a significant decline in children's English and math scores for every increase in particulate matter in their school's air. Democrats recognize that this is completely unacceptable. That's why the IRA created tools to address this challenge. The program Republicans are trying to eliminate in this bill helps reduce air pollution in schools. It helps school districts build resiliency and renovate buildings so children breathe cleaner, better quality air, something we should want for all of our children. Republicans voted against the authorization for this program 3 years ago, and they're doubling down on it now. Today, they want to eliminate that program and claw back funding that Congress already set aside for it. So I'd like my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to explain to me and to the American people how gutting a program to reduce air pollution in schools is addressing waste, fraud, and abuse. How is it making the air our children breathe? How is making the air our children breathe dirtier promoting government efficiency? How is making children sick supporting American families? This issue should be common sense. It should be straightforward. It should be bipartisan. Children's health, the air that they breathe for 8 hours per day, 5 days per week, should be non-negotiable. Unfortunately, this administration and Republicans are abandoning their responsibilities to protect America's families and America's school children. I urge all my colleagues to continue to protect air quality in our schools and support my amendment. It says I have 3 minutes, and I'm here in New Jersey. Today, my daughter Olivia had a dance recital. My wife told me it went very well, which means that she gets all of her talent from her mom. So with that, let's keep her and all of her classmates and all your kids and neighbors' schools' air clean. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself for the 5 minutes. We previously argued about this section in a previous amendment. I think we covered it fairly well. I'm glad that Olivia's recital went well. It's one of the things that folks back home don't always realize is that we have families too, and no matter which side of the aisle you're on, you're missing something. And it's not always easy. And sometimes your kids are okay with it, and sometimes they aren't. But I hope that she's all right with you being here tonight. I do think what we're doing is important even when we don't agree. I will repeat some of what I said before in that no schools are actually losing any money. Most of this, or all of this money went to planning organizations and folks trying to figure out things, and that data is already out there, so I didn't have any problem with this, and it's kind of one of those deals where it's all hat and no cattle. I yield back. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the Democrat side? The ranking member of the Environment Subcommittee, Mr. Tonko, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I speak in support of Representative Menendez's amendment. You know, it's been suggested that these funds, some initially 50 million in total, won't actually be helping our schools. It may even be down to about 12 million now that's remaining in the account. But look, if we look at, we can easily imagine that many of our schools need an environmental shot in the arm. And while 50 million won't solve that problem, there's opportunity, ample opportunity, that would allow EPA to provide technical assistance and develop best practices so that facility managers could put together a plan of action. We're looking for efficiency. This is a great way to do it. Have planners put together the plan that makes most sense, that can enable them to then go forward and can take the next steps to find the resources to implement those plans. These well-informed decisions would do a lot to improve our schools. And, you know, we look at the science of clean schools and making certain that children's experiences are as best as they can be. Air quality has been looked at from many, many samplings and studies out there. There's ample evidence that improving schools' indoor air quality dramatically improves students' academic performance. It enables them to raise those test scores and reduce the amount of sick days that keep them from attending school. And at least one study estimated that with the high-quality air purifiers in the classroom, we can see a reduction of class size. It's equivalent to a reduction of class size by some 30%. So there's great stuff we can do here. This scraping away the amount of money from this fund away from our children, I think is really neglectful. But I get it. You're looking to scrape all sorts of dollars together to amass that total you need to line the pockets of billionaires. But why does that have to come at the expense of our children? Why does it have to come at the expense of 13.7 million individuals who will be knocked off the Medicaid opportunity? So with that, I yield back and encourage everyone to support this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Do I see anyone on the Republican side wishes to speak? Seeing no hands, I now turn to the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is one of those cruel and dumb attempts by Republicans to cut funding for schools in need in order to find the funds to give billions of dollars to billionaires. I support this amendment to prevent that from happening. We need to keep the funding for schools to address pollution. I mentioned earlier in my previous remarks how pollution does in fact affect students' learning capacity, and it also affects their days in school. In other words, there's more missed days in school. And in fact, it's hard to study and learn when you have frequent asthma exacerbations and can't breathe. So let me tell you a story about how this funding is important. Back in October of 2019, there was a mulch fire in an industry called the Sun Valley Recycling Center in Thermal, California, right next to a set of schools. This industry, this company, was not following industry standards, and there was a fire that polluted the air. And you know, these mulch fires, you can't just go in and turn them off. They simmer and they last, and this one lasted for several weeks. And there was reported about 25 students from Desert Mirage High School, they reported smoke-related health issues, with 14 visiting the emergency department for respiratory problems. In the middle school and the elementary school there, they were evacuated due to proximity to the fire and smoke exposure, evacuated alongside all the other students. This was a serious problem in a very under-resourced school district, and because of this, they applied for funding and received air monitors, because if it's not a fire, because this is not an isolated incident, fires like these are becoming all too common in the eastern Coachella Valley, a region already burdened by some of the worst air quality in the nation. And time and again, its students, many of them from low-income farm worker families, are hit the hardest. So when smoke from fires or the dust from the surrounding Salton Sea fills the air, students experience severe asthma flare-ups and respiratory distress, lost instructional time due to school closures or health-related absences, stress, fear, and a sense of being unheard as their neighborhoods and classrooms become zones of environmental harm. And that fire wasn't just an environmental event, it was an educational and a public health emergency. And it underscored the urgent need for investments in clean air infrastructure in and around schools, like high-efficiency HVAC systems, real-time air quality monitoring, and stronger land use protections to keep hazardous operations away from residential and school zones. My colleague says that he's cleared his conscience because this money does not take away these funds. This money rescinds future potential grants to address high schools like Desert Mirage High School and other high schools throughout our nations and throughout our members' districts that suffer from similar environmental hazards and toxins and air pollution. And this fund will help those schools, but they want to make those funds not available for those students. And that's just wrong. It's morally wrong. It's the wrong policy. It's only going to increase costs, increase emergency department visits, decrease students' aptitude in school. And so I urge everybody to please vote for this amendment, protect this funding for the schools that need them to protect their students' air quality so they can continue going to school in a healthy environment, get the grades, and live a healthy, productive life. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do I see anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none, there has been a roll call requested, and we would require a roll call. Thank you. Let's go ahead and vote on the amendment.
Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith?
No.
Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia? Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Joyce? Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks? Ms. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick? Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin?
So
Mr. Fry?
why are we doing this again?
Mr. Fry
Are we
votes
doing
no.
again? Is it the same
Ms.
amendment? We're having another vote on a different amendment that would stop them from deleting
Ms.
money
Lee votes no.
for clean indoor air in schools.
Mr.
because
Langworthy?
It's really bad. Like politically,
Mr.
it's
Langworthy
a loser. It
votes
should
no.
be, at least.
Mr. Kane?
In different
Mr. Kane
timeline,
votes
maybe? I
no.
don't know.
Mr. Rulli.
So we're doing a vote because Democratic members, at least 2 different Democratic members,
Mr.
felt strongly
Evans.
enough about this that they each wanted
Mr.
to
Evans
vote on
votes
their
no.
amendment.
Mr.
So
Goldman.
it's not the same amendment. It's
Mr.
just
Goldman
that 2
votes
different
no.
members offered
Mrs.
amendments that
Fedorchak.
do substantially the same
Mrs.
thing, which
Fedorchak
is
votes no.
stop the majority of the House GOP
Pallone.
from deleting money
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
for clean indoor air.
Ms. DeGette votes
in
aye.
schools.
Ms. Schakowsky. Aye. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Angel, you don't.
Ms.
you don't need
Castor
to
votes aye.
Stay up for that.
Mr.
I
Tonko.
promise.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko
Get some
votes
sleep. I
aye.
hope you feel better soon.
Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw?
Mr. Crenshaw votes no.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce.
Mr. Joyce is not recorded. Mr. Joyce votes no.
Gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Houchin.
Mrs. Houchin votes no.
We have anybody else on the Republican side, anybody on the Democrat side? All right, seeing none, the clerk will report the roll.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 28 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any additional amendments? Seeing none, I will turn the chair over to the chair.
You want a roll call? Roll call? I figured you did. All right, if there's no further discussion, okay, there's no further discussion, no further amendments. All right, I move that the committee do now approve and agree to transmit the House Committee to the House Committee on the Budget, Subtitle B, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Environment. A roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Okay, we are after
Mr.
this
Latta.
vote done with
Mr. Latta votes
subtitle
aye.
B as
Mr.
in
Griffith.
Bravo. Subtitle B as
Mr.
in
Griffith
Bravo
votes
is
aye.
the subtitle of
Mr.
this bill on the
Bilirakis.
environment.
Mr.
Next
Bilirakis
up will be
votes aye.
subtitle
Mr. Hudson.
C.
Mr. Hudson votes
I
aye.
totally know my alphabet.
Mr. Carter of Georgia.
Subtitle C, and then
Mr. Carter
after
of Georgia
subtitle
votes
C,
aye.
we'll get to
Mr. Palmer.
subtitle D, the healthcare
Mr. Palmer
Medicaid
votes aye.
subtitle.
Mr.
We have
Dunn.
made a strategic decision to put that
Mr. Crenshaw.
last.
Mr.
Their
Crenshaw
hope
votes
here
aye.
is to tire
Mr.
out
Joyce.
activists
Mr. Joyce votes aye.
on the Hill,
Mr.
in the
Weber.
Capitol, in the hearing room.
Mr. Weber votes aye.
They
Mr. Allen.
are
Mr.
aware
Allen votes aye.
that
Mr.
taking
Balderson.
Medicaid away from
Mr. Balderson
millions
votes
of
aye.
Americans is
Mr. Fulcher.
incredibly unpopular
Mr.
with the
Fulcher
American
votes
people.
aye.
And so
Mr.
they want to
Fluger.
do it in the early hours of the
Mr.
morning.
Fluger votes aye.
1 a.m.,
Mrs.
2
Harshbarger.
a.m.,
Mrs. Harshbarger
certainly
votes aye.
after midnight. So
Mrs. Miller Meeks.
we've
Mrs. Miller
gotten
Meeks
through
votes aye.
2 titles. They started ostensibly at 2.
Mr.
We'll say
Obernolte.
this started around 3.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz.
And Republicans can
Mr. Benz votes
control the
Mrs. Houchin.
pace by just choosing to
Houchin
talk
votes aye.
more. Whenever a
Fry.
Democrat offers an amendment,
Mr. Fry votes aye.
Republicans
Ms. Lee.
just can each
Ms. Lee
take
votes
5
aye.
minutes to talk
Mr.
about it.
Langworthy.
And so they can
Mr.
do what
Langworthy
in
votes aye.
basketball you
Mr.
might call
Kane.
clock management, or football you might call
Mr. Kane
clock
votes
management.
aye.
They're doing the same thing.
Mr. Rulli.
They want this to happen after
Mr. Rulli
midnight. They
votes
want
aye.
Medicaid
Mr.
to
Evans.
happen after
Mr. Evans votes
midnight.
aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs.
They know
Fedorchak.
that
Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone.
they have to lie and hide
Mr. Pallone votes no.
in order to cut
Mr. Gatt.
Medicaid.
Mr. Gatt votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no.
So if you want to
Ms.
take a
Clark.
break from the live stream,
Ms. Clark votes
you've
no.
got at least an hour, I
Mr.
would
Ruiz.
guess 2, before we get to the healthcare section.
Mr. Ruiz.
Mr. Louisiana.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Strahan. Ms. Strahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes no. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie.
Aye.
Chairman Guthrie
Anyone
votes
seeking
aye.
to answer the roll? Seeing none on the Republican side, any on the Democrat side? Everyone's recorded? The clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 29 ayes and 24 noes.
The ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. The chair calls up the committee print subtitle C, Communications, and asks the clerk to report.
Title 4, Energy and Commerce. Subtitle C, Communications. Part 1,
Without
Spectrum
objection, the
Options.
reading of the print is dispensed with, and the committee print will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Is there discussion on, or there is discussion on subtitle C? What purpose does gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word on the underlying title.
You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For nearly 3 years, House Democrats have worked together with Republicans on this committee to restore the Federal Communications Commission's Spectrum Auction Authority and direct the revenues raised to fund bipartisan
Gentlemen, suspend. Let's let the room come to order. Gentleman has a right to be heard. Please proceed.
And that Spectrum Auction Authority, the idea was to direct the revenues raised to fund bipartisan priorities to enhance security and connectivity. And that was the case until this January, when the Republicans gave up on our efforts to instead chase partisan goals like funding tax breaks for billionaires and large corporate interests. And I'm disappointed that my Republican colleagues are choosing this partisan path. In shaping the spectrum provisions before us, Republicans have abandoned their commitments to fund critical public safety upgrades with spectrum auction proceeds. Spectrum is a public resource of which the government is a steward, so it's only reasonable to think that revenues raised by its sale or lease should fund priorities that serve the public interest. But instead, my Republican colleagues have made a conscious choice that the $88 billion in spectrum revenue raised by their legislation is better spent on tax cuts for billionaires than on upgrading 911 systems to benefit first responders and all of our constituents actually in times of emergency. If this bill becomes law, Mr. Chairman, it will set back efforts to upgrade 911 centers for a decade or more. Much of the legislation before us today is cruel, but Republican omission of funding for life-saving public safety communications instead, in order to line the pockets of the wealthy, during Police Week, no less, is particularly shameful in my opinion. So I look forward to supporting proposals from my Democratic colleagues to right these wrongs in amendments, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there anyone on the Republican side seeking recognition for discussion? Anyone? The gentlelady from California is recognized. Gentlelady from Northern California is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the underlying bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Spectrum has historically been a bipartisan issue in Congress. It should remain so, and we should, as a bipartisan matter, make thoughtful, balanced decisions when it comes to a spectrum pipeline, one that promotes innovation and recognizes we need the right mix of unlicensed, shared, and licensed spectrum. Yet today, my Republican colleagues are ramming through a reconciliation bill that tosses this careful, bipartisan approach in the trash. This isn't a serious attempt to help American families. It's a cash grab, funneling tens of billions in auction revenue into tax breaks for corporations. These auction proceeds should be invested in the public good, upgrading 911 systems, expanding broadband, and connecting every American, not tax cuts for the ultra-rich. Instead, through reconciliation, Republicans are delaying the life-saving emergency response upgrades and tossing aside the chance to make broadband truly affordable and accessible. And when President Trump is already turning independent agencies like the Federal Communications Commission into his personal lapdog, this bill does nothing to prevent conflicts of interest and ensure that spectrum decisions are grounded in facts and law. Without proper safeguards, these decisions will choke competition, kill innovation, and destabilize billions in existing spectrum investments. We must be careful when opening up spectrum bands to new uses. The stakes are simply too high to get this wrong. Take the CBRS band, a shared spectrum band critical to national security and 5G innovation. Key American industries, consumers, and schools rely on CBRS for connectivity, smart manufacturing, precision agriculture, and other innovative uses, with technology developed by U.S.-based equipment manufacturers. They have already invested heavily in innovations using CBRS, and any change should be very carefully considered. Jamming a bill through that could kick all current users off the CBRS ban when we have had only 36 hours to review text and only one spectrum hearing this Congress. It is reckless and risks causing real harm. U.S. national security, competition, manufacturing, and jobs are on the line. We should be pursuing bipartisan spectrum policy based on facts, analyses, and full stakeholder input, not half-baked policies. Our consumers, businesses, and federal agencies all stand to benefit when we effectively use our spectrum resources. That's why I've long championed thoughtful approaches like the National Spectrum Strategy, which teed up a slew of bands for study and gathers input from stakeholders across industry, public interest, and the government to ensure an all-of-the-above approach, including licensed, unlicensed, and shared spectrum. And it's why I urge my Republican colleagues to work with us to pass comprehensive spectrum legislation that has substantial bipartisan buy-in, not jammed through a partisan giveaway that enriches the 1% at everyone else's expense. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Is there any people seeking to speak on the Republican side? None. We have the gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. I'm deeply concerned with this Republican-crafted budget resolution for Subtitle C, dealing with communications, where my colleagues on the other side of the aisle plan to use spectrum auction proceeds to fund President Trump's tax cuts for billionaires and large corporations. Simply put, it makes no sense to auction spectrum to help pay for large tax breaks for the super wealthy. Instead of using the funds from spectrum auction proceeds on the wealthy, Congress should invest this money in ways that benefit local communities and public interest objectives. In addition to my concerns regarding the uses of spectrum auction proceeds, I am worried about the cost of internet services. There is no denying that the expiration of the Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, poses a significant challenge for low-income households that depended on it to afford internet services. Unlicensed spectrum technologies such as Wi-Fi has provided connectivity across all income levels due to its wide distribution and deployment. We've seen schools and libraries utilize Wi-Fi to help connect their students and patrons. And while Wi-Fi can help with the affordability issue, other technologies like Citizens Broadband Radio Service, or CBRS, have delivered new 5G network capacity connecting rural areas and spurring precision agriculture. Protecting CBRS and ensuring greater use of its rural communities supports rural economic growth and access to fundamental services like education and healthcare. Lastly, beyond the concerns I've already addressed, the reconciliation bill contains a broad ban on states enforcing their own state laws regulating artificial intelligence systems for a full decade, depriving them of the ability to prohibit practices that harm Americans. I urge my colleagues to oppose the so-called AI and Information Technology Modernization Initiative that would do nothing but allow big tech to deploy dangerous technologies. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments? Gentleman from Louisiana, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk titled COM4_XML.
The clerk will report.
COM4, an amendment to the committee for Subtitle C, offered by Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Page 4, after line 22, insert the following section.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would add the text of the bipartisan Next Generation 911 Act to the Republican budget reconciliation legislation before us today, and fully fund the program using the proceeds from future spectrum auctions. Because of technological advances in telecommunications over the past 50 years, Americans can communicate today in ways not even contemplated when 911 systems were first created. We take the capability to send text and video messages in an instant or stream live over the internet for granted, yet we haven't always had those tools. We use these tools with our friends, our loved ones, every day, yet we're not able to use them contacting 911 when it matters most. Hundreds of millions of calls are made to 911 across the United States each year. However, most Americans may not be aware that 911 call centers lack modern 21st century communication infrastructure. Each of us has a device in our pocket with extraordinary capabilities unimaginable when the first 911 call was placed. Yet because our 911 systems are stuck in the past, our first responders are unable to utilize the tools we take for granted in this digital age. 911 operators are trained to give excellent step-by-step instructions to callers for every emergency imaginable. The problem is that every day there are new emergencies beyond our imagination. In the next generation 911 environment, the ability to send multimedia or transmit to live video to first responders en route to an emergency is an extraordinary step for public safety. For example, firefighters can map out the best point of entry while en route based on pictures and videos of a burning building and have a plan before they even arrive on the scene. EMTs can coach Good Samaritans helping someone in cardiac arrest, adjusting their instructions before what they see in real time. It also enables the text to 911, which is crucial in situations that do not allow for someone in danger to place a call and speak, like in instances of domestic violence, where discretion is paramount. The applications are limitless. When seconds are the difference between life and death, our constituents and first responders who put themselves in harm's way to save lives should have the best possible tools. This gives us that opportunity to have the best possible tools. So when our individuals are putting their lives on the line, we should give them the very best of what our technology has to offer. I can think of no other better way of funding it than using these Spectrum funds. And I'm sure taking this language that is literally lifted from our bipartisan bill from this committee would make perfect sense, that if we can't agree on anything today, this is one that we certainly can agree on. I yield.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield, yes.
I just want to speak in support of this amendment, and I can think of no other way to spend dollars in this kind of a system. I also want to take a moment to apologize to all of the people who came today to talk and to hear about Medicaid, because you showed up and you are here, yet this committee is not having the health portion of this hearing until after 10 p.m. And it reminds me of the hour when they released the text for the actual bill in the dark of night after 10 p.m. And it's really shameful that we have not had this part of the hearing moved up so that you all could be here, because we have had scores and dozens of people showing up and coming on this issue who've had to leave, children who've had to leave, and advocates who've had to leave. So I want to apologize to you how shameful it is that this committee is waiting until after 10 p.m. to do it. And we know it can be done because in the past in this committee, when we want, we move bills around and we move topics around to make sure that they are done. And with that, I yield back to Mr. Carter.
Chairman, I yield.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes Mr. Hudson for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
I wish to speak against the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's no secret our 911 technology is outdated. Some systems are even half a decade old. Next Generation 911 is a top priority for this committee and for me as chairman of the subcommittee on communications and technology. That's why I want to make sure that we can continue this on a bipartisan basis. In places like my own district, this technology is already being deployed. I think it's important we make sure we have an accurate number of dollars to appropriate for this technology, considering the last cost estimate for NG 911 deployment we have is from 2018. Given the mixed deployment across the country, there's no doubt the number we need to appropriate has changed, and I want to get this right. I want to thank the gentleman who offered this amendment for his commitment to this issue, and I believe he's sincere, and I've appreciated working with him on it, and I commit to you that I will work with you going forward, because modernizing our 911 technology is a top priority of mine as the chairman of this subcommittee, and getting it done outside of reconciliation ensures the quickest delivery. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there speakers on the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz? I have to call you by name because you have a lot of Californians. So, Mr. Ruiz, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong support of this amendment. I congratulate my colleague, Congressman Hudson, for having Next Gen 911 in his district. I don't have it in my district. As an emergency physician, I have witnessed firsthand the critical importance of timely emergency care. I've seen first responders wheel patients into the ER during the most harrowing moments of their lives. In those moments, every single second counts. That's why this amendment is so important. It would fund long overdue upgrades to our public safety communication system through the Next Generation 911 program. Even shaving a few seconds off emergency response times can mean the difference between life and death, between permanent disability during a stroke or full recovery. This issue isn't hypothetical for my constituents. In recent months, part of my district experienced 911 outages. Okay, we can't wait. Residents in crisis couldn't get through to emergency services at all. That's not just a failure of infrastructure, it's a failure to protect lives. And yet, during National Police Week, when we should be honoring our first responders, my Republican colleagues are pushing legislation that would prevent vital modernization because if instead of using the Spectrum auction funds to modernize outdated 911 systems, which they can easily do that, they are using it to give billions of dollars of tax cuts to billionaires. And it is deeply contradictory to praise law enforcement while advancing policies that make their jobs harder and their response time slower. At the same time, the reconciliation plan proposes slashing over $700 billion from Medicaid. 13.7 million people will no longer have health insurance. They will have no care, meaning they will get sicker and they will be calling 911 more to go to the emergency department. And to add insult to injury, those hospitals or emergency departments, especially in rural areas, are at risk of closing. And for years, expanded access to affordable care has allowed under-resourced communities, rural communities, to seek help from doctors instead of emergency rooms. But if this bill becomes law, the progress will be undone. People will wait until it's too late, call 911, and end up in overcrowded ERs receiving more expensive, less effective care. So Democrats are offering a solution to get faster response times, to get patients to the emergency room sooner. And this amendment would improve emergency response time, support our first responders, and save lives. Meanwhile, Republicans are advancing a bill that will result in more 911 calls, more hospital closures, and more preventable deaths. And let's be clear, this legislation will make Americans sicker and leave them with fewer options for care. If we're going to force 911 and first responders to fill the gaps left by gutted healthcare, the least we can do is give them the most effective tools they need to do their jobs. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment in honor of National Police Week to fund Next Generation 911, protect public health, and truly honor our first responders, not just in words, but in action. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone on the Republican side seeking recognition on the amendment? No. Dr. Miller Meeks, and then I'll come back to
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering if the gentlewoman from California was calling for a vote. If she wanted to move things faster.
You want to yield them back? You want to yield the time to the gentleman from Alabama?
Are you asking me from California? Yes?
Yeah, I think
Yes,
so.
ma'am. Are you calling for a vote?
No, I'm calling for your committee. You guys are in charge. You decide what topics are going to go, that you move up the healthcare first. This is a totally intentional thing you're doing to make sure healthcare doesn't happen before 10 p.m. You have the power to do it. So I know you want to vote to move things along because you want to just skip and go as late as possible. But you all have the power to do it.
I reclaim my time.
You have the power.
I reclaim my time.
Well, for the record, this is Republicans doing.
Do you yield to the gentleman from Alabama? Or you want your own time now? Are you good?
I reclaim my time. I yield to the gentleman from
Alabama.
All I was going to say was 911 first call was made in the town that I was born in. And it wasn't because I was born there.
Was it Hackleburg?
First 911 call was made in Haleyville, Alabama.
It's Robert Adderholt's hometown. All right. Okay, you yield back? Anyone on the, Mr. Mr. Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate Representative Carter bringing forward this key bill. Billions in telecom spectrum auction dollars should be reinvested in next generation 911 systems, not billionaire tax cuts. You know, we heard already about how Florida gets hit pretty hard with hurricanes. My district got hit very hard with Irma and Ian, and Helene and Milton just hit Tampa Bay pretty hard as well. But you would be surprised to know that we have a dry season in Central Florida in the early spring. And so we actually had wildfires this past couple months, 275 acres brush fire, as well as a 600-acre fire near St. Cloud, Florida, just these past couple weeks. And we do a lot of maintenance and controlled burns of our forests. And so I visited St. Cloud Police Department yesterday and met with 911 operators. Their systems are antiquated. They need more investment. One of the 911 operators was even affected personally by the fires. And so as we're looking at these investments from telecom spectrum that will generate billions of dollars, it should go right back into spectrum-related issues like 911 systems so that we can protect our constituents. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Mrs. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan. Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no.
How is Dr. Joyce recorded?
Dr. Joyce is not recorded. Dr. Joyce votes no.
Anybody on the Republican side? How is anybody on the Democrat side? No, seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 28 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? The gentlelady from New York, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk labeled COM 9.
COM 9. Clerk will report.
COM 9, an amendment to the committee print for Subtitle C, offered by Ms. Clark.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
My amendment would take a small amount of the money you all are confiscating today to further enrich billionaires and put it towards lessening the impact of President Trump's price hikes on everyday people. Specifically, my amendment would put spectrum auction proceeds toward reestablishing a broadband affordability program that would lower costs for families across the country. The truth is, the spectrum that my Republican colleagues are seeking to auction off today does not belong to them. It belongs to the American people. Proceeds should be reinvested for the public good and not used exclusively to pay for tax cuts for their billionaire friends. Funding a program to help make broadband affordable is needed now, perhaps more than ever. The Affordable Connectivity Program brought millions of Americans online, but despite its success, Republicans allowed the funding for the program to lapse last year. As a result, many of the nearly 23 million ACP families saw their internet bills go up. Those who could not afford to pay were disconnected entirely. Little did we know at the time this would be one of the first of many Republican price hikes families would have to face. In fact, at every opportunity they get, Republicans seem determined to increase costs and widen the digital divide. Last week, the president announced his plans to unilaterally repeal the Digital Equity Act and claw back the money Congress appropriated to implement it. Digital Equity Act programs were designed to provide devices and training to folks across the country, including seniors, veterans, people with disabilities, and those living in rural areas to help them get online. Also, right now, the Trump administration is purposefully delaying broadband build-out projects under the BEAD program, even though shovels could have been in the ground across the country months ago. Republicans seem poised to effectively roll back the requirement that providers that take BEAD money provide an affordable service plan. Republicans voted in the Senate last week to forever repeal an FCC program that would provide Wi-Fi hotspots to school children. This is a travesty considering how many students from low-income households have come to rely on Wi-Fi. It's almost like they look back at photos of children doing homework at fast food restaurants or in library parking lots during the pandemic and think, those go back to the good old days. Is that what they mean when they say, make America great again? I don't see it that way at all. We must continue the incredible progress we've made to close the digital divide and finish the job. study after study shows consistently efforts to close the digital divide must address the high cost of internet service. I urge all members of this committee to support my amendment, which would finally provide some relief to people in this country facing Donald Trump's price hikes. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any discussion for this? Gentleman from North Carolina, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak against the amendment. The Affordable Connectivity Program was originally established as a temporary program to ensure that Americans could afford to stay connected if they were suddenly laid off during the COVID-19 pandemic. It expired when the money ran out, and well after Americans were back at work post-pandemic. To set the record straight, the federal government already has a program to ensure that low-income Americans can afford service, the Lifeline program within the Universal Service Fund, which is managed by the Federal Communications Commission. Second, starting ACP using spectrum proceeds would ultimately harm the very people it seeks to help. This is only a temporary solution. Spectrum proceeds will run out, and then all the families that relied on the subsidy will be left without it again. Last Congress, Democrats complained about 23 million households losing their ACP subsidy, and now they want to do it again. Without a permanent funding source, providers will not want to participate because of the burdensome process of re-enrolling subscribers, only for the program to go away within a few years. Third, this amendment does nothing to reform ACP to address eligibility or the waste, fraud, and abuse that we saw rampant in the program. Under ACP, we saw people with enormous incomes, even lobbyists here in D.C., qualify for the ACP. That's not who this program should support. I'll also note that as much as Democrats claim to miss that program, they controlled both the Senate and the White House last Congress and couldn't agree on a proposal that could keep ACP funded. Congress should not restart the ACP until we can all agree on reforms to the program and have a dedicated, permanent funding source for any program to help our most vulnerable populations participate in the 21st century economy. Now, we're happy to work with our friends on the other side of the aisle on changes, but this is not the vehicle for those discussions. My colleague also mentioned the BEAD program. I'll tell you, the BEAD program, a lot of money, not one penny has been spent to lay 1 inch of fiber, though. We need to get that money deployed. And I've offered a solution, bipartisan solution called Speed to Bead, and I would encourage my colleagues to take a look at that. And finally, this charge again, you're entitled to your own opinions, but you're not entitled to your own facts. The other side keeps claiming that we want to give tax hikes to billionaires, but I'll point out that the tax policies we hope to extend affect middle-class Americans. In fact, in the author of this amendment's own district, New York 9, the average family will see a tax increase if we don't extend these tax cuts of $2,302 per family. That's a lot of money. That's real money for working families. One of my colleagues earlier made the same charge from California. I'd mentioned that the average California taxpayer would see a 20% tax increase if we don't extend the 2017 tax cuts for the middle class. In fact, a family of 4 in California making $95,000, that's the median income, would see a $2,142 tax increase on average. That's real money. 4.6 million California families would see their household child tax credit cut in half. 85% of California taxpayers would see their guaranteed deduction cut in half. 3.1 million small businesses in California would be hit with a 43.4% tax increase. 56,821 family-owned farms in California will see their death tax exemption cut in half. This is real damage to real working families. In fact, if you look at the tax brackets, if you look at the lower tax bracket of $15,300 for a single person, $12,150, their tax rate would go from 10% to 15%. Tax bracket at $49,425 of income would see their tax rate go from 12% to 15%. This is real pain for real working families out there. So this charge that we're trying to have these tax cuts for rich people, I'm not going to use the L word because we're not allowed to use that. I'll just quote another famous Californian who said, it's not that they're wrong, it's that what they know for certain just isn't so. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, I don't know why is that Perry, Peters is recognized. Mr. Peters.
Can you go to Mr. Auchincloss first? I didn't realize, I never get called on that fast. So
I'm sorry, what did you, go to?
Can you come back to me, please?
Okay, Ms. Dingle from Michigan, you second? Recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very supportive of Representative Clark's amendment. The Spectrum auction program has raised over $230 billion since 1994 and has long enjoyed bipartisan support for funding public safety and connectivity initiatives. As co-chair of the 5G caucus, I know how critical it is that we continue investing in infrastructure, spectrum policy, and innovation to maintain America's leadership in wireless technology. We've made tremendous progress since the passage of the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act, but let's be clear, this work is far from done. Affordability remains the #1 reason that people don't have high-speed internet access at home. A recent survey found that 63% of the adults said their internet bills had increased in the past year. And 1 in 5 say that these price increases have caused them to downgrade, switch, or cancel service. Every time a family must make that choice, we're moving in the wrong direction for this country. I was beyond disappointed when my Republican colleagues allowed the Affordable Connectivity Program to run out of money last year. ACP connected 23 million families and was the most successful broadband affordability program in history. Representative Clark's amendment rights that wrong, and the timing couldn't be better. According to one report, President Trump's reckless trade policies will increase costs for 5G wireless equipment, ultimately leading to higher prices for consumers. But these trade policies could significantly slow down our deployment of 6G networks, putting us at risk of losing our global technological race with China, something I think we should all be unwilling to do. At the same time, we should be concerned about spectrum provisions in the underlying bill that jeopardize innovation and economic competitiveness. In Michigan, the CBRS ban supports advanced manufacturing, and it powers private 5G networks and auto manufacturing facilities. Eliminating access to this shared spectrum would directly threaten these deployments, and with no viable alternative band to shift to, this will harm competition and consumers. The bill also risks limiting access to unlicensed spectrum like the 6 gigahertz band, which enables campus-wide Wi-Fi at the University of Michigan, supporting over tens of thousands of students, faculty, and staff. And I'm sure that that's the same universities across the country. To maintain our leadership and close the digital divide, we must drive down costs and get back on track so that everyone in this country gets connected to cutting-edge internet access. I thank Representative Clark for offering this important amendment, which would lower costs for consumers, and I urge all of my colleagues to support it. That's what President Trump promised, that we would lower costs for consumers. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in opposition to this amendment, and quite frankly, want to join my colleague, Representative Hudson, to reject the claims made by our colleagues on the left. $42 billion. $42 billion was allocated in the previous administration. Not a single family or business was connected to the internet. Not one. Not one. And I represent a district that is exceptionally rural. And let me tell you, there was a lot of hope that there was going to be connectivity. It never came. So I reject the notion that now all of a sudden you guys care about connecting Americans to broadband when you had 4 years and Congress, really, to do it.
but you didn't. And I had to stop counting once we hit over 100, because over 100 times tonight, in the last 8 hours, it has been said by our colleagues on the left that this entire package is about tax breaks for billionaires. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a report from the nonpartisan Joint Committee on Taxation that just came out that shows that those making between $30,000 and $80,000 annually would pay 15% less in taxes under the Republican plan. Those aren't billionaires. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are not billionaires. That is working class American families. Show me in the text where billionaires are getting a tax break. I'll wait. We'll be here all night. I can go through every single one of the districts that are represented here tonight, and every time someone objects to making these tax cuts permanent, that is them saying they want their constituents to pay more. They want families to pay more. They want to cut the family credit deduction in half. That is a fact. You cannot argue the facts. And so I reject this amendment, and I reject the notion that this package, which is designed to support working Americans across this country, is about tax breaks for billionaires, because, again, it would be false. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Perry.
Mr. Peters.
Peters, I said that twice now. I apologize.
That happened the first week I was here. They confused me with Mr. Perry, but
I'm sorry I
obviously
said
not
that
the same
again.
person.
I don't know why I said that. I'd know better. I apologize. My apologies.
No, don't worry about it. I just wanted to address my friend from North Carolina's discussion about the tax burden. First of all, this is the bill that the Republicans wrote in 2017. They designed it to expire in 2017. This is by design because it costs a lot of money to extend them. And they knew that then, they know that now. But let's just talk about part of it. One of the parts of it would take the top marginal rate and restore it back to 39.6% from 37%. Just that change would. But even Dave Camp, the Republican chair of the Ways and Means Committee, all he ever asked for was 24%, and you all put it down to 21%. That's $400 billion right there, more than I think Republicans were even asking for back then. So there is room to adjust this without hurting those middle-class people. The other thing I just mentioned, too, is the tax gap. We don't even invest in collecting the taxes that people are owed. So without changing one tax rate, a recent study out of Stanford, every dollar the IRS spends auditing complex enterprises helps us claw back $20 in revenue the federal government should be collecting under federal law. The tax gap right now in 2022 was $696 billion. All we have to do is collect that money. And we know we have to invest in the IRS, and you know what Republicans are doing? Apparently that's too much of a law enforcement thing for them. They're pulling back. They've already defunded $20 million of the money we invested to try to make IRS better. IRS not just collecting taxes from rich people who aren't paying them, but that's what the tax gap is. $696 billion. It's also trying to help people with their refunds and administration. So let's just not pretend that this is some monolithic thing that has to be extended all at once, because there's parts of it we could turn out. And by the way, if we continue to do this without addressing the annual budget deficit, which is now $2 trillion a year, the budget deficit is going to go from 36 to 38 to 40. Who's going to pay for that? You think we're not increasing by that deficit, by letting that deficit balloon? You don't think we're increasing taxes on middle-class people? We sure as hell are. So what I don't want to hear is that this is some yes or no decision. We can't split this up into the good parts and the bad parts. I think the people over here would work with you on keeping taxes low for truly middle-class people. People over here like the child tax credit. But you're telling me you can't go to 39.6 on people who are really, really wealthy to help our country? I don't buy that at all. Don't buy it at all. It's fiscally irresponsible, and it's one of the reasons we're sitting here cutting 13 million people off of health care. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes any Republican member seeking recognition. Gentlelady from Indiana, what purpose is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a lot in the last several minutes about BEAD. I just want to comment that I concur with Chairman Hudson, Telecom Subcommittee Chair, on his comments with respect to the BEAD program. Thanks to the Biden administration's mismanagement, we're still waiting for the largest broadband investment in our nation's history to connect a single home. The Biden administration added unnecessary and costly requirements on labor and climate change and unlawfully forced the states to regulate broadband plans. Even liberals like Ezra Klein and Jon Stewart agree that the Biden administration mismanaged this program. They recently hosted a podcast criticizing the Democrats' cumbersome regulations and processes for BEAD. Not a single dollar for BEAD has gone out under President Biden. We need to reform BEAD to eliminate the unnecessary Biden regulations that made broadband deployment more expensive, burdensome, and unattractive. Committee Republicans are ready to do this. Subcommittee Chairman Hudson has introduced the Speed for BEAD Act, which I'm a proud co-sponsor. This will eliminate costly requirements and prohibit rate regulation and ensure that all technologies are able to participate so that we can finally connect every home. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there recognition of the gentleman from California, Dr. Ruiz, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment, which would use Spectrum Auction Authority revenue to fund broadband affordability programs, or the BEAD program. The BEAD programs brings over $1.8 billion to California to deploy broadband infrastructure to the hardest-to-reach communities, including the eastern Coachella Valley and underserved areas across Imperial County. In parts of my district, particularly in rural and agricultural areas, over 25%, 1 out of 4 households, either lack internet access or rely on slow, unreliable service. That digital divide is unacceptable in the 21st century. Access to affordable high-speed internet is a modern-day essential, just like electricity or running water. Students in the eastern Coachella Valley often have to do homework in parking lots or fast food restaurants to get Wi-Fi. The BEAD program gives these kids the tools to succeed, no matter their zip code. And for our farm worker families, tribal communities, and low-income households, high-speed internet means access to telehealth, online classes, remote jobs, and connection to vital services. This is also about public safety and infrastructure. High-speed broadband enables better coordination for emergency alerts, disaster response, and deployment of modern technologies like next-gen 911. So again, we tried, but you all refused to use Spectrum auction funds for upgrading our 911 systems. Now we're imploring you to support this amendment to use Spectrum auction funds to help fund the broadband affordability programs. If we learned anything from the pandemic, we learned that many of us rely on broadband for telehealth, for school, for commerce. And so let's continue to improve broadband, especially in rural and under-resourced communities. And with that, if anybody would like my time, I could yield. Otherwise, I'll yield some time to Mr. Soto.
Thank you so much. So we're going to do this on BEAD again, huh? $42 billion to bring rural broadband. All 50 states have their plans approved already. All 50 states' plans are approved already. President Trump has been in office for over 100 days. He's done nothing. Nothing. How many more days does he have to be president before maybe your constituents get wise about this? They start to realize that it's him, that it's you all, not doing anything on this.
I have 2 minutes left on my time.
We would rather all of our constituents have these BEAD programs deployed and get them internet access, rather than sitting here for 4+ months and being persnickety about this and that and this and that. The plans are approved. Have the Trump administration deploy the money. We've done it. We could all sit here together and talk about how this is a bipartisan victory. I have rural areas. most people in this room have rural areas. This argument's getting old and older by the day. And I yield back to the gentleman.
Gentleman will.
And I yield to Mr. Carter.
You know, I'm a real life example of a BEAD program that was stopped in its tracks. Everything done, all of the studies, everything in place. Louisiana was ready to go. Trump administration halted it. So don't say that nothing has happened. Don't say that nothing could happen. Louisiana is a perfect example of a state that did everything right under a Democratic governor and completed under a Republican governor. Can't blame it on parties. Republican and Democrat both recognize that this is a great program. Our Republican Governor, Jeff Landry, hailed and heralded this program and was ready to go. It was halted within moments of completion and ready to be on its way to do just what it was supposed to do, and that is to lay fiber and to provide connectivity to rural communities throughout Louisiana. And this administration stopped it with no good reason. I yield.
And with that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Mr. Hudson, the chairman of the subcommittee.
Well, thank you. I'm excited. I mean, this is great that we've got bipartisan agreement that we need to get BEAD funds out. And I I believe in the sincerity of my colleagues, Mr. Ruiz and others. I have a bill called Speed for BEAD, and I would love for y'all to get on and work with me on it. I mean, we can get this money out the door fast, and I think we ought to, for the very reasons each of you have articulated very, very well. There is a new have and have-nots in society. It's the people that have access to broadband and those who don't. And I'll be honest with you, a lot of folks wanted me to kill the BEAD program. I went the different direction. I went to the BEAD program is the name of my bill, because the need is so dire out there in our rural communities in particular, but even in some urban communities, we've got areas that don't have access. And I just ask my colleagues, please co-sponsor the bill, please work with me. We could actually get this bill into law quicker than the reconciliation bill. And so let's do it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back to gentleman from Florida.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Barragan is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I almost don't know where to start. There's so many things that just transpired. Why don't we start with who's going to benefit from the taxes conversation that my colleague from Florida, who's saying, oh, all these Californians, oh, these middle-income people. The Center on Budget and Policy Priorities put out a chart, and I wish I had it printed, that said, House Republican tax plan bestows enormous tax cuts on the wealthy. Does little, well, I don't have this, it's not this one yet, does little for low and moderate income families. And it basically shows the top 1% would get $64,770. The bottom 20%, guess how much they get in tax cuts? $90. So when you talk about giving the tax cuts to the rich, that's what we're talking about. It's just making sure that people at the top get the biggest benefit, and in some cases, of course, even skirt the whole rules altogether. But I want to speak in favor of this amendment, Mr. Chairman. This committee is being asked to make a choice about who we serve, and this is where my chart comes in. Spectrum auctions are projected to generate $88 billion for the federal government. That's a staggering amount of money that we should use to invest in public safety, digital equity, and essential services for the American people. But if you take a look at what they're going to do with the $88 billion, like AI deployment funds for Elon Musk and his billionaire friends, it's like this much. You see that? Of all this amount of money, right? You think you'd be investing in like actual technology, but you know why they're doing this? They're doing it because they got to find the money to pay for the tax cuts for the rich and the wealthy and the billionaires, so they could take more private jet flights. They think it's funny, but it's true. And it's also the reason why Medicaid is being cut. It's why they're throwing millions of people off of health care. And so, yeah, we have to make a choice. What are House Republicans doing? Tax cuts for billionaires and personal favors for Elon Musk. They want to use the federal dollars to pay for the tax cuts, while working families struggle to pay for groceries, for rent, and internet service. They want to funnel $500 million directly into the pockets of Elon Musk and his billionaire tech allies under the guise of deploying artificial intelligence across the federal government. There's no demonstrated need for this, no public demand, just a payday for the rich. Spectrum auction revenue comes from the sale of public assets and should be invested in public priorities. So how should we use it? Well, we could fund the Next Generation 911 program to update our nation's aging 911 system so that first responders can respond quickly and accurately when lives are on the line. Every second counts in an emergency, and this funding could mean the difference between life and death. Unfortunately, our Republican colleagues just voted down an amendment that would do just that. Now, we should make internet access affordable for low-income communities and expand broadband in rural and tribal communities. These investments are needed to overcome barriers that keep people from accessing education, good jobs, and critical health care. There's a troubling pattern here. House Republicans do nothing while the Trump administration destroys broadband programs left and right. So we talk about the BEAD program. The BEAD program was set to start building broadband infrastructure months ago, but Republicans have needlessly paused program implementation while they work to divert BEAD funds to Elon Musk's Starlink. Not only is this unethical, but also will deny rural communities access to affordable and reliable internet infrastructure that they desperately need. And here's another interesting pattern if you haven't heard it. A minute ago, the Biden administration was so quick to hurry up and get money out the door. They did it recklessly. Now, the Biden administration didn't get money out quick enough on BEAD, right? Because they had all these regulations. This is just like listening to this. It has to be confusing for the American public. It's certainly confusing for me, and it's totally inconsistent. I strongly support Representative Clark's amendment, but I doubt any Republicans here today will vote for this strong, smart policy. Why not? Because it clearly doesn't align with Republican priorities of higher prices and favors for Elon Musk and other billionaires. Let's be clear, we shouldn't serve billionaires. We should serve the American people. And with that, I ask that we support the amendment. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there any discussion from members on the Republican side? Seeing none on the Democrat side. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
I support Representative Clark's amendment, and the truth is, I think we all would. I think there is bipartisan support for taking the spectrum proceeds and investing back into the system, whether it's Next Gen 911 or access to the internet for low-income families. If we were up to our own devices, if it was on us, I suspect everyone would support this amendment. We wouldn't spend $88 billion of spectrum proceeds to pay for tax cuts that absolutely, overwhelmingly benefit the wealthiest people in this country. The only reason we're having this debate is because the assignment from Republican leadership and President Trump was, we want to pass tax cuts that overwhelmingly support the wealthiest Americans, and you all have to find $800, $900 billion in cuts. And so you went to healthcare and about $700 billion in cuts there, taking $88 billion from spectrum proceeds, again, to pay for these tax cuts. So it's come up. So on the tax cuts themselves, as one of my colleagues mentioned, the top 1% gets about $64,000 versus the bottom 20%, which is around $90. So if you look at that in terms of daily relief, those making $50,000 will receive 72 cents per day. Those who are making $1 million or more will see their wallets padded by $223 a day. That's 310 times more money. 310 times more money for millionaires than middle-class families making $50,000 a year. Of the tax relief, 20% of the bill goes to the top 1%. 40% of the bill goes to the top 5%, which means the vast majority of tax relief in this bill goes to the top 10%. So that means 90% of folks aren't seeing the majority of the benefits here. If it were up to us, if y'all didn't have this assignment, I think in this room, but across the board, we would have bipartisan support for tax cuts for working families, for middle-class families, for farmers, for small businesses, paid for not by adding a dollar to the debt or taking any money from people's health care or stealing from the Spectrum auction revenues. We would require those at the top to pay all their taxes. As one of my colleagues mentioned, that if you just take the top marginal income tax rate and you let that expire, that's anywhere between $250 to $400 billion. If you take the corporate tax rate from 21 to 28, not even where it was 5 years ago, that's $1.3 trillion. There are proposals that would require a minimum tax for billionaires. That minimum tax produces $500 billion, meaning that if you just do those things, requiring the folks at the top to pay more in taxes, not all of their taxes, just more in taxes, you would be able to pay for all of the tax cuts for working people, small businesses, farmers. Nobody would lose their health care. We would be able to invest all of the auction dollars in next-gen 911 and affordable, internet for families all over the country, and no one would lose their health care. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the gentlelady from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I listen to
I am also making dinner
Republican complaints
before we
about
get
the
to
delays in the
subtitle B.
BEAD program, those complaints are inconsistent with their desire to avoid waste, fraud, and abuse. Those complaints ignore how broadband networks are actually regulated and get deployed. For decades, Congress left it to the states to come up with the details for oversight of for the infrastructure deployment for all communications networks. BEAD was no exception. Congress charged the states to run the grant program and to run the challenge process. And the states were all over the map. Some, like Virginia, had established broadband offices that were already providing infrastructure deployment grants through a competitive bidding process with local government partnering providers. But most states did not. They didn't have a broadband office, they didn't have a process. They needed time to get that going. Hire staff, educate local governments and providers, particularly the smaller providers in smaller localities who weren't used to applying for these type of grant programs. Official state and local activities have to comply with open government and notice requirements to allow public input, so the public knows what's in the plan. And to the extent these states didn't have an open process for the broadband deployments and setting up the broadband office, that would be a problem that could lead to waste, fraud, and abuse. Now, federal dollars need to be spent and should be spent to expand broadband to areas that are unserved. That means that you need to know where is served. That is why, first, to avoid waste, we said you're going to use these federal funds for unserved areas. It said, okay, we need to figure out where they are, so we're going to have the FCC create a broadband map. FCC had to create a process for that, a public process with input from all the stakeholders. And then the providers had to provide their data and make sure they did it in a way that protected competitively sensitive data or national security infrastructure information. They needed to set up a process for that. And the whole purpose of this MAP process was to make sure we're not overbuilding, i.e. wasting federal money, building broadband networks that were already served. All of that took time. Then you had to have a challenge process because what the maps show wouldn't necessarily account for projects that were in the pipeline but not in the ground. That challenge process took time. So all of this was not just the Biden administration sitting around saying, I've got this pot of money, I'm just gonna sit on it. It was, we need a process in place to make sure that when we use federal funds, we don't waste it, there's no fraud, and there's no abuse. Well, now we've done all that. Now all the states' plans have been approved, we're ready to go, and the Trump administration comes in and says, whoa, we want to change the rules. Even though Congress said these broadband networks have to be scalable and reliable, now the new administration said, well, we want to use the least cost technology, ignoring the fact that the places that are not connected are the most expensive to connect to. And you need to make sure that the technology you use is scalable and reliable. But now they want to change the rules that all of these plans were built on, and so you got to start the plan process over. So we're ready to go. Now you're going to take the time to restart the process all over again. And yet you complain that it took so long, even though the reason it took so long was to avoid waste, fraud, and abuse for federal funds to be used to deploy broadband to connect the people that have been waiting to be connected. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, there's a gentleman from New Jersey. He's recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I speak in support of the amendment. I also wanted to follow up on my colleague from Ohio's comments regarding how these tax cuts disproportionately benefit the wealthiest in America. Our colleague from Florida said that she would wait all night to hear how that would be the case. And so I just wanted to leave the floor open, but to just repeat the facts. Under a straight TCJA extension, the top 0.01%, so not even the 1%, the 0.01% of earners would receive 10% of the benefits from these extensions. Top 1% of earners would receive a quarter of the benefit from these extensions. Top 5% of earners would receive 45% of benefits from extending the TCJA, so clearly it disproportionately impacts the top earners. I know Ways and Means is similarly in a markup, but as my colleague from Ohio said, as you go through from the top earners down, you see that the top 1% would see a roughly $64,000 benefit from the proposed tax language. 99 to 99% would receive $10,000, and it gets lower and lower as you go down the economic bracket. So while there may be beneficial tax treatment to some of our lower middle class neighbors, the bill disproportionately impacts and benefits the top earners. So since it was asked how that's the case, we just wanted to lay out the facts as we understand them for our colleagues across the aisle who had raised the question. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, there's no further discussion. The vote occurs on the amendment. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta? No. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia? Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks? Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick? Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane? Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Rulli? Mr. Rulli votes no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak? Mrs. Fedorchak? Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone?
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Degat? Ms. Degat votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor?
Aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan? Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan? Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie?
No.
Chairman Guthrie votes no.
Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter of Georgia is not recorded. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw?
Mr. Crenshaw votes no.
Ms. Kamick?
Mrs. Kamick votes no.
Anyone here to be recorded on the Republican, anyone on the Democrat side? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 29 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? For what purpose does the gentlelady from California, Ms. Matsui, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
State your amendment.
It's COM 8.
Com 8, an amendment to the committee print for
The clerk will
subtitle.
report the amendment.
Com 8, an amendment to the committee print for subtitle C, offered by Ms. Matsui. At the end of
Without
section.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment seeks to ensure that before we auction any spectrum, our country's cabinet secretaries have received sufficient cybersecurity training consistent with our government's established security protocols, including on the use of commercial messaging apps like Signal and Telemessage for official purposes. 2 weeks ago, we had a subcommittee hearing on one of the most on the worst hacks in U.S. history. Salt Typhoon, a Chinese state-sponsored hacking group, breached the networks of at least 9 American telecommunications companies. These hackers stole Americans' call records and targeted audio and text from high-profile individuals, including people tied to the Trump administration. Communications networks are the backbone of modern life, which makes them ripe targets for attack. Salt Typhoon should have been a wake-up call. They and other advanced cyber attackers remain an active threat to Americans and our national security. Yet the Trump administration is busy learning the wrong lessons, slashing our cyber defenses and turning a blind eye to its own senior officials' cyber malpractice. As one of his earliest acts in office, President Trump fired the Cyber Safety Review Board, cutting the investigation into Salt Typhoon off at its knees. At last month's hearing, the former director of the Cyber Threat Intelligence Integration Center confirmed that cutting off the Salt Typhoon investigation this early shortchanges our national security by limiting our ability to get a full picture from the intelligence community, law enforcement, and the victim networks of how to improve our defenses. My Republican colleagues like to talk tough about protecting America against foreign adversaries, but talk is cheap. They refuse to hold this administration accountable for compromising classified government information that, in the wrong hands, could put American lives in danger. President Trump has already weakened the United States' ability to respond to and prepare for attacks on our critical infrastructure. His administration is taking a wrecking ball to our federal cyber workforce, including plans to slash the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency, or CISA, by nearly 40%. And President Trump's latest budget proposal would continue this carnage by cutting CISA's funding by nearly $500 million. This is not about trimming the fat, but about crippling America's capability to defend against malicious cyber actors. And to make matters worse, President Trump continues to stand by senior officials who broke security protocol. President Trump is defending the indefensible, rallying behind the blunders of his Secretary of Defense, who has engaged in repeated security failures, including leaking classified war plans to his wife and brother over an unsecured signal chat and reusing compromised passwords. Likewise, until a couple of weeks ago, the president was standing blindly by his national security advisor and continues to stand by countless other senior officials who use Signal and personal Gmail accounts to conduct sensitive government business. These are not people who inspire confidence that they will follow even basic cybersecurity practices, much less guard our country's most sensitive secrets. And it's not just embarrassing, it's dangerous. The world is watching. Bad actors are ready to take advantage of this administration's gross incompetence. Rather than calling out this administration's security failures, my Republican colleagues are sitting here today, trying to strip Americans of the health care and take away the ability of our states to ensure the safe use of artificial intelligence. Our nation's security depends on our top leaders, but the Trump administration seems to be woefully ignorant of basic security protocols. It's time for the Trump administration to get its house in order and get serious about protecting our communications infrastructure. For all these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote for this common sense amendment. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you. I rise to speak in opposition to this amendment. Last month, Ms. Matsui and I held a hearing in the Communications Technology Subcommittee about the importance of secure communications. Our committee led the way to secure our mobile networks by passing the Secure and Trusted Communications Act into law. We take threats to the security of our communications infrastructure seriously. Our adversaries target our communication networks daily. That's why secure communications platforms for our government officials is crucial. However, this amendment has more to do with politics than our national security. And I would just pledge to all the members of this committee, Republicans and Democrats, as chairman of the subcommittee, I'm happy to work with anyone in good faith to improve the security of our networks, of our communication.
The Republican administration is
but
using
I urge my
insecure
colleagues to
signal
oppose this
clones
amendment.
as soon as they let it be known by device security practices, showing the press their device. That firm get hacked.
The gentleman
Like,
from New
come on
Jersey is
now.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is a step to move the country in the right direction. We are currently facing an unprecedented number of threats to our wireless networks from foreign cyber hackers who are often backed by China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. Most recently, this past fall, the U.S. experienced a devastating Chinese state-sponsored attack on these networks known as Salt Typhoon that targeted top Democratic and Republican officials, showing that this is not an issue that only impacts one party, but all Americans. While we often hear that there is bipartisan support for defending our country against cyber threats, especially when these threats involve matters of national security, I remain deeply concerned about the ways that the Trump administration, including Elon Musk and Doge, have been weakening our country's cybersecurity defense system without any pushback from congressional Republicans. Indeed, over the last 100+ days, Musk and Doge have been haphazardly and indiscriminately cutting and slashing experienced public servants, including our cyber workforce.
Her feeder went off.
Taken together, these actions have weakened our country and jeopardized American families' most sensitive personal data by making it easier for our foreign adversaries to access it. This amendment begins to solve this problem. Making more spectrum available for commercial use is important, but if we do not have the right people in place to ensure that the wireless networks we use every single day are safe and secure, then we are only harming ourselves. With their recent actions, the Trump administration is clearly leaving us vulnerable to attack, yet my Republican colleagues continue to stay silent on this critical matter. The truth is, Republicans cannot continue to say that they take threats from foreign actors seriously when the Trump administration is slashing our cyber workforce and allowing unauthorized Doge employees to access data on demand. Very recently, there was a Elon Musk press avail of all the Doge staffers that he has. Perhaps none is more well known than Big Balls. Yet a Reuters exclusive states that Doge staffer Big Balls provided tech support to cybercrime ring records show. So clearly, if we don't have more oversight of who's accessing this incredibly sensitive information, then all Americans should be worried and calling on their representatives, both Democrats and Republicans, to take this issue more seriously than our colleagues across the aisle are. For all these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this worthwhile amendment to help this country get back on track, to make sure that we're building out our cyber workforce and protecting the Americans that we are tasked with protecting here in Congress. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment. The gentleman requests a recorded vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. No. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Bilrakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce.
No.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchik. Ms. Fedorchik votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bargon. Ms. Bargon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Han. Mr. Han votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Come on.
Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Landsman. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Fulcher votes no.
Yes.
Mr. Landsman votes yes.
Yes.
Mr. Mullen is not recorded. Mr. Mullen votes aye.
Alex?
Yes.
Am I recorded?
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez is not recorded.
Oh, aye, please.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 29 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? The gentlelady from Virginia will report her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk titled COM 13.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the committee print for subtitle C, offered by Ms. McClellan of Virginia. At the end of section 43101, insert the following.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would ensure that the proceeds from any spectrum licensing or allocation, including the auction authorized under this bill, would not line the pockets of the president, government officials, or special government officials like Elon Musk or their family members. This amendment ensures that these proceeds would not benefit any entity that the president, a government official, a special government official, or their family has an ownership in would profit from the sale of this public asset. This amendment also would ensure that the FCC does not collude with the president or other government officials to influence the outcome of their legal battles. No one should use their position in government to enrich themselves or their family members. Yet we have seen the president and Elon Musk in particular do just that since coming into office. Whether it's accepting the gift of a luxury plane from Qatar or other questionable payments from foreign officials in violation of the emoluments clause and numerous ethics rules, or turning the south lawn of the White House into a Tesla showroom, or opening an FCC investigation of 60 Minutes 3 months after the president filed a lawsuit against them, or whether it's reports of the controlling Paramount shareholder asking her lawyers to settle the lawsuit with the president to increase the FCC's chances of approving a merger, or whether it's changes to the BEAD program that would benefit Starlink, or whether it's any other action that benefits any of the companies that Elon Musk currently has government contracts with agencies that he is actively engaged in firing workers or cutting their funding. All of this shows a disturbing pattern of corruption and self-dealing in the first and second Trump administrations that should give everyone pause. The FCC was established as an independent, expert agency, not a tool of political retaliation, intimidation, extortion, or bribery. Spectrum is a limited public resource, and its proceeds should be used for the public good. And we've had many discussions today about ways that that funding can be used to invest in our communications infrastructure, to invest in its cybersecurity, to invest in next generation 911 deployment. They should not, Spectrum auction proceeds should not be used to line the pockets of government officials, their families, or the ultra-wealthy. And fighting corruption in the federal government shouldn't be a partisan issue, because whether it's this president or a future president, this special employee named Elon Musk or some in the future, we should ensure that the FCC, in taking official actions or in selling public assets, does so for the public benefit and not for the benefit of government officials and their families. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll speak in opposition to this amendment. I'm honestly a little bit at a loss because I'm not sure this is our jurisdiction, and this seems to be a politically motivated amendment. I mean, if you want to have a serious conversation about this, I'm happy to have a conversation. But this seems like a politically motivated amendment. I mean, I agree with Ms. Barragon. If we're not going to have serious substantive discussion of this title, let's move on and get to healthcare. But I oppose this amendment because I think it's very political.
The gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
I think I do. I think I do.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. McClellan, I want to thank you for offering this amendment. Here we are in the dead of night. There's so many important things to talk about how powerful special interests want to rip health care away from almost 14 million Americans. Maybe rating the spectrum, all of these invisible radio frequencies we rely on that are there to serve the public, maybe that doesn't quite raise, it's not why a lot of people are sitting here in the audience for this debate tonight, but this really does highlight the cronyism that's going on right now. Because I remember very well, we had a committee meeting just a few weeks ago. We were talking about spectrum, how important it is to keep it as a public good. Mr. Soto was absolutely right. When you're in an area that suffers a lot of catastrophes, updating 911 is very important, so spectrum, going to that modernization is very important. But you've now touched on a particular point in cronyism, because I remember sitting in that hearing that we had in the communications subcommittee the day we were talking about the broadband funding that's supposed to go out across the country. And lo and behold, what popped up at that time was Elon Musk coming in to cancel those funds that are supposed to go out across the country to help people access Wi-Fi over broadband. And the reason this article probably popped up via an algorithm is because Elon Musk said, I'm going to cancel those dollars that have been appropriated by Congress, that you explained very well why the process of getting that out without any waste, with proper oversight. But see, Elon Musk has his eye on those dollars because he has another company that doesn't rely on fiber. And fiber is the most important thing you can do for a community. to attach them to the internet. See, Elon Musk has kind of this satellite Starlink company. And boy, he would love to get his hands on those millions of dollars. So you have a few things going on here. You have taking the public spectrum and using it, selling it, to fund tax cuts for the wealthy and well-connected. And then you have, yes, cronyism. Elon Musk having his eye on those dollars that are supposed to go provide fiber all across America, rural and urban alike, and yet I think we all need to be aware of what they plan to do to target these dollars to their cronies along the way. So I'll yield back to you, but I just want to thank you for filing this amendment. It's an important amendment. I'm going to, Ms. McClellan, I'm going to send her my time.
Thank you, Ms. Castor, or I can't say your name, the gentleman from Florida. The FCC is squarely within this committee's jurisdiction. Spectrum auctions are clearly within this committee's jurisdiction. At our oversight plan markup, I offered another amendment to talk about ensuring, as part of our oversight duties, we would make sure that the FCC wasn't being weaponized against the president's perceived political enemies. And one of the ways the FCC is being weaponized is to also put pressure on entities that are involved in litigation with the president, which I'm very concerned about. And I agree with my colleague from Virginia. I would add to the duties that we have, he mentioned too, one of our duties is oversight. And as part of our oversight responsibilities, we need to look at the fact that a man who has been given the keys effectively to the kingdom, who is accessing all kinds of sensitive government data, who is firing people when he doesn't even know what they do, who is canceling government contracts, who is deciding what should get funded and what shouldn't, at the same time has multiple companies that have government contracts with agencies, including the FCC through Starlink, and as you heard, would directly benefit from the changes that the Secretary of Commerce wants to make to the BEAD program. And all this amendment does is say, when we sell a public asset in spectrum, we're going to make sure that it's not used to line Elon Musk's pocket, President Trump's pocket, or any other government employee or their family today or in the future. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't expect to speak, but since my name was evoked, and I think inappropriately, because my colleague, Mr. Hudson, said, I agree with Ms. Berrigan that this is political. That's actually the opposite of what I was saying. I was talking about the hypocrisy. No, I'm going to respond.
You're quoting me incorrectly.
My name and making my point, and that is,
Generally yield.
let me finish my remarks. This has to be an amendment that's necessary, and it may seem political to you, but just look at what's going on in the world today.
Assholes.
Just today, the president stepped on the plane that was given to him from Qatar. I mean, seriously, guys? This whole amendment is about not benefiting the president of the United States. By the way, President Trump said, and I'm quoting, when pressed about the jet, only stupid people reject gifts. This was the president's comments today. So why do we need this amendment? For this very reason. The corruption that's happening right now with this administration and dead silence on the other side. So yeah, does it feel political because it's your president doing the corruption? I could see why that would be uncomfortable. I also want to quote this NPR article from May 7th. How Trump family business ventures stand to directly benefit the president. The Trump family businesses, including their crypto company, are capitalizing on the president's position and creating unprecedented conflicts of interest. So why do we need this amendment? Come on, you even have to ask. It is so obvious. The corruption that is happening at the highest levels of government with this administration. How do you just stand silent and say nothing about that? And then question why this amendment is even needed. I mean, frankly, it's a sad day in America when you need this amendment. When you need an amendment that says that a president is not going to benefit or that officials aren't going to benefit. But that is where we are today and what is happening in America. So I just want to make sure that my name being invoked was not invoked in the, well, I agree with Ms. Berrigan, that this is political, was really taken out of context. And so with that,
Would the gentlelady yield?
My colleague, Robin Kelly, would like a moment.
Would the gentlelady yield?
In a second.
After me.
Facts don't matter.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to make the comment that Rep. McClellan is one of the most thoughtful, brilliant legislators, and she's very new to this committee, but I'm so glad that she's on it and that she's a member of Congress. And to say what she's doing is political when you clearly said whether it's this president or the future president, which you know will probably be a Democrat, so really I just wanted to speak up about that. And this is very necessary, as my colleague said, because of what's going on. It's a shame that we've been pushed to have an amendment like this, but it is very necessary. And again, whether it's a Democrat, Republican, that does not matter. We just need to do the right thing. We need to be lawful, and we need not make money off of the presidency or our cronies or how kids make money either. I yield back to my colleague from California.
And I yield to Mr. Hudson.
Thank you. I appreciate that. What I said that I agree with you is that you said we ought to move on to healthcare and have that discussion. And point I said was, if we're not going to have a substantive discussion on this title, let's move on to the next title.
Okay, so this is, again, taking my words out of context. I did not say let's move on, like let's skip over this. What I said, and let me reiterate, it is shameful, 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 shameful that Republicans that are in control decided to put Medicaid and health care last. We're now after 11:30 p.m. And why is it happening? Because Republicans don't want it to happen during the day when people are up, when people are watching TV. They want the crowd to thin out. And we have seen, by the way, the crowd thin out because people are here with kids. They're here with disabled kids because this is a life and death situation. So if you're going to characterize what I say, at least get it right, please. Because it's offensive to me, and it's frankly offensive to the people in this crowd who've come out here to advocate for Medicaid and their rights and their health care, okay? Again, you all made the decision, Republicans made the decision not to talk about health care first. They could have started with that at 2 o'clock. They could have done it as a second topic. They didn't do it, and they clearly are leaving it till the end. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, a vote will occur, and there's a request for a roll call vote. The clerk will call the vote.
Mr. Latta. No. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Bilrakis votes no. Mr. Hudson.
They are.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia.
Late. Like it's obvious.
Mr. Carter of
The
Georgia
idea was
votes
so
no.
that we're not in the
Mr.
room.
Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no.
Easy
Dunn.
play to read.
Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Ms. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchik. Mrs. Fedorchik votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mrs. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bargon. Ms. Bargon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Han. Mr. Han votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no. Mr. Allen is not recorded. Mr. Allen votes no.
Griffith votes no.
Mr. Griffith votes no.
The clerk will report the result.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 29 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk that's titled COM 19, C-O-M-M 19.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the committee print for subtitle C, offered by Mr. Pallone. Page 6, strike
Without
line
objection,
4.
the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Republicans want to impose a 10-year ban on states' ability to enforce their own laws protecting consumers from harms caused by artificial intelligence and automated decision-making systems. And let me be clear, this is an unprecedented giveaway to big tech. This 10-year enforcement ban will allow big tech to run roughshod over American consumers, including
They will
our children
use
and teens
AI
whose lives at school and at home
to deny prior
are
authorization
increasingly
requests.
intertwined with AI models and automated decision-making systems. Last Congress, at the request of big tech, Republicans refused to move a bipartisan comprehensive privacy bill that would have provided important guardrails on the use of consumers' personal information by AI systems. By contrast, states across the country have been working hard to protect their residents from harmful uses of AI. They have enacted laws that protect consumers' privacy, prohibit the use of AI to commit financial fraud and to steal elections, prohibit algorithmic bias in housing and credit, prohibit harmful uses of facial recognition technology, and protect consumers from AI systems that put their mental health and physical safety at risk. Now, Congress, in my opinion, should be learning from the work done by the states. We should be working to enact federal laws that protect consumers from the negative consequences of poorly understood AI models and badly designed automated decision-making systems. But instead, the House Republicans are leaving American consumers, and especially our children, at the mercy of big tech and their powerful and invasive algorithms, while the Republicans in Congress sit on their hands. If this provision becomes law, states will be powerless to respond to harmful uses of artificial intelligence and automated decision-making systems for the next decade. And that includes threats we know exist today and threats that we cannot currently imagine that arise over the next 10 years. My amendment would strip the ban from the legislation before us today, and I strongly urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment and stop this big tech giveaway. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Well, did you want my time, or no? I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, let me start with the things we agree on. And I appreciate the gentleman from New Jersey's comments on the topic. I noticed that the amendment he's offered does not strike the first part of this title, which is to appropriate $500 million to the Department of Commerce for the purpose of using artificial intelligence to modernize the federal government. And I'm hoping that in choosing to strike the second part of the title and not the first part of the title, it means that we are in agreement about how important this is. This funding will bring the same gains in productivity and efficiency that AI has brought to the private sector to federal government. It'll allow our federal employees to do their jobs more efficiently, and it will make us better stewards of taxpayer money, and allow us to provide better customer service to our constituents.
It really won't.
I'm glad we agreed on that much. But the second part of this title is equally important because it safeguards that investment by imposing a moratorium. And let me explain why that moratorium is so important to safeguard the investment. Right now, there are over 1,000 bills on the topic of AI regulation pending in state legislatures across the country. Imagine how difficult it would be for a federal agency that operates in all 50 states to have to navigate this labyrinth of regulation when we potentially have 50 different states going 50 different directions on the topic of AI regulation. And in fact, this is exactly the same circumstance that we are putting private industry in.
State government can't regulate federal agencies. What the?
The gentleman was talking about the potential hazards of AI, which I completely agree with. But Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution gives the ability to regulate interstate commerce exclusively to this body, to the Congress, not to the states. And so much of this deployment of AI is obviously interstate commerce. Now, no one is suggesting that AI should be unregulated. I certainly don't believe that. I don't think anyone on this dais believes that. But the appropriate body for doing that regulation is the U.S. Congress. And colleagues, we have the ability to do this. Last year, I had the honor of chairing the House Task Force on Artificial Intelligence along with my co-chair, Congressman Ted Lieu. And we had
This guy isn't qualified to be a member of Congress. I don't know anything. If you don't know anything else about him, like he's got a degree in AI.
Spent hundreds of hours on this topic, and we came up with, in December, a proposed federal regulatory framework for AI. It's 270
My brain
pages
is
long.
scrambled. That's
We made
how.
over 60 key findings and 85
As a
different
matter of
recommendations. And
fundamental
colleagues,
black
this was
letter law
unanimously
that
approved
1Ls
by all
learned during the
24
first
members
month of
of
law
the task
school,
force.
states
It was approved by
cannot
minority
regulate
leader
the federal
established
government.
by the
That's not
Speaker
how
of
it
the Senate.
works. There's
You should have
something
seen
in
what
the
was on the cutting
Constitution
room
called the
floor.
Supremacy
270
Clause. It
pages of
says
what
that
we
the
can
U.S.
all agree on.
Constitution is supreme
And
law
we
of the
have an
land.
entire chapter in this report on the topic of preemption. So what I think needs to happen is that Congress needs to get its act together and codify some of the things in this report. And that will enact a federal regulatory framework that establishes an appropriate balance between protecting American consumers from harm while simultaneously allowing innovation to thrive. Because colleagues, if we don't do this, the people that we're hurting the worst is the entrepreneurs. If you're a Google, I mean, the assertion by the gentleman was that this is a giveaway to big tech. Let me tell you, if you're Google, you might not like regulation, but you've got buildings full of lawyers that can help you deal with it, even if it's 50 different states regulating in different directions. The people who can't deal with that are two people in a garage somewhere trying to start the next Google. And those are the people that we need to be concerned about. So, colleagues, I urge you to vote against this amendment. I think a moratorium is appropriate. And then that will allow us a little bit of runway to get our job done and regulate this at the federal level. And let me just say in closing here that the states, the governors of the various states agree with me. So just tonight, Governor Polis of Colorado, who has enacted some of the furthest reaching legislation, state legislation on AI regulation, said he thinks this moratorium is a good idea. And red states governors have said it too. And let me submit to you, when you've got governors from red states and blue states saying this is not something states ought to be doing, the federal government ought to be doing this, we should listen to them. So I urge rejection of this amendment. And once we get this passed, please, let's get together and let's enact a federal regulatory framework for AI, because the only way we could do something durable is if we do it together. It's got to be bipartisan. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a close call for me. I'd say to my colleague, Mr. Obernolte, I believe very much that this is an issue that requires federal action. I think preemption is appropriate. Just as I said, in the context of privacy, I think there should be one standard. My problems with this amendment are two. One is we don't have a standard that we're offering. And I think the moratorium is too long. We should be able to do it in a much shorter period of time. So I want to just indicate that I will support this amendment, but very interested in working with you and the rest of Congress to get on top of this, to get a privacy standard here, to get an AI regime in place. And I will certainly support preemption because I do believe one standard is the right standard. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Matsui, is recognized.
I move to strike the last word. California not only has been an engine of AI innovation, but my state has also been a national leader in ensuring we balance innovation and competition with transparency and common sense safeguards. To stall any state or local legislative progress on artificial intelligence for a decade is a slap in the face to American consumers. Not allowing the states to provide common sense safeguards to promote AI safety, transparency, and non-discrimination leaves consumers vulnerable to the harms that AI, when left unchecked, can cause to their health, their jobs, their education, and ultimately their lives. For example, California requires consent before using a deceased person's likeness in an AI-generated replica. There is no federal protection that does this. California law also helps students prepare for the jobs of the future by incorporating AI literacy in their education. At the moment, there's no federal program that supports this. And there are other AI bills in
Forgot I have a cough button there, sorry. Yeah, it's a cash grab. They want to prevent states from protecting people from AI.
To guaranteeing that insurance companies disclose AI use on decisions that impact consumer applications and claims. The U.S. should be leading in the global race for AI dominance. If we don't lead, others will. However, we can't shoot ourselves in the foot by stopping the good work that states have done and will continue to do. We in Congress should also be working towards tailored and consensus-driven legislation that empowers the use of AI. As we do so, the example of what has worked and what has not worked in states will provide critical insight. I urge my colleagues not to deny us that insight and not deny our states the right to foster innovation while providing critical safeguards for rapidly evolving technologies. We have done great bipartisan work in this committee before, and I hope we can continue to do so. Not jam through a provision that rolls back the progress our states have made to protect consumers and advance responsible AI development. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, colleagues, this is a shocking surprise addition to the billionaire tax giveaway package. I guess we shouldn't be so surprised, however, because the big tech companies have had all too much power here in Washington, D.C. I've watched for many years as they have blocked our efforts to pass a privacy law so that you are not constantly surveilled and your data, personal, private data not gathered and used against you and sold to data brokers. I've watched for years as we've tried to protect kids online, whether that's their own privacy through the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, or maybe it's the way they design apps. We tried to do a design code, or the Kids Online Safety Act. Tech companies, with the help of the speaker, blocked that last year, even though it passed the Senate in a bipartisan way. But boy, this one takes the cake. A 10-year moratorium on states that they can't do anything to keep the citizens of their state safe from some of the malign influences of artificial intelligence. Well, I thought, and people they're sending in letters on this, and I thought I would just read a few of them. Encode and Fair Play says AI companies would get exactly what they want. No rules, no accountability, and total control. Bills addressing deepfakes, modernizing state child sexual abuse material laws, hypersexualized AI companions, social media recommendation algorithms, protections for whistleblowers, and more. It ties lawmakers' hands for a decade, sidelining policymakers and leaving families on their own as they face risks and harms that emerge with this fast evolving technology. Here's one from Common Sense Media. At a time when parents and kids are looking to their elected lawmakers for reasonable guardrails for safe AI use, and when states are beginning to take thoughtful action, the U.S. House Energy and Commerce Committee is instead considering legislation to put industry interests over our kids' safety. Consumer Reports says the language would prohibit the enforcement of laws already passed by many states and would prohibit the enforcement of future AI protections. Congress has long abdicated its responsibility to pass laws to address emerging consumer protection harms. Issue 1 says preemption. It's extremely consequential decision that deserves robust, transparent debate, not a blank check for the tech companies tucked into the reconciliation package. That's what this is. We've had no hearings on a 10-year moratorium, this gift to big tech, and we have to pass this Malone Amendment to rein in these abuses. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And colleagues, it is important for us to understand what this provision brings to bear for our government and the future of how we conduct business and provide services to the American people. First, again, this will allow us to invest in our government infrastructure in a way that brings modern technology to our federal workers, allows us to utilize, to analyze, to understand our data, and to bring efficiency, the same efficiencies that we're all using in our personal lives that are being used in the private sector.
I am an expert in the claim I'm about to make.
Our capacity and the type of services
You don't need AI in order to do good, high-quality data analysis.
Moratorium. I agree wholeheartedly that the concept of preemption is something that we should consider carefully and thoroughly, but this is precisely the type of use case where it is warranted. Artificial intelligence, as we all know, is revolutionizing sectors across America.
Preemption is a legal term that means the federal government prevents the states from regulating, from passing laws to protect people.
Stifle innovation and growth and the
It
ability of
preempts
companies
state
across the
action.
spectrum, whether large or small, to comply and to continue to innovate and to continue to keep America as the leader when it comes to artificial intelligence. Most particularly, just as Chairman Obernolte pointed out, the largest of the companies, the big tech companies, those are the ones who will be most able to comply with a patchwork of regulations from 50 different states. The ones who will not are the small companies, the innovators, the ones who are going to bring us the technology of tomorrow that we don't even anticipate today. It is those companies that we most need to ensure are equipped to
The arguments that you're hearing right now are the same arguments that were made in favor of ERISA,
in this technology.
which is the single worst healthcare law in the United States because it is what prevents everyone with employer-sponsored insurance that's in an ERISA plan from having substantive rights when their insurance company tries to kill them.
Are meeting the needs of the American people, but we also are ensuring that we are not impeding continued progress and innovation in the field of artificial intelligence. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Obernolte.
I thank my colleague and member of the AI Task Force for yielding. Just to mention a few of the things that have been talked about. First of all, the length of the moratorium. To be clear, no one wants this to go on for 10 years. I would be overjoyed if
The author of the text put 10 years, bud.
A bill that established an appropriate
What the fuck are you talking about?
Codified a federal regulatory framework.
I want to be super clear. AI will be used even more by Cigna and United Health and PCBS and Kaiser Permanente instead of a human being reading the prior authorization appeal that your medical team, your child's medical team puts together for life-saving treatment that is denied, it'll be fed into an AI that rejects it basically automatically. And you will have no cause of action. There will be nothing you can do.
Not true. In fact, what we're all advocating for is an embrace of sectoral regulation, and our sectoral regulators already have most of the authorities they need to regulate within their sectoral spaces. In fact, the FDA has already approved over 1,000 permits for the use of AI in medical devices, which is just about the highest risk use case that you could come up with for AI. So our regulators are already on the case. We need to.
This is a hashtag they're so close to getting it instance.
Runway to do that. And the third and last point I wanted to make is that preemption here is not going to be total. There is room for the states to innovate in this space, and we devote an entire chapter of our task force report to the issue of preemption because it's very complex. And I apologize. We've had it out electronically since December. We'll get a copy of this on everyone's desk. It's taken 4 months to navigate the Office of Government Printing. Probably needed some AI for that, but we'll make sure everyone has a copy of this. But what we need
I have no
is
idea
a
what
federal
AI
framework that
is.
establishes some guardrails for where regulation is preempted as interstate commerce to the federal government, and outside of those guardrails where the states are free to be the laboratories of democracy.
This is the same guy who said that we have to do this, otherwise states will regulate federal agencies.
Establishing that in a way that makes everyone happy. I yield back.
I can't come up with an appropriate analogy.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I support the amendment by Mr. Pallone. 10-year ban, really? AI isn't just transforming our economy, it is reshaping our society, our rights, our workforce, and even our grasp of the truth. But while the risks grow more urgent by the day, the federal government has failed to meet the moment. In fact, it's done the opposite. Instead of leading, this administration and Republicans in Congress are vowing to please a big tech to enact weak AI policy that will preempt stronger state efforts. In my home state of New York, lawmakers have introduced bills that recognize the urgent threat of unregulated AI to take steps to protect civil rights and promote transparency. These state bills confront threats like algorithmic discrimination head-on, so AI can't be used to deny people jobs, loans, or public benefits simply because the systems were built and trained on biased data. State action is not a roadblock to progress, it is the driver of progress. That's how we got clean air laws, privacy protection, and civil rights. Strong regulation is not about stifling innovation. It is about safeguarding communities from potential harm like bias, like discrimination, and the erosion of fundamental rights. I introduced a bill this Congress to protect Americans from the weaponization of AI by sports betting companies. In the absence of federal action on gambling regulation, lawmakers at the state level are pursuing their own. For example, an Illinois state senator took a provision directly from my bill, the Safe Bet Act, that would prohibit sports books from using AI to track their customers' habits, offer personalized promotions to keep betting, or create gambling products like micro-bets. If Republicans successfully infringe upon states' rights to protect their constituents with this moratorium, sports books will continue running wild experimenting on their consumers and fueling gambling addiction. Gambling addiction, which has the highest rate of attempted suicide of any addiction. While we sit here all night to rip health care away from nearly 14 million of Americans, why not also turbocharge the next public health crisis? I have no doubt AI can deliver major benefits to Americans, but AI is just a tool, and the use of AI is not inherently good. In fact, there is already plenty of evidence of people with bad intentions using AI to take advantage of and harm Americans. If this is the type of policy being proposed by Republicans, after everything we have heard about the development of AI in recent years, it gives me no confidence that we will rise to the challenge of protecting everyday Americans who are facing a world where supercomputing power is being used against them and their interests, often unknowingly. That's wrong when it's clear at a time when the FTC's independence is under attack. We shouldn't be taking our state regulators off the beat. So I urge members to strike this provision and start an actual, transparent conversation just about how to develop safeguards to ensure everyday Americans are indeed the beneficiaries and not the victims of AI. With that, Mr. Chair, I
Mr. Tonka, would you yield to me?
the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you. I've listened to my colleagues on the Republican side, and I just can't believe what I'm hearing. Look, in the last Congress, we had agreement, a consensus, bipartisan, on a comprehensive privacy bill that would have had some of these safeguards or guardrails, at least been a start. And the House leadership killed it, right? Told everybody on the Republican side not to support it, so it was dead. Now you're telling me, oh, now, don't worry, Congress and Republican majority are going to pass these guardrails and they're going to do this. I have absolutely no reason to believe that based on what happened in the last Congress. Then you talk about the agency that can do it. I think you're talking about the FTC. Well, I don't know how they're going to do anything. They fired the Democrats, and they were the ones that were probably the ones that were the most interested in actually doing this. So what are we talking about here? I mean, let's be honest. There's no way in the world that this Congress is going to pass federal legislation. There's no way in the world that the FTC, the way it's constituted, is going to do anything about this. And then you say this is preemption. Preemption is when you pass legislation and the legislation preempts the states. This is an absolute prohibition. There's no preemption here. There's no legislation here. There's no regulation. There's no nothing. This is just a giveaway to big tech, and we're left with nothing. And the states now can't even do anything because they're prohibited. It's not a preemption issue. I yield back to the gentleman from New York.
And I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
As someone who has worked very hard to try and protect consumers from big tech, it's important to understand the United States Congress has done zero to rein in big tech. And so when people find that their private information is being used in order to help the tech companies to be able to do what they wish with consumers' information. All these years we have done zero to say that there ought to be something. And so now we're talking about AI.
It's now midnight.
That seems to be, according to, we had a number of leaders that talked about the potential dangers of AI. This is not just
It is now
great
midnight.
work that can be done, but it can also be going into the work that people want to protect for themselves. And it is just outrageous that we have done nothing all these years, and now something is going to last for years, that these companies can do whatever they want. It's just amazing to me that we have not taken one step to rein in big tech when it comes to protecting privacy of any sort. And consumers are and children are being exploited. We need to understand what is available to us in order to make sure that the use of big tech is reined in. And it's just amazing that we have done zero
Any children in your life for whom you are responsible
and now we're saying
may potentially have access
can go
to
by and nothing is going to be done.
the betting apps. Please be very careful.
By big tech,
DraftKings
AI,
and their ilk
The gentlelady
spend
yields.
a lot of
The
money
gentlelady from
on
New York,
figuring
Ms.
out how to
Clark, is
addict
recognized.
children
Thank you,
to
Mr.
those
Chairman. I
platforms.
move to strike the last word.
Lady is recognized.
Thank you. I support Ranking Member Pallone's amendment to strike the moratorium on artificial intelligence regulations at the state level. We're talking about 2035 here. The year 2035. Are you kidding me? As a member of the House Bipartisan Task Force on Artificial Intelligence, I cannot support this 10-year moratorium on state AI laws. That's just out of control. It is nothing more than yet another unconscionable way for big tech to give away to big tech at the expense of consumer rights. Pausing AI regulations for 10 years is extremely dangerous given the rapid proliferation of AI technology. We don't know what AI will be capable of a year from now, let alone a decade from now. And while we in Congress absolutely
Skynet is
must
coming
pass
for
federal
you.
data privacy legislation and a framework, regulatory framework for artificial intelligence, it is short-sighted and foolish to prevent states from stepping in to protect their citizens in the meantime. That is crazy. I can't even believe that we're sitting here debating this. Let me be clear, no one stands to benefit from this provision other than Donald Trump's big tech billionaire bros and our adversaries. What do you think? China and all these other countries just gonna sit there and it's like, okay, time out? No. They're deploying weapons against us. What kind of madness is going on this morning? It does not protect consumers from the potential for harm. It does not save taxpayers a dime. In fact, it blocks any potential recourse any American citizen may have to hold big tech accountable. The message from Republicans supporting this provision and this farce of a bill overall is clear. They would prefer millions of Americans be kicked off their health care plans just to put more money in the pockets of the billionaire class. It is shameful. I urge my colleagues to reject this nonsense, and even if you don't know anything about tech, understand that we are not protected as a nation. We have done nothing to advance the privacy that's required to set a platform for us to be protected. So I urge my colleagues to reject this nonsense. People sound really smart over there, but let me tell you, 10 years of a moratorium, 2035, can you imagine that? I don't even want to tell you how old I'm going to be then. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A 10-year ban on state AI laws. What could possibly go wrong? If you were to want to launch a reboot of The Terminator, this ban would be a good starting point. The states get the ball rolling on these AI laws, and I agree. Congress should be acting to do something about it. But as our ranking member, Frank Pallone, mentioned, internet privacy is a perfect example. It's been several terms, and it keeps getting killed by Republican leadership. And then states have stepped up, including Florida, to finally pass internet privacy laws. No one wants 50 laws. How do we solve the problem? Congress should pass basic AI protections. But since that's probably not going to happen, what will actually happen if this passes is absolute lawlessness. And so I couldn't, in good conscience, do anything but support your great amendment. Back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes Gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
So very soon, this committee will be debating the biggest cuts to Medicaid in our nation's history. Cuts that will strip health insurance from over 13 million Americans, all to pay for tax cuts that disproportionately benefit the wealthiest in our country. Now, Republicans will say that they're not cutting Medicaid, that they're simply implementing sensible work requirements, but please stay skeptical. Republicans are implementing cumbersome requirements because added paperwork will lead to less compliance and ultimately less people enrolled, conveniently giving them enough space to fill the pot for their super rich friends.
group of friends that we should note is headlined by the same big tech CEOs who stood behind President Trump on Inauguration Day. A group of friends who will say they want a federal privacy policy, a national AI framework, while spending millions of dollars to make sure those bills never see the House floor. A ban on state regulations of AI for 10 years shows where Republicans' loyalty is, to big tech and the wealthy. Dismantling states' regulations on technology amounts to a financial windfall of epic proportions consistent with tax cuts for the rich that the Ways and Means Republicans marked up today. This provision absolves companies of any responsibility to protect consumers from the harms of AI. It is also drafted so broadly as to implicate states' privacy and online safety laws directly harming our kids. Simply put, this provision, this single paragraph that is snuck into a massive budget bill, would undermine digital rights duly provided to millions of Americans by their state legislatures. States have taken the lead in regulating technology while Congress has stalled out amidst a barrage of endless lobbying. If privacy and kids' online safety are any indication, this Congress will not pass meaningful, comprehensive regulation of AI. And I ask my colleagues, what gives you so much optimism that Congress can pass meaningful protections for AI, privacy, or online safety? You claim that states have created a patchwork of regulation. Why do you think that state lawmakers have done that? You think they want to be legislating on difficult questions of technology policy? No. State lawmakers have stepped up because their federal counterparts, we, have consistently failed to act. Americans are fed up, and instead they're asking state legislatures to protect them and their kids online. Make no mistake, this provision is a product of big tech lobbying. Companies, including Meta and Google, have long asked for it, and trade associations for big tech rejoiced when Republicans included it in this bill, because what this provision represents is the biggest gift to the tech industry in its history. Put in context, however, this ban on tech regulation is not just bad policy, it's morally bankrupt. We can work together on modernizing our systems, leveraging our data and our analytics. But Mr. Chairman, think about it. Republicans are effectively eliminating requirements on technology companies to make their products safe and trustworthy, while at the same time adding requirements for Americans to receive life-saving health care. Under their bill, Americans will have to jump through hoops and complete mounds of paperwork to prove that they are working. Technology companies, on the other hand, won't have to show their work at all. This handout for big tech and ultra-wealthy tech barons in the same reconciliation bill that guts health care for millions is what people hate about Washington. It's lopsided and it's insulting. If Republicans had chosen to start this hearing with the faces and stories of who they're advocating for, you wouldn't see everyday Americans like us Democrats held up. We'd be looking at posters of Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and Jeff Bezos. Requirements, compliance, and paperwork for busy, working-class Americans, but not for billionaire big tech donors. That's the Republican way, according to this legislation. But I'd love to be proven wrong, so vote yes on the amendment. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support Ranking Member Pallone's amendment. The breadth of state laws that the Republican ban would make unenforceable, laws that protect consumers against algorithmic bias, discrimination, and other factors in healthcare, housing, and more, is staggering. Republicans are trying to fundamentally undercut essential protections for consumers in all aspects of their lives, from health to elections to housing. A few significant examples of laws that states would be prohibited from enforcing for the next decade: laws in at least 5 states that Republican members of this committee hail from, including the chair's home state of Kentucky, prohibit AI deepfakes in elections. Laws in Utah require the use of AI to be disclosed to consumers and regulate the use of AI chatbots for mental health treatment. States have laws to ensure AI is created and used in a safe and trustworthy manner. At least 17 states have privacy laws that address profiling and automated decision-making. Laws in at least 10 states ensure that self-driving cars follow the rules of the road and operate safely. This is by no means a list of every state law that would be unenforceable for the next decade under this ill-considered provision. What Republicans deride as a patchwork of AI laws is really a clear expression of need for guardrails governing the diverse and numerous harms that can result from the careless deployment of powerful artificial intelligence and automated decision-making systems. My Republican colleague from California said there was overwhelming support from folks in different states. Earlier today, the National Conference of State Legislatures sent us a letter. It reads, on behalf of the National Conference of State Legislatures, the bipartisan organization representing the legislatures of our nation's states, territories, commonwealths, and Washington, D.C., we are writing to express our strong opposition to the proposed 10-year moratorium on state artificial intelligence legislation, including in the Energy and Commerce Committee's reconciliation measure. We urge the committee to remove this language, as this amendment does, from the bill. This provision is an infringement on states' authority to effectively legislate in this rapidly evolving and consequential policy domain. That seems like the states are not on board with what the bill strives to do. And Chairman Guthrie, I would just note that the staff chair on the National Conference of State Legislatures, also from Kentucky. So as you're considering how you vote, a lot of Kentucky happening here. And the last thing I would say is the two most important things that we have to deal with as a country right now are artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. Artificial intelligence, this bill wants to strip states of their right to legislate around AI. But we've seen this administration with respect to cybersecurity take the power away from the federal government and put it back in the states and municipalities' hands, which we know is dangerous. So it's confusing to hear on the two most important issues, Republicans would take two different approaches. On AI, which I agree is a giveaway to big tech, they're saying, no, let's keep it at the federal government 10-year moratorium on what states can do. On cybersecurity, right, which makes us more vulnerable, and we already have a federal system infrastructure in place, they're allowing the administration to say, no, states and municipalities are responsible. It literally makes no sense. And if you're still considering how you're going to vote across the aisle, I just want to say, Georgia from our office, who covers the committee, celebrated her birthday at the stroke of midnight. So it would be really phenomenal just to give us a nice little gift here, birthday gift. So I hope you'll consider that for all the additional substantive reasons that I've covered in my 4 minutes. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Washington, Dr. Schreier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be voting for this amendment just because I feel like what is in this bill, and I'm just going to read this to you here, this is outrageous. It says that no state or political subdivision may enforce any law or regulation regulating artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems during the 10-year period beginning on the date that this act is passed. I mean, I just can't imagine. This is a gift to
automated
big tech.
decision
It is
system.
terrible for all of us. I just want you to think about the fact that we've had essentially no regulation on social media and how that's turned out for us and our kids. This committee, this Congress has not even been able to pass the Kids Online Safety Act. That's nothing compared to taking this on. I mean, AI is the most potent technology with unimaginable potential benefit and unimaginable potential danger. We do need federal regulation. Mr. Obernolte showed us a big book of agreed upon good ideas for how to get started with regulating AI. So why aren't we taking that up? Like, wouldn't that seem to be the first order of business to take on? But we're not. Instead, we're voting on stupid stuff like Gulf of America. You know, we ought to be taking this up seriously. It's the biggest issue of our time. And you're kicking the can down the road 10 years on any regulation. So I think what we need to do is vote yes on this amendment, trash this part of the bill, get our butts in gear, and get that bill regulating artificial intelligence, because the danger posed to not just our children, but to all of us, frankly, to the entire world, is really serious. So I encourage my friends, my colleagues, to vote yes on this amendment and get rid of this absurd and outrageous part of the bill.
Are you yielding?
Yeah, I will now yield to my friend and colleague, Lucy Fletcher from Texas.
Thank you, Representative Schreier. I want to associate myself with your comments, with the excellent comments from Congresswoman Trahan and all my colleagues on this side of the aisle. And I think we're all scratching our heads at this 10-year moratorium as we talk about just the rapid pace at which things are happening. You know, I've seen times in the past where somebody said, let's do a 1 year so we have incentive to get the bill done and get it to the president's desk to be signed into law. Like, there are ways that you're trying to give Congress incentive to legislate. This doesn't do any of that. And I can't help but wonder as I read this, I guess this is a question maybe for counsel. I understand on decisions that I think are very important that we'll be coming to later, the president has said repeatedly he thinks that so many issues are issues for the states. And in fact, as I understand it, I don't know what happened to the party of states' rights. That's not my view. But what happened to states' rights here? Can anyone explain to me can you explain, counsel, what where the states' rights are in this proposal?
Thank you for the question, ma'am. That appears to be a policy question.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, can you enlighten us as to how this comports with the policy of the Republican Party to support states' rights? Mr. Chairman? Oh, I was looking at Mr. Joyce, but I could also look at Mr. Guthrie. Well, I just had a question. I mean, looking at this amendment, a 10-year moratorium on, Mr. Menendez went through a lot of the work that states have done to regulate AI, to stop the harms that are affecting their citizens in the absence of action from this committee. And I've heard repeatedly from folks on this committee, folks in the Congress, and the president himself that Republicans believe in states' rights and that many important decisions like whether and when to bear children should be left to the states. So why are we having a 10-year moratorium on states' ability to legislate around AI?
Well, they're clearly our founding fathers, and I agree. We clearly have interstate commerce. So anytime that an economic activity includes more than one state, it's just difficult to have this patchwork of state laws in an industry like AI because the data centers are someplace people use it all over the country. And so what we want to do, and do it in a bipartisan way, because that's what Mr. Obernolte said, because
the founding fathers would have wanted no state-based regulation of artificial intelligence as the most incomprehensible position. Incoherent
if we continue to have a patchwork of state
nonsense.
Laws, our big concern,
I have heard from that man yet.
On energy that are required for AI, and we've had a lot. We have to also get the policy right, and so that's what we want to do. We want to have the opportunity to make sure as our federal government uses AI, we protect our taxpayer dollars in doing this by having this moratorium. But we know we have to have a national standard.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate that answer. I mean, it sounds to me like this is a policy decision. And it also, I agree with you that there should be federal guarantees and federal laws, and that is what we are here to do. And certainly, I think on our side of the aisle, you'll find a lot of agreement. But I hope it doesn't take us 10 years to do this. That's 5 Congresses from now. And so I really think we should consider this amendment, get to work. I'm happy to work in a bipartisan way on this very important work regulating AI, and I will yield back to Congresswoman Schreier. Thank you.
And before I yield back, I just want to say this is not just a big giveaway to big tech. This is a huge giveaway to big insurance.
The general lady's
currently
time
using AI to deny people services.
Your time has expired. The chair recognizes the general lady from New York, Ms.
As I was saying.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to revisit a question with counsel quickly, following up on my colleague from Texas's question. It would this is with respect to a 10-year moratorium on state policy changes with respect to AI. Instituting this moratorium where there previously was not one, this is a policy change, correct?
Yes, ma'am, this is a policy change.
Thank you very much. Now, following up on that, I want to speak to the AI task force report that was held up earlier. You know, last 2 years we spent really a remarkable and fascinating amount of time on the AI task force, and it was genuinely a wonderful experience. It was a rare experience of bipartisan legislators coming together, tackling some of the most fascinating questions with respect to AI, with respect to the frontiers of our technology. We spent 2 years discussing everything from public investments in large language models, the national labs, to how we protect victims of child sexually exploitative materials. And this was thoughtful. Democrats and Republicans came together. We identified many different policy areas where we actually had agreement, despite many areas where we had disagreement. And after 2 years, we could not pass nearly any of it. Any of it. And in the absence of that action, in those 2 years, people committed suicide from their interactions with AI chatbots. Children, 1 in 8 teenagers and kids had a friend or someone that they knew become victim to falsely generated, sexually exploitative materials. We had people whose privacy was violated by AI platforms. And so in the inaction of Congress, states decided to act. States are passing legislation to protect people's privacy. States are providing action, are pursuing action to try to protect people. Thank you very much. And in fact, we have several examples here. Last year, Utah passed a law to force AI chatbots to protect the private information of people seeking mental health care and disclosed if they were paid to advertise any products. That would be gone. This month, New York passed a law to require chatbots to include a protocol for detecting self-harm expressions and directing users to real resources. That would be wiped out. Facial recognition technology that uses AI to identify people against large and mostly unregulated databases, where these AI, particularly some that are used sometimes in pursuit of law enforcement, falsely identifying people disproportionately. These algorithms falsely identify Black Americans and Americans of color and identify them and accuse them falsely of committing crimes. Last year, recently, big health insurers have been using AI to deny care claims to patients. And last year, California passed a law requiring that healthcare providers actually retain the ultimate responsibility of whether or not a patient receives care, and that they can't just knock that off and blame an algorithm for denying people their cancer treatments, denying people other kinds of treatments due to AI algorithms. All of these protections are protections that Congress refuses to take up. Refuses. And so states are taking up this responsibility. The idea that we would ban people from being protected from these abuses for 10 years, and we've seen the AI lobby, and Palantir, and Peter Thiel, and Elon Musk, and the force of their lobby here in Washington, D.C. will ensure that action continues to not be taken. Let states protect people, and a moratorium is a deeply dangerous idea at this moment. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I graduated law school 1 year after Congress passed the Telecom Act of 1996. And I remember running into to a member of the committee who asked, well, what are you doing now? And I said, well, I'm trying to figure out what you meant when you passed the Telecom Act, because my first job was as an outside counsel to GTE implementing it. And he said, well, when you figure it out, let me know. In the process of implementing the Telecom Act, I learned words matter. I learned that courts interpret the plain meaning of the words that Congress uses. I learned that when you put a list of exemptions in place and you exclude things, courts assume you did that intentionally. And yes, Congress regulates interstate commerce, but AI is not just interstate commerce. AI is an application used across all of our systems. In 2018, I attended a legal conference where an expert was explaining megatrends and all the different effects, and he talked about AI, and he predicted in 2018 the ability of AI to create fake news will outpace the ability of AI to detect it. In 2018. And the more he talked about AI in 2018, he scared the living daylights out of me. At that point, I was both a regulatory lawyer and a state legislator. And I won't tell you literally what I said, because you might strike my words, but HS was involved. None of our systems are ready for AI. This was 2018. This body had its first AI hearing in 2023, the House. Now, meanwhile, in 2018, China had a plan for global dominance in AI by 2030. Since then, AI has been used across a wide variety of things that states do regulate, like law enforcement, like insurance, like education, like crimes. And AI is used in all of those. And this moratorium says no state or political subdivision thereof may enforce any law or regulation regulating artificial intelligence, et cetera, et cetera. Doesn't say regulating the creation of, doesn't say regulating the development of, not the sale of, any. So if a state wants to regulate how law enforcement can use AI to surveil its citizens, it can't. If a state wants to regulate how AI is used in the education system, it can't. If a state wants to regulate how to punish, how to change its laws to address the use of AI to commit crimes in a way that the state law doesn't account for now, it can't. Any law is broad. And the exemptions are very, very narrow. And what you're doing is saying for 10 years while Congress does nothing, oh, by the way, we've already said, the president has said everything having to do with education needs to go back to the states. And I don't have time to go through everything else the president or my colleagues on the other side of the aisle has said the states can do. You are handcuffing the states and localities' ability to regulate how AI will be used in the very things that they do have the power to regulate. And by the time Congress acts, because I've been here almost 3 years now, and if you, after doing this task force, as the gentlewoman from New York said, where there was broad agreement and you can't pass anything out of that, you're not going to be able to regulate every aspect of how AI is going to be used at the state and local level in 10 years. And in the meanwhile, AI runs rampant, and we're not ready for it. And, science fiction sometimes comes true. A lot of stuff from Star Trek now exists. Well, I certainly hope that Terminator
The gentle
We're all
lady's
trying
time
to
has
go.
expired.
And we need to be careful. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to hand it to my colleague from California. Before I do, I'd like to ask the ranking member, is it the Democrat position that you do not want a federal standard for AI?
No, I would very much like to see a federal standard.
Thank
I
you.
just don't think that the Republican majority is ever going to do it. And I think that
I'll take the time back. Thank you very much, and I'll hand it to my colleague, yield to Mr. Obernolte from California.
Thank you very much, my colleague from Texas, for yielding. First of all, I want to say how much I've enjoyed this colloquy tonight. The passion and the interest that everyone has shown on this topic gives me some optimism that Congress is actually capable of acting on this. So I want to thank everyone for their engagement. Just to be clear, I want to take us back up to 30,000 feet. The purpose of this title is to appropriate $500 million for the federal government to use AI to modernize and make more efficient federal government operations. And it's nonsensical to do that if we're going to allow 1,000 different pending bills in state legislatures across the country to become law. It would be impossible for any agency that operates in all the states to be able to comply with those regulations. So
I
would like to
cannot
ask a
tell.
question of counsel,
He's telling.
just to clarify that issue. My understanding is that the purpose of this provision is to spend $500 million.
He's telling you the Earth is
modernize
flat.
federal IT and cybersecurity systems. To be clear, the moratorium is a necessary term and condition to execute the primary purpose of the provision. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thanks for clearing that up, because I think there was some confusion. There was some talk about national security. That's something that worries me a lot. That's something that we touched on in the task force. We had a whole hearing on it, and there's an entire chapter in our task force report on it. Competition with China is very real. China is bent on establishing dominance in this space. But let me say this. To have 1,000 different state regulations on AI is the fastest way to secure Chinese domination of AI, right? That would be a barrier to the use of AI within the United States, which is exactly what China wants. Another one of my colleagues, in fact, a couple of them have brought up privacy as kind of a warning sign where Congress has failed to act to establish a federal privacy standard. I completely agree, but the issue of privacy is an illustration of the reason why we need this moratorium. Because if we had this moratorium, the states wouldn't have gotten out ahead of us on data privacy, and we would have had an opposite situation there where we would have established that federal standard. And I would encourage anyone who's upset about it, and I'm one of them because I voted for APRA last year, let's get together and fix that problem. To the letter from the National Council of State Legislatures, well, I'm shocked that they would oppose our moratorium. That's like asking my 2-year-old grandson if he should get to regulate what he has for dinner. I mean, he will tell you yes, but it's not necessarily wise to give him that power. And then, lastly, we've been talking about the fact that Congress has not actually been able to do this yet. It's not because we haven't tried. As it was pointed out, we spent an entire year last year working through a bipartisan task force to come up with a proposal that we think everyone could agree with. That was just in December. There hasn't been any legislative oxygen in this chamber yet to get going on this, but I am hopeful with the backing of some of the people in this room that we can get working on this. And lastly, a couple of my colleagues, including the author of this amendment, have expressed skepticism that this Republican majority can pass meaningful AI regulation. And you know what? We can't. Not alone, neither can you. The only way this gets done is on a bipartisan basis, because we have companies out there making billion-dollar decisions on research and development and procurement. And what they want the most is some certainty about what the rules are going to be. And we need to give them that certainty. The most destructive thing is if there's fear out there that every few years, as the winds of political fortune shift, the rules governing the use of AI completely change. We can't allow that, colleagues. So please, let's work together over the next few months to pass something into law. And you know what? I hope that this moratorium only lasts that few months, and we replace it with something that makes clear what the rules of preemption are. But until then, this moratorium is necessary, and I urge opposition to the amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California, Dr. Ruiz, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share in Congressman Oberholtz's optimism that we can get something done with AI. I disagree with a 10-year moratorium on any states enforcing their regulations on AI or consumer protections on AI. And I have reason to. I am reading from this AP News article that actually was published in October 25, 2024. It's entitled, "An AI Chat Box Pushed a Teen to Kill Himself. A lawsuit against its creator alleges." So there was a 14-year-old boy who used a chat bot for a relationship. And he openly discussed his suicidal thoughts and shared his wishes for a pain-free death with the bot, named after the fictional character Daenerys Targaryen from the television show Game of Thrones. That chat box relationship was, quote-unquote, in the highly sexualized conversations in this young adolescent's relationship. On February 28th, the boy told the bot that he was, quote-unquote, coming home, and it encouraged him to do so. The bot encouraged him to do so. Quote, "I promise I will come home to you. I love you so much, Danny," the boy told the chat box. "I love you too," the bot replied. "Please come home to me as soon as possible, my love." Quote, the boy said, "Well, what if I told you I could come home right now?" he asked. "Please do, my sweet king," the bot messaged back. Now, this was after the boy was talking about potentially killing himself. And just seconds after the character AI bot told him to, quote-unquote, come home, the teen shot himself, according to the lawsuit, filed this week by his mother of Orlando, Florida. In addition to that, a 2023 report by Thorne revealed that 11% of American children aged 9 to 17 were aware of peers using AI to create nude images of other minors. Additionally, 15% of high school students reported encountering deepfake images depicting peers in sexually explicit contexts. In 2023, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's Cyber Tip Line received approximately 4,700 reports concerning AI-generated child sexual abuse material. By October 2024, the organization was fielding about 450 such reports monthly. Experts caution that these figures may be underreported due to the increasing realism of AI-generated images, making them difficult to distinguish from actual photographs. In May 2025, the FBI revealed it has opened investigations into 250 individuals affiliated with 764 and other online networks of predators who befriend minors and other vulnerable people and coerce them to create sexually explicit material and commit acts such as harming themselves or animals. They use AI to generate images. So this is why we can't wait. This is why we need to put a halt to states implementing their protections, their consumer protections against AI. This is why we can't wait. What is the numbers going to be in 10 years from now when these atrocious crimes are happening right now? That's why I support the amendment, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. The gentleman requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer, Mr. Dunn, Mr. Crenshaw, Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce, Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber, Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen, Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson, Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher, Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger, Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger, Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks, Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick, Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte, Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James, Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz, Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin, Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry, Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee, Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy, Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Rulli, Mr. Rulli votes no. Mr. Evans, Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman, Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak, Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone, Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette, Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky, Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui, Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor, Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko,
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark,
Aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz, Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters, Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle, Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey, Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly, Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bradigan, Ms. Bradigan votes aye. Mr. Soto, Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier, Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan, Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher, Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss, Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana, Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez, Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen, Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman, Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan, Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie, Chairman Guthrie votes no. Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes no.
The clerk will report the result.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 29 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? I move that the committee do now approve and agree to transmit to the House Committee on the Budget, Subtitle C, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations relating to communications. A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta.
Is 12:40.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
12:48 a.m.
Mr. Palmer votes aye.
We should
Mr.
be
Dunn.
at Subtitle D, the Healthcare Medicaid
Mr.
section,
Crenshaw.
at 1 a.m.
Mr. Crenshaw votes
as
aye.
predicted.
Mr. Joyce.
Aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks? Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick? Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye.
Here we go.
Mr. Kane?
Get ready.
Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Rulli? Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr.
Get
Evans?
ready.
Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman?
Again, welcome to today's.
We've worked diligently to meet this target by ending wasteful Green New Deal style spending.
Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark?
Okay,
Ms.
we'll
Clark
field
votes
over
no.
to a new stream.
Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes no.
12 hours is about the
Mr.
limit
Peters?
for what YouTube can handle.
Mr. Peters votes
gracefully.
no.
Obviously, some Title C, they'll pass it. They don't care about the destruction it's going to wreak on the American people, on you and me.
Ms. Schreier?
And then we'll be in healthcare.
Ms.
Until
Schreier
they-
votes no. Ms. Trahan? Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes no. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie?
Aye.
Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
How is Mr. Fry reported?
Mr. Fry is not recorded. Mr. Fry votes aye.
The clerk will report the ayes and nays.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 29 ayes and 24 noes.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Please allow me to take a moment of personal privilege as we all join together to congratulate and wish happy birthday to our colleague, Gary Palmer.
Hey, Gary. Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition to make a motion.
Gentleman will state his motion.
Well, it's getting late, and most Americans are in bed or heading that way shortly, and I think it would be beneficial, Mr. Chairman, to the public to continue to discuss these important health issues, the next title, while people are awake and can tune in. And as such, Mr. Chairman, I would move the committee recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, and I would ask for a recorded vote on the motion.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to table the gentleman from New
Gentleman from
Jersey's
Virginia
motion.
moves to table the motion.
I would ask for a vote on the motion to table.
Yeah, it's not debatable.
What's not
You can't table.
Oh. Oh, you mean we have to vote on it? We have to vote on the motion to table.
So the vote will be on the motion to recess. Those in favor of recess will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no.
Excuse me,
The
Mr.
clerk
Chair,
will
the
call the
motion
roll.
is to
The clerk-
recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
The
That's
vote of the motion is recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Those in favor vote aye, those opposed vote no, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Gatt. Mr. Gatt votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bardagan. Ms. Bardagan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan. Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie.
No.
Chairman
Anyone
Guthrie votes
seeking,
no.
how's Mr. Crenshaw recorded?
Mr. Crenshaw is not recorded.
Mr. Pfluger.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Pfluger votes no.
Ms. Kamick.
Ms. Kamick is not recorded. Ms. Kamick votes no.
Is Mr. Hudson? Okay. Is anyone seeking recognition on the Democrat side to answer the roll call? Is Mr. Hudson recorded?
Mr. Hudson is recorded as no.
So no one else here with clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 29 noes.
The motion is not agreed to. So the chair calls up committee print subtitle D, Health, and asks the clerk to report.
Title 4, Energy and Commerce. Subtitle D, Health. Part 1, Medicaid.
Without objection, the reading of the committee print is dispensed with. The committee print
Here
will
we
be
go.
open for amendment at any point. So ordered, and the chair has an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to subtitle D, offered by
Without
Mr.
objection, the
Jeffrey.
reading of the amendment is dispensed with. So the change is before us. Is there any discussion or amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes to
Chairman, I
speak
move
on
to
the
strike
end.
the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, it's now 2 minutes of 1 a.m., Mr. Chairman, and I guess I can see why the Republicans wanted to sneak this health care bill through in the dead of night and defeat a reasonable motion to go till tomorrow morning so my constituents could know what's going on. And here's why. You can't just cut 700 and, Mr. Chairman, the committee's not in order.
Committee, come in order. Gentlelady will proceed.
Thank you. You can't just cut $715 billion for Medicaid without slashing benefits for people. You can't do it. And in fact, the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office says that 13.7 million Americans will be kicked off their health care. Here's how it breaks down. CBO estimates that 8.6 million Americans will lose coverage under this bill, and then 5.1 million will lose their coverage because I'm going to guarantee you the Republican majority's not going to extend the enhanced ACA subsidies. This bill asks people who are making barely more than the poverty level, just $15,650 a year, to pay more for their care, while at the same time providing massive and disproportionate handouts to corporations and billionaires. And it hamstrings states' abilities to pay for quality care that the Medicaid beneficiaries need. The Republicans are making insidious cuts to Medicaid and our health insurance system. As I said, it adds up to 13.7 billion fewer people. Republicans continue to make this claim. They have all day and night saying that they don't support cuts for providers or patients. And in fact, my colleague from Colorado's 8th Congressional District who sits on this committee said, and I quote, "I don't support cuts that harm Colorado providers or patients." But look what will happen with these cuts. There will be cuts to providers and patients. Medicaid covers nearly 80 million people nationwide, including in my home state, nearly 1.2 million people. This includes, it's 163,000 people in my district, but look at the 3rd Congressional District, which is Western Colorado. It's a very rural district. It's 213,000 people. And in the 8th District, north of me, it's a it's a mixed district. It has 182,000 people. Medicaid is a critical part of our health insurance system, and it impacts people all across the country. It pays for care for new moms, for working families, kids with serious medical needs, and more. And that's why 65% of Americans say that Medicaid has covered them or someone close to them at some point. So here's what's going to happen. And the reason why these people support Medicaid is because it saves lives. States that have expanded Medicaid have saved tens of thousands of lives by doing so. People who got Medicaid through the expansion have a 20% lower overall mortality rate than people who do not. These people are living healthier, they're having more productive lives by having access to the care they need when they need it, not just when they show up to the emergency room. Now, I know we're going to have a lot more debate on 2 of the things my colleagues across the aisle say. Number one, these work requirements. Now, let's be really honest, is the work requirements that they're saying not only will throw many, many people who are eligible off of insurance, but it will also increase paperwork requirements, and it will increase costs for the states. I'd like, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put a study from the Kaiser Family Foundation into the record, which shows that 92% of Medicaid recipients are working, in school, disabled, are caregivers, or seniors. And that for those very few people that you could find, most of them are already working. You're sure as heck not going to save $715 billion by throwing these people off of their Medicaid. Thank you. Now, the other thing we're going to hear about, and I don't have much time, so we can talk about it later, is beneficiary fraud. Beneficiary fraud amounts to 1/10 of 1% of Medicaid. You tell me how you're going to save $715 billion through eliminating, quote, beneficiary fraud. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there any discussion on the amendment? On the amendment nature of substitute? Gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz is Dr. Ruiz is recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
You know, we have spent the past 10+ hours debating the many ways that this bill is bad for Americans. Over the next however many hours, now we will debate a health care bill that will make Americans unhealthier. It will make health care less accessible. It will make health care more expensive. Don't be fooled. The provisions in this bill are designed to decrease health care coverage, not strengthen our nation's health care system. This bill will drastically increase the financial burden on states and restrict their ability to raise funds to cover their share of Medicaid costs, so that they have no choice but to either raise taxes or cut benefits and cut pay for providers, making it less likely to find a provider to take Medicaid in those communities. It will increase out-of-pocket costs for care for low-income individuals who get their coverage through Medicaid expansion. It will lead to at least 13.7 million individuals losing their health care coverage, and even more cruel, it makes it much harder for these individuals to get coverage elsewhere on the ACA marketplace. This will only worsen the Medicaid medical debt crisis and force hospitals to provide even more uncompensated care. The atrocious policies in this bill will have lasting negative impacts for our nation's healthcare system and generations of Americans to come. As you vote on amendments tonight, I implore you all to put the health and well-being of your constituents first. Thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Yield back his time. Gentleman yields back. Is there any discussion on the Republican side? Seeing none. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Barragan, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in favor of the amendment. And
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you. I just want to say that I fully support this amendment, especially in light of the very strong statement that it will not cut Medicaid benefits. But I also want to show you my latest chart. Actually, my latest poster board, I should say. This is a quote from a Republican senator. This wing of the party wants Republicans to build our big, beautiful bill around slashing health insurance to the working poor. But that argument is both morally wrong and politically suicide. This is a Republican in the Senate. Republicans themselves are saying this is going to slash health care for the working poor. So I have to agree with the senator, the Republican senator, on this one. And it's devastating. It's devastating to families, to people across the country. We saw it today, evidence today, by people who were here, who were removed because they were so afraid of losing their access to health care because they were speaking out, because they wanted to share their story. In California's 44th district, Christine, a constituent of mine, says, I'm retired and I live on a fixed income. I've been battling metastatic cancer for 2 years. And I'm afraid with the cuts to Medicare and Medi-Cal, which is Medicaid and healthcare in California, I'm afraid that the cuts from Trump administration and House Republicans, that I won't be able to continue on my cancer immunotherapy treatments if my Medicaid gets cut. Alicia from the 44th District says, I am a mother of 2 autistic boys. I can't express the gratitude I have for the services that Medicaid has provided my children. My children have been given a chance of normalcy in our community. Children with disabilities deserve a chance to be loved and respected by others, not discriminated because they cannot express themselves or ask for help. These types of barriers make their living challenging, especially for those with stemming that people are confused and say they're on drugs when in reality they're sick or they can't be understood. Imagine a world of disabled children and adults left to fend for themselves because their families cannot provide a service to help them understand daily life skills or advocating for themselves. She continues on, for them to understand that they do have a voice and someone is willing to hear them out and help. I ask you to reconsider and take the time to meet a child or an adult with autism and see how curious and brilliant they are. And so I share those 2 stories, and I share again this so important quote from a Republican senator just across the chamber here who says this wing of the party, those Republicans that are in this room right now, that's this wing of the party, wants Republicans to build our big, beautiful bill. By the way, all these binders say the big, beautiful bill, so that's what we're talking about today, around slashing health insurance to the working poor. So Republicans themselves are saying they're slashing health care for the working poor. And at least this one Republican senator got it wrong. It's morally wrong, and it's political suicide. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Any other discussion on the amendments
Republican
to the
Senator is Josh Hawley.
in the nature of the substitute? Chair recognizes the gentlelady from, where is she from? Or Washington State, Dr. Stryer.
Washington and Oregon are the same. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kittitas Valley Healthcare is in Ellensburg, Washington. It's a critical access hospital. It is in a rural area. Ellensburg is just east of the snow-peaked Cascade Mountains, where the passes often close and so they can't easily access other care. Over 60% of the patients that they see at Kittitas Valley Healthcare rely on Medicare or Medicaid, and so really that is what keeps this rural hospital afloat. Now, I want you to know that they already struggle to keep labor and delivery department open. I want you to meet Isla. She is 4 years old. Her parents are Jason and Vanessa. They were so excited to welcome her into the world in 2021 after an uncomplicated pregnancy, but then everything went south in the delivery room. She came out pale, limp, severely anemic, low oxygen levels, and had to have emergency interventions. And thank goodness they had labor and delivery at Kittitas Valley Healthcare, because they were able to stabilize her while they called for emergency transportation to get her over to Seattle Children's to the NICU. They couldn't even use a helicopter because of the weather, and certainly couldn't use the mountain passes, so it took an actual airplane taking her over there. And I just want to drive home this point. As my Republican colleagues are looking at taking Medicaid away from 13.7 million Americans, that will jeopardize hospitals like KVH. And that means they might not have a labor and delivery department, might not have had it for Isla. She may have had a completely different outcome that I won't even talk about. But I want to be very clear. Our healthcare system is like a three-legged stool. And one of those legs is Medicaid. And if you take Medicaid away and you make the biggest cut ever made to Medicaid, that stool is going to collapse. That is our entire healthcare system, and it's going to hit rural America first, but it's going to hit every single hospital, and it's going to hit all of us because, you know, when labor and delivery closes at KVH, they lose one service. When people can't get primary care in Kittitas Valley, in Ellensburg, then they're going to get their care on an emergency basis in the emergency department, where it's expensive, and you know who's going to pay? All of us. Our insurance rates are going to go up because if hospitals are going to stay in business, they got to bill somebody, and people on Medicaid are not going to be able to pay. So I just want to be clear that these cuts, and let there be no doubt, these are dramatic cuts. These cuts are going to destabilize our healthcare system. They're going to leave people sicker and poorer and less able to work. And this is all to give a gigantic tax break to the wealthiest in this country, to the billionaires, to the Elon Musks. And I just have to emphasize that that is immoral. It is stupid to destabilize our entire healthcare system, and it's just plain cruel. So I want my Republican colleagues to understand exactly what they are doing when they take these votes.
The
I
healthcare
yield
service
back.
and delivery
Gentlelady
system
yields.
can't
Any other
sustain
discussion on the
supply
amendment and the nature
without
of a substitute?
people dying, and the people who are going to die are the people who cannot deal with an interruption to their health care.
Hearing none. Chair,
And at times one of
are
those
there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Chair recognizes gentlelady from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, Health-FCD-AMD, underline 007.
Can you repeat that, please?
Health-FCD-AMD, underline 007.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Health-FCD-AMD_007, amendment offered by Ms. Degat. Add at the end of the following section, effective date.
And Mr. Chairman?
Provisions of this subtitle.
Without objection, the reading amendment is dispensed with, and
Mr. Chairman, if I could reserve a point of order, please.
point of order is reserved by the gentleman from Virginia, and the gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Well, staff didn't read the amendment, so I will. It says the provisions of this subtitle shall not be made effective unless and until the date on which the Secretary of Health and Human Services submits to Congress a certification that such provisions will not have the effect of reducing benefits provided under state plans or waivers of such plans, as promised by the United President in the article published by the White House entitled Fact Check. President Trump will always protect Social Security Medicare.
State
And
plan
I
hearing
want to
is
say,
Medicaid.
since this
Waiving
process
is
started,
Medicaid
Mr.
waiver.
Chairman, Republicans have said repeatedly that they would not cut Medicaid benefits or coverage. The chairman of the full committee actually said in this very room, we're not going to do it in a way that threatens hospitals. So let's just talk about a couple of ways that these cuts are going to harm beneficiaries. The first one is the hospitals. The American Association of Medical Colleges, in fact, says that the nation's that it's likely in rural communities that a shortage of doctors and a shortage of funding for Medicaid is going to potentially close rural hospitals. And certainly, as Ms. Schreier talked about, is going to cut benefits. I have a letter from the Colorado Hospital Association outlining how this bill will hurt hospitals all across my state and the patients they serve, and I'd ask unanimous consent to put that into the record. Speaker Johnson himself said it's non-benefit related reforms to the program that are under consideration. But here's another one, and I want to take this moment to thank all of the people in the pink t-shirts that say, I fight for Planned Parenthood, who are right here in the audience, because they know, like we all know, Planned Parenthood provides health care for millions of Americans. Services
bill
like pap smears,
defunds
primary
Planned
care
Parenthood.
visits, and breast exams all across this country. 64% of Planned Parenthood clinics are in rural areas or otherwise underserved areas. Guess what? This legislation, we're going to be talking a lot more about this morning, this legislation eliminates Medicaid funding to Planned Parenthood. And so what that means is
If you
that
read the bill, you're not gonna see
64%
the
of
phrase
Planned Parenthood clinics
in it.
in rural areas or other underserved areas is going to be eliminated for these beneficiaries. That sounds like a benefit cut to me. CBO estimates, as I
convoluted
said
section
before, that just this
that
bill
actually
will result
equates
in
to Planned
8.6 million fewer people having health care coverage. And it does that by making it more difficult for lawful beneficiaries to enroll. It puts burdensome and confusing bureaucratic red tape between Americans and health care, and it throws whole categories of people off of Medicaid. You tell me how that is not eliminating care for people. Now, President Trump himself said that he would veto a bill that cuts Medicaid. By taking away provider fees as a funding mechanism and by making states revise their current provider fees, this bill does exactly that. And so I guess I would have to say, if President Trump wants to keep his promise, I know he'll veto this bill if it ever gets to his desk, because it's going to cut, in this bill alone, over 8 million people off of Medicaid. So my amendment's very simple. It holds my Republican colleagues to their word. It just simply says that if the Secretary certifies that what the White House said, that the Trump administration will cut Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid benefits, it can go into effect. And so this is a simple opportunity to ensure President Trump has kept his word, and all my colleagues on this committee have kept their word, that in fact, this won't go into effect unless and until they can certify that no one has been harmed by the provisions in this bill. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes on the amendment. The President and House Republicans have made it very clear. We've made it very clear that we will not touch essential health care services for vulnerable populations. The policies in the underlying bill protect and preserve benefits for vulnerable patients on Medicaid, including pregnant women, children with disabilities, and those experiencing financial hardships, while preventing against waste, fraud, and abuse. Examples: ensuring beneficiaries aren't enrolled in two state Medicaid programs, unnecessarily eating into state Medicaid budgets and taking resources away from individuals with chronic conditions and other life-threatening conditions. We also have common sense solutions that were bipartisan. Last Congress, these include policies to ensure deceased patients aren't enrolled in Medicaid programs and ensuring providers are eligible to bill state Medicaid programs. My Democratic colleagues want to paint the picture that Republicans are cutting Medicaid to pay for tax increases for billionaires, when in reality, we, under the leadership of President Trump, are protecting benefits for vulnerable beneficiaries for decades to come. We are stabilizing, we are saving, we are sustaining Medicaid for those it was intended for those who need it the most, the vulnerable in our population. That is what we are doing here. I yield back. Any other discussion?
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield.
I would just ask the gentleman, who's going to define the essential populations? Is that defined in
Saving
statute
Medicaid
somewhere?
for those who truly need it.
It is defined as a
result of
vulnerable
their poll-tested
population. You
language.
all know, we all,
I identified that as their best
reclaiming my
argument back
time.
in
We all
February.
recognize that there are parameters by which people qualify. The most vulnerable in our society, the aged, the blind, disabled, children, mothers, pregnant women. Those are the ones that this program was designed for. Those are the ones that this program is intended for.
This is
And
why
I yield
advocacy
back, and I'll
matters
recognize the gentleman from,
incredibly much right now.
where is he from, Ohio? Gentleman from Ohio for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple questions, because you're making a very significant statement in that $700 billion later, Medicaid is going to be protected, and that the intent of these cuts is to help people on Medicaid, those who deserve it or need it. It's not clear. So first question, you all are adding a copay for low-income folks to go visit the doctor. So on top of all of the other bills that they're struggling to pay, you're adding a new bill. You're saying every time you see a doctor, you now have to pay more money. How is that protecting folks on Medicaid? How does the copay help people on Medicaid? Or how does it address waste, fraud, and abuse? I mean, what is the argument for adding an additional cost for folks going to see a doctor? If that money was being invested back into Medicaid, you could make that argument, but it's not being invested back in Medicaid. You're using it for the tax cuts. So what's the argument for requiring people to pay more to go see the doctor?
People living in poverty.
Does the gentleman have a question?
That's
pretty long question.
No, that's literally the question. That's the question. What is the argument?
Again, what we're doing here is that we are making sure that we're going to sustain this program. We're going to stabilize this program. You know, I don't buy into the idea that just because you're cutting a certain amount of money, that means you've got to cut
No, I just want to reclaim my time. It's a question. You want to sustain the program. I get it. I get that's what you're saying. Why are you charging people more money to go see the doctor then? That is the question. What is the argument for that?
Part of what we are proposing is to make sure that this program is sustainable.
But you're not investing the additional money. You're saying to people, low-income folks, people who make $16,000, $17,000, $18,000 a year, you now have to pay more to go see the doctor. But that money, that new revenue is going to pay for tax cuts, not going to Medicaid. So how is that helping people on
Around the
Medicaid?
federal poverty line are going to have to pay a copay for an office visit.
Again, what we're trying to do is make sure this program is sustainable. I think it's presumptuous for you to say that money's not going back into the program. The money is going back into the program to make sure we sustain it, to make sure we stabilize it, to make sure that it's there for the most vulnerable in our society.
I mean, you can't say lie. We're not saying lie, but we know it's not. You're using that money to as part of the $715 billion that's being removed from Medicaid in order to pay for the tax cuts. So it's not helping anyone on Medicaid. The
by way of
shifts
information
to the states,
ordinary Medicaid,
where the states are going to have to pay more, we're going to pay less. A lot of states won't be able to pay their part. People will lose coverage.
Waiver
How is that helping to sustain Medicaid? How is that helping to protect Medicaid?
Whenever we clean up the rolls, whenever we take people who are not supposed to be on there, when we put illegals off of here, when we get people who are in more than one state, that makes more money for those who need it the most.
But you're not, first of all, you're taking health care away from 7-8 million people.
That's, I mean, cleaning up the rolls is going to be heartbreaking for people who are about to lose their health care, that they lost their health care as part of an effort to clean up the rolls.
If they're not eligible for it, they shouldn't be on it in the first place.
But they are eligible.
No, that's not who we're gonna take off the roll.
Who are
If
you
they're
taking off the
eligible, they will be on the roll.
They're gonna
What we're
change
gonna
the
do is to
definition of
take those who are
eligibility.
not eligible, who may be in more than one state, and we're gonna make sure they're only in one state.
Wait, what?
What?
I'm sorry, this is confusing. This is why I'm gonna yield back, because I'm out of time.
The
I think
gentleman's time has
You have
expired.
created enormous confusion on top of the real.
The gentleman's time has expired. Does
who are
anyone
gonna
else
lose their
seek
health care.
time
into
to
Medicaid
speak on
plans
the
of more than one state
amendment?
at a time, and that somehow costs
Ms.
Medicaid more money.
The
which
chair
doesn't make
recognizes the
sense to
gentlelady
me.
from
I'm just a
Virginia,
simple
Ms.
health
McClellan,
policy
for 5
expert.
minutes.
What do I know?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the gentleman yield for a question, the chairman?
I'll yield.
Thank you. I want to make sure, because you've repeated several times, other members on that side have repeated several times, that this bill is intended to ensure that no one loses coverage, vulnerable people who Medicaid was originally intended for. And that caught my attention. And so I just want to ask point blank. The Affordable Care Act expanded who was eligible by allowing the states to cover adults with incomes up to 138% of the federal poverty line, which for an individual in 2025 is someone who makes up to $21,597 a year, which to me is someone who's pretty vulnerable. So will this bill ensure that individuals who make up to 138% of the federal poverty line, who were included in Medicaid expansion in the states that expanded it, who meet the requirements, will not lose any coverage? Is that the intent of this bill? Are they included in the vulnerable population that Medicaid was originally intended to cover, as stated by you, Mr. Chairman?
If they are eligible, they are going to continue to be covered. What we are looking to do is to remove those who are
You'll notice he doesn't say the
registered in more than one
eligibility.
state. What we're looking to do is to make sure, and yes,
stay
there
the
are
same.
those who are eligible in more than one state, and we're going to clean that up. We're also going to make sure that if they're not supposed to be on the Medicaid rolls, that they're not on the Medicaid rolls. Therefore, we're going to take care of those who are the most vulnerable, who should be getting this most necessary coverage.
And Mr. Chairman, just to be crystal clear, because it's 1 a.m. and very few people are paying attention to this, and I want it very clearly on the record. The majority party that wrote and intends to vote for this bill includes the expansion population in those states that expanded it to cover adults who make up to 138% of the federal poverty line. You include that as the vulnerable Americans who are eligible and should continue to get Medicaid.
The bill before us includes a work requirement so that if they engage in 80 hours a month and the parameters are set, there is no reason why they would not be able to continue on this Medicaid.
And Mr. Chairman, who will implement the work requirement?
The work requirements are in this bill, the parameters of that, and they will be administered by the states.
Okay. So that includes Georgia, which when it implemented work requirements, kicked eligible people off the rolls. That includes Alabama. This is not a question, this is a statement. That includes Alabama, that when they implemented work requirements, that kicked people off of the rolls who were otherwise eligible. That means if you fill out the paperwork incorrectly, you lose your health insurance. That means if the state hasn't figured out how to determine when you got pregnant, when you stopped or began work, you're kicked off. That means that under this bill, because they do multiple checks, if you've been laid off and you haven't gotten a new job yet, you're kicked off. That's what that means, and we're gonna have a whole lot of discussion about work requirements tonight, because basically, the work requirements are red tape requirements that if you fail to fill out these forms that states, there's evidence that states have not been able to implement in a way that doesn't kick off eligible people. We're gonna have a lot of conversation about that this morning. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on this amendment? The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Illinois for 5 minutes of questioning.
I yield my time, Mr. Chair, to Congresswoman Bedet.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm confused because several times you said we're not going to cut Medicaid for vulnerable populations. You mentioned pregnant people, the disabled, and the elderly. But of course, there are a number of other people, low-income people, as I mentioned in my opening, who are on Medicaid. And I guess I'm wondering if those people will be cut off of Medicaid.
Ms. Saget, if they are eligible for Medicaid,
If they're eligible,
if they're eligible, they will continue to be covered. The most vulnerable in our society, a program that was
all
intended
those
for the
people-
aged, the blind, disabled, for pregnant mothers,
Okay,
for
wait.
children.
If I can reclaim, well, I guess I have Ms. Schakowsky's time, but almost all of these 8.6 million people who are going to lose their Medicaid are eligible. Now, you did mention several different groups. One of the groups you mentioned is people who are registered for Medicaid in more than one state. And I think all of us can agree that if people are registered in more than one state, they shouldn't be, and they should only be registered one time. But I've got the CBO score in my hand, and what it says is for those people who are registered in more than one state, that only saves $17.4 billion of the $700 billion that you cut in this. So I'm wondering where you're going to get the other money to save. If you're just going to cut $17.4 billion here.
That is not the only policy that we're getting these savings from.
Thank you. The other one you mentioned was this thing about the, quote, illegals, which you keep talking about. And I did put the statute into the record earlier that saying that Medicaid does not cover benefits for anybody who's not here legally, but some states do. Some states with their own state money. And so what your bill does, Mr. Chairman, is it says that we're not going to give matches to states that with their own money pay for undocumented people. But even that, so I get that you're saying we're not going to give that to them either, but that one would save $11 billion. So if you add it up to the people who are registered in 2 states and the states that with their own money cover undocumented people, that's like $28.4 billion out of $700 billion. So where are you going to get the rest without throwing eligible people off of Medicaid?
We are not throwing eligible people off of Medicaid.
Well, I hear you.
We were not texting
Again,
war
what we're doing
plans.
is
No one
ensuring
was
the
texting war
beneficiaries
plans.
who
We're
aren't
not throwing
enrolled
eligible
in
people
two-state
off. We're
Medicaid
changing the definition
programs.
of eligibility,
But they're-
though.
those people are unnecessarily eating into state Medicaid budgets
Right,
and
that's-
taking
that's-
resources away from those who truly need
That's
it.
right, that's $17.4 billion.
That is correct, and that
So
is
where do you
part
get
of the
other
savings that we
700?
are using to stabilize this program that is intended for the most vulnerable in our society.
I don't think you're going to answer my question, so I'll yield back to Ms. Schakowsky because several other of my colleagues would like you to yield to them. Do you want to yield to Mr. Archincloss?
No, I'm fine, unless you...
Thank you, Ms. Schakowsky. I want to briefly touch on something that the gentleman from Ohio raised with the copays, which I believe are $35 per doctor's visit now.
Per office visit.
And
And
My
Ps
question for the gentleman from
PAs
Georgia, our chair,
would also
is
incur a $35 fee.
why are copays acceptable for primary care visits for Medicaid for low-income patients when they're not for prescription drugs? The gentleman from Georgia has done terrific bipartisan work on lowering copays for prescription drugs. How does that, though, apply to this situation where you're claiming to be strengthening Medicaid and yet you're putting barriers to care for primary care, which we know to be just as preventative and helpful in avoiding downstream costs as prescription drug adherence is? So what's like the philosophical difference there?
What we're doing is we're trying to mirror what is in current law for optional
$35
cost-sharing policies in
copay
Medicaid.
requirement in current
This is
law.
not something new. This is something that has been done in the past and something we're going to continue. This is part of the savings to make sure that we stabilize this program, that we sustain this program, that it's
I don't
going to be
know
there in the future for the most
you've
vulnerable
ever
in our
had so
society.
little
But you're not putting those $35 back into Medicaid. Like Mr. Landsman
The
said. if you-
gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Schakowsky's time has expired. Does anyone seek time to speak on the amendment?
$3.65.
Chair recognizes the
Mass
gentleman
Health.
from California.
Massachusetts Medicaid copay.
Okay,
pharmacy
excuse me.
counter.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky. The chair.
Under
Well,
Massachusetts
thanks. I just want to
regulations,
say what
the
our
pharmacist was
bill
required to waive the copay.
does, and it seems
there
like
was a
if
fight
we're not
about it,
actually talking about the bill that's before us, I want to make sure we are.
I
So,
prevailed usually.
think about what this bill does. It stops us from paying for people that aren't actually eligible for Medicaid. So we had eligibility determinations that were suspended, changed a lot during COVID. All we're saying is and I didn't vote for the Medicaid program. I didn't vote for the expansion of the Medicaid program, so I didn't set the standard. I didn't set the qualification standards. The people who voted for that did set the qualification standards. And as all we're saying is that twice a year, that we verify people are qualified to be on Medicaid by the standards that was set by the people who voted for the Medicaid program and the expansion. It stops us from continuing to pay for 1.6 million people who are estimated by CBO to be enrolled in multiple states. Sometimes it's a transient population, people move. And so when you're doing the
it's
Medicaid
because there's
managed
no
care,
Medicaid
states get per
portability.
enrollee, and they believe, and 1.6 million people is what CBO has scored, are actually registered in 2 different states. We have a lot of that in my area. People move between Ohio and Kentucky and Tennessee. So we have that happen. It stops us from paying for states that choose to cover people that are not here in a legal presence. It stops people from qualifying for Medicaid while they live we put the exemption to $1 million. So if they have $1 million home, they can't qualify to be on Medicaid.
No,
It stopped us from paying
it's $1
per
million
member,
if they're
per month
long-term care.
fees to insurance companies to pay them for covering people that have already passed away. I think these are all common sense approaches. It stops criminals from fraudulently billing Medicaid by impersonating doctors who pass away. I think we can all agree on that. It stops Medicaid from paying for gender reassignment surgeries for minors. And finally, it stops able-bodied people that aren't taking care of a dependent from receiving free Medicaid if they refuse to work a part-time job or at least spend some time volunteering. And earlier today when we were talking, read directly from the bill all of the people who were exempt. And I would think if you took all the exemptions, you have to say if people aren't working with all the exemptions are truly people who are choosing not to work. And we feel like that's not fair to the American taxpayer. So that's what this bill does. And we think these are common sense approaches to make sure that we save the Medicaid program, because the Medicaid program is exploding. We know it's exploding. We have a $2 trillion budget deficit. I spent a lot of time talking to hospitals, providers. I changed some of my opinions and some of what's in the bill I was able to change because of what people said it would affect people's coverage. If you notice, state-directed payments are frozen where they are because people use this to make sure that that high Medicaid hospitals, rural hospitals are high
frozen where
Medicaid,
they
urban
are.
hospitals are high Medicaid.
As we all
And
know,
if you have a high
inflation
Medicaid
isn't
and
real
Medicare
and
population
doesn't
and very
happen,
few
so
private pay,
freezing payments
then
where
you
they
need the
are,
extra money for
that's fine.
the hospital to be successful and stay open. And so there are a lot of things that we put in this bill because we spent a lot of time talking to providers, people who provide for people. But we thought that and I strongly believe that we came up with who the common sense issues that if you, I just read through the
Taking
list, I'll
someone's
read through it
healthcare
again,
away
but
from
we
them
think
when
that
they
that's
lose their
common
job is
sense to make
common
sure that we have
sense?
not people
Really?
covered by multiple states, not paying for people that aren't even eligible to be on the program, people with $1 million home, people with all the exceptions. I can reread the bill again. I don't have it right in front of me, of the exceptions for people who or the work requirement is accepted for. And so we think these are reasonable approaches, and that's the bill we're discussing today. And I appreciate the time, and I will yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, the ranking member, Mr. Palong.
You see, the problem is, from my point of view, Mr. Chairman, that what you define as eligible. I think probably the best example is the gentleman from Georgia's state. We have a couple cases historically where states have tried to impose, you call it work requirements, I call them red tape. And this is where the Congressional Budget Office gets most of the people that are thrown off of Medicare, not because they're undocumented, not because they're in 2 states, not for some of the other reasons that you articulated. It's about the red tape. So in Georgia, I think they had about 400,000 people that were eligible for Medicaid. In other words, that means that if they had filled out all the paperwork, had met had done everything they were supposed to do to file the paper requirements, they would have been eligible. But less than, something like 7,000 of those 400,000 ended up getting Medicaid. Less than 10%, I don't know, 6%, 3%, whatever the figure was. Now you would say, okay, only those 3% are eligible because they're the only ones that filled out the forms, did everything properly with the forms, did all that. Well, the reality is that almost all those people would have been eligible. Most
They're
of them are
redefining
working, something
eligibility
like
and then saying
92%, I think, of those were working. There was just too much red tape. I don't know, because they couldn't figure out how to do it, because they didn't know about it, because it was too frequent that they had to fill out these forms. And so it's not that they weren't eligible, it's that Georgia, the state of Georgia, put too many barriers in the way of their being able to qualify. And that's what I think is happening here today, with this bill. In other words, I hate to use the example, but I'm going to. I look at someone who walks into this room and who's disabled, and I say, gee, how can I help them get health insurance? What I believe you're doing, not intentionally, but what I believe you're doing is you're filling out in this bill, figuring every way possible for them not to qualify, either because they can't fill out the paperwork, they don't know how to do it, I don't know, whatever, they might be illiterate, they can't physically fill it out, they have to go on a website, and they don't know how to use the website, they don't have the website. And then if they're not eligible because they didn't fill out the paperwork, then you have a thing that says, well, then they're not eligible for any kind of subsidy under the Affordable Care Act, so they don't have that option as well, which is, of course, also the basis for the CBO saying so many people get kicked off Medicaid. They assumed that if you didn't have Medicaid, you would go to the ACA, and that would have probably eliminated most of your savings, But instead, now you say they can't go to the ACA because they still haven't, they haven't filled out the paperwork for the Medicaid, so we're not going to let them go to the ACA and get any kind of subsidized care.
This bill,
and it
if
goes
they
on
kick
and
you off
on,
Medicaid,
limiting the enrollment period under the ACA.
Doesn't let you go to the ACA.
Saying that
it's like
if
a
they sign up today
ban on healthcare.
for Medicaid, but they don't actually get an official document certifying that for another month or two, they don't qualify for Medicaid coverage during that period between when they applied. Can't be retroactive. I mean, the list goes on and on like this. I can't even mention it all. So it's not that these people are not eligible for Medicaid. If they did everything that you say they have to do to qualify, meaning all the paperwork, of course they would qualify. Of course they would be. So it's really not fair to say that you're not kicking these people off. You are kicking these people off because you're putting everything in place to make it difficult for them to qualify, even though they really do qualify. And we as Democrats spent the last 4 years when we were in the majority trying to find out ways to make sure that these people didn't trip up in the process so they didn't qualify, because we wanted them to have health care. That's the distinction here between what you're doing tonight and what we did. And it's really a terrible thing, because it shouldn't be that these 8 million plus another 5, you're not going to get the subsidy for ACA, don't qualify. It's not fair. They should get health insurance. They do qualify. But you're going to make it so they can't qualify. That's what's happening here. And I think it's a really terrible thing, but you're in the majority, so I yield back.
The gentleman has yielded. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson, for 5 minutes of comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I just want to reject the idea that was just put out there, and we've been hearing it all day, that somehow Republicans want to keep people from getting Medicaid. That's just not true. We're here to fight for the people in our districts who depend on Medicaid. And I just reject that idea. This idea that, because the reality is this program is going broke. And it's going broke because of Democrat policies that have loaded the program up with a lot of people that don't qualify. And what I want to do is preserve it for Melissa from my district and Christine, who has a son who says without Medicaid they would be homeless.
Over again, because it's the
And to suggest
best
that I don't
argument
care or that I want
the
them to somehow
polling says
not
that
be able
they
to,
have.
to get access to that Medicaid so they'll be homeless, like that's offensive to me. And so I just reject the idea. And to give more clarity, I'd like to yield to Chairman Guthrie.
Thanks. I just want a couple of things that my ranking member friend brought up. One is the enrollment period that in the ACA. When they say pass, it had a enrollment period that you had to apply for your health insurance. And it's something when you have guaranteed issue, which everybody in this side of the aisle is in pre-existing conditions, that absolutely nothing has changed in that. When you have guaranteed issue, you have to have a special enrollment period, because then you could apply for insurance only when you needed it. And so over time, it's gotten to where it's almost, I don't think it's technically open enrollment. The way it's implemented, it's open enrollment. And we're going back to the original design of the Affordable Care Act, that people had a certain time, if there's a life-changing event, you get married, you have a baby, all these other things that are life-changing events, you can change and enroll in your insurance, but there's an enrollment period that all insurance has that you have to apply for, and not just open enrollment, because just so people will not only take the insurance when they actually need it. And on the work requirements, you're right. Arkansas is a great example of where people were not able to maintain their Medicaid, not because they didn't qualify, it's because the process was so onerous. Arkansas had a monthly check that you had to monthly verify employment, and became so difficult they couldn't do it. So what did we do? We spent a lot of time with Arkansas, Georgia, and other states trying to figure out what they did different. And so we require beneficiaries to have to verify work at the time of enrollment or during a redetermination of their eligibility. We're not doing the monthly checks that Arkansas had. And so this allows states and beneficiaries to take advantage of existing processing and paperwork that beneficiaries already go through to become eligible for Medicaid. And what's more, though, is that we're also encouraging states to use existing data sources like state payroll data so they can better utilize so-called ex parte reviews. This is already a pretty well-established concept for states. They use existing data sources all the time to help verify a number of different eligibility requirements. So right off the bat, we're talking about paperwork that's already part of the current process for applying for Medicaid, not adding additional monthly work requirements, for the exact reason that what you just said, Mr. Rankin. The exact reason is that we don't want people to lose Medicaid who are eligible for Medicaid because they don't fill out the paperwork. We want people who are in the expansion population that are able-bodied, with the exceptions that the list, to work, and we think that's a good use of the taxpayer dollars. That's why we have that in here. But we absolutely don't do it like Arkansas. We don't do it like other states have done it because we don't want to have happen exactly what you said, that red tape disqualifies them. They either choose, we want it to be either they choose to work or they disqualify themselves, not because of the paperwork. And we feel like we addressed that in this bill because that's the concerns that we have, exactly the concerns you just articulated.
Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Oh,
well, it's not my
the one who
time.
has the time has to yield, Mr. Hudson. So,
He's yielded.
so I just want to point out that on page 71 of the, is it the Ains? Yeah, of page 71 of the Ains, in subpart D, it does say, Mr. Chairman, as you said, that they have to certify and then recertify every 6 months, but it also, in paragraph little II, says that states actually can, at their discretion, conduct more frequent verifications of compliance. So they can actually do, under this Ains, they can actually do what Arkansas did. And that's part of the problem we have, is you're going to let the states do whatever they want. I yield back.
But, oh, I'm out of time. Yep. I'm sorry, we're out of time.
The gentleman has yielded. Does anyone else seek recognition to speak on the amendment? The chair recognizes the gentleman from, the gentlelady from New York. Who do you want?
Tanko, and then
Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Without objection?
Thank you. I rise in support of this amendment. Let's call Republicans' so-called community engagement and eligibility check requirements what they really are, an attempt to make paperwork great again. If you've ever struggled with an insurance company denying care or been on hold with customer service for hours on end and thought, I wish this process could be even worse, Republicans have delivered the bill just for you. This is death by paperwork. What does this look like in reality? Imagine you're working 2 jobs to make ends meet and currently receive health care through Medicaid. Now every month in the mail, you'll get some confusing form that you have to spend an hour filling out and have your boss sign off on just to make certain you can see your doctor.
I have a paper.
Just what everyone was clamoring for, having your boss more involved
I wouldn't want to do
in your
it.
medical care. On top of that, every 6 months, you're going to get another confusing form that's going to take another hour to fill out to make certain you haven't earned a single dollar too much. Otherwise, guess what? They're going to kick you off of your health care. All of this is assuming that the bureaucrats in charge of the Medicaid program in your state know that you've changed departments in the last month and send the mail to your right address. Otherwise, guess what? They'll kick you off of your health care for not responding. What Republicans are doing with this amendment is the health care equivalent of self-deportation. They want to make receiving actual health care so burdensome that people just give up on even trying. And guess what? It will probably work. As we have discussed, almost 14 million people will lose health care because of these and other requirements in this legislation. In New York State, these death by paperwork requirements could lead to 1.6 million people to lose coverage. Is there anything more soul-sucking than having to constantly validate your worth to an insurance company? Having to send document after document just to prove that you are worthy of care? These efforts are dehumanizing and demoralizing. This is the future that Republicans want for Medicaid, a system so mind-numbingly bureaucratic and full of red tape that no one can actually get the health care that they were promised. What if instead of spending all this time and effort and money on paperwork, we just made certain everyone had access to health care? Now that's a system I could believe in. So I urge all of my colleagues to support this vital amendment. Let's get back to providing health care for real people rather than finding soul-sucking ways to take it away. With that, I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
yields back.
Will the gentleman
Is there
yield?
anyone seeking recognition on the Republican side?
Yeah, yes, I'll yield to the Congresswoman from California.
Congresswoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Since we're summarizing what the bill does, whoops, it's upside down. Let's review again what this bill is going to do and what the CBO has told us it's going to do. And that is the Republican bill, combined, by the way, with the Affordable Care Act subsidies effectively expiring, it cuts at least $715 billion from healthcare. And we're talking about 13.7 million people being kicked off of Medicaid. Now, we can talk word salad, explain it this way, explain it that way, but the bottom line is people are going to lose benefits. People are going to be cut off of Medicaid, and that is not a good thing. We have heard everything from, oh, millionaires are on Medicaid. Let me tell you about what happened with what happened in California, what was happening to people in California that were on Medicaid. I had a constituent, many people,
home equity,
who were on Medicaid, which meant they couldn't earn more than $2,000 a month, and they couldn't have more than, I don't know, $500 in the bank. It was some very low amount. Those people couldn't even afford to replace their homes. They would never be able to afford to replace the roofs on their homes because they could never save. It was not permitted under Medicaid. So what they said was, hey, we are not going to judge your bank account. We're going to judge your income. Do you really think millionaires are getting income that's less than $2,000 a month? I mean, shut the front door. Come on. Be reasonable. That doesn't happen. That is not going to happen. But they're finding every which way they can to kick people off Medicaid. And in the next conversation, we will talk about the new requirements about checking in every 6 months. Because I can give you story after story about people get kicked off and how long it takes for them to get back on when there was just an error. I yield back.
Time has expired.
And I yield back, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I yield to the chair as much time as he may need.
Thank you. I want to address the earlier comments regarding the coverage loss in this bill. Let me make sure everyone understands. The estimates that are being cited here include policies that are simply not in our bill. The CBO has determined policies in our bill that would only result in 7.6 million recipients being shifted off of Medicaid. All of this comes, all of it, all 7.6 that are shifted off of Medicaid come from able-bodied adults who choose not to work. It comes from illegal immigrants. It comes from recipients who are getting benefits who are not actually eligible. So that those who truly need it will be able to get it. And it includes potential future growth that is unrealized. The individuals my colleagues are concerned about today, the disabled children, mothers, and seniors, are not impacted by this bill. We're seeking to strengthen this program, to stabilize this program, to sustain this program for them, the most vulnerable, instead of illegal immigrants and able-bodied adults. It's that simple. It's common sense. Democrats continue to mislead the public about the impact of our bill by claiming that they result in 13.7 million losing coverage. That simply is not true.
That's what the Congressional Budget
Democrats are adding
Office
an
says,
additional
not
5 million to
Democrats.
that number because
CBO.
they are attributing the effect of policies that not only aren't in our bill, but aren't even in the committee's jurisdiction. They want to convince everyone that the impact of our bill is as scary as
Congressional
possible.
Budget Office.
This is nothing more than fear-mongering. They're telling you that kids and people with disabilities are going to be kicked off of their coverage. That's simply not true. And what's sad is that you know it's not true.
Will the gentleman yield?
You know it is not true.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Okay, I entered into the record the CBO estimates. The CBO estimate says that we estimate the expiration of the expended premium tax credits will increase the number of people without health insurance by 4.2 million in 2034 relative, yada, yada, yada. So take your 8 million that you're okay with kicking off Medicaid and add these, and that's how you get to the number. Okay, so you might be okay with 8 million people coming off. We're not. But when Republicans, and let's not forget, Republicans tried to put an end to the Affordable Care Act. This is their way of attacking the Affordable Care Act. By allowing these premiums to end,
That's true.
the premium tax credits to end, which is how you get the additional 4.2 million. So I want to make sure, because the math adds up if you do the math, and if I had a whiteboard, I could do it on a whiteboard, but I don't have one tonight. But just believe CBO, Congressional Budget Office, it is 13.7 under their leadership. The bill combined under
Reclaiming my time, the gentle lady knows perfectly well that that is not true. That it is not kicking 13.7 million people off of Medicaid. And that is simply not true, and the gentle lady knows that. This is nothing more than fear-mongering. It's nothing more than misleading the public. What we are doing here is stabilizing this program. This is a program that I worked in for over 40 years as a pharmacist, and I can assure you, it is a program that is needed. It is intended for the most vulnerable in our society, the aged, the blind, the disabled, pregnant mothers, children, those who truly need it. And that's what we're doing. We are making sure that no illegals are going to be on this program. We're making sure that people aren't registered in more than one state. We're making sure that there are going to be work requirements so that able-bodied adults are truly in need of it. That's what we're doing. We're stabilizing this program. To insinuate, to fearmonger that we are trying to kick people off is simply untrue.
It's not an insinuation. It's a
And I
statement
yield
what
back
the
my
Congressional
time.
Budget Office has
Is there
determined.
anyone looking to speak on
The
this?
experts.
The gentleman from
projecting the
Louisiana,
impact of
Mr.
congressional-
Carter, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've said
Budget proposals.
consistently tonight that you want to stand up and sustain the program, that these attempts are to find waste, fraud, and abuse. Can you share with me what percentage, if in fact you are able to find these and make these cuts, will go back into Medicaid to sustain the program, as you say?
All of it.
All of it. None of it's going to be, thank you, none of it's going to be used to support tax breaks.
What this does is to free up more money for states so that they can run these programs and invest in these programs. That's why we depend on states.
So all of it, none of it will go for tax breaks, period. You said all of it, so I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. Because for me, all of it means all of it.
When we free up money for the states, they can make investments into their programs, making it a better program for those who truly need it.
Right.
That's what we're trying to do.
And I'm supportive. So every penny we find goes back into building this program. So if we find waste, fraud, abuse, we find people that were not eligible to be there, that money will then go back into building even stronger Medicaid.
Okay.
Yes?
Why don't you go?
That's not a trick question.
I'm sorry. Please repeat.
Okay. So if you're able to find waste, fraud, abuse, people who should not be on the rolls, and you deem that to be savings, will those savings all go back into Medicaid to build a stronger Medicaid? And none of it will go toward giving tax breaks for anyone. That it will all go back in to the program to make it better.
When states save money,
He won't say yes.
when states save money, they have more money to invest into the program to make it a better program for those who need it the most, the vulnerable, the most vulnerable in our society. That's what this program was intended for. And that's what we're trying to do, is to stabilize this program, because right now it is out of control.
I'm going to reclaim my time because you clearly don't want to answer this very basic question. So I'm going to let the people figure it out. The chairman has said that all the money goes back, but when I ask him, will it all go back into the program to make it stronger, he tap dances. I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Landsman from Ohio.
Thank you. A quick question for the chair, since you're entertaining questions. You just said that, because we're getting into the policy now. As you said, the folks who are on multiple states, that's a policy change, but it's one of many policy changes, your words. The policy changes that you all are pursuing, you said shift people off of Medicaid. What is the
Where did
difference?
it
Shift people who are
to?
not eligible
fine.
and who should not be on it in the first place
What is
off
the
of it.
difference between shifting and kicking somebody off?
Shifting people who are not supposed to be on there. Listen, if they're not supposed to be on there, you can kick them off.
Okay,
If
so there's
they're
no
not
difference.
eligible, they
There's no-
should not be on a program
Got it.
as necessary as this program is, because we need to
I yield-
protect these
I
people out.
reclaim my time. That's good. So shifting people off is no different than kicking them off. You have said that you want to save Medicaid, protect Medicaid, sustain Medicaid, but you've admitted tonight, thankfully, that you all are cutting Medicaid.
That is
you
not
are-
what we
that
have
you are
admitted.
shrinking. I
Do
reclaim
not
my
put
claim. I
words
reclaim-
into my
Will the
mouth.
chairman respect the parliamentary rules
you're
of your
shrinking-
committee and allow him to
You're
speak?
shrinking Medicaid by $715 billion. That will mean that 8.6 million people will lose health insurance. You're cleaning up the rolls, as you said, removing people through red tape, co-pays, and cuts to states. So in the last 30 seconds of my time, I do think that you should heed the advice of Republican Senator Josh Hawley when he says, walk away from this. This is morally bankrupt and politically suicidal. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Guthrie.
So I just want to put back to where we are. We put a lot of time, a lot of thought. We want people to be covered. They're eligible for Medicaid. And just so you know, a lot of numbers have been thrown around. This year in 2025, we're going to spend $650 billion on the Medicaid program. When this bill is full in effect, in a decade from now, so this year we spend $650 billion. All the cuts that the other side have been trying to describe, the Medicaid spend under this bill in 2034 will be $1.1 trillion. That's where the direction of the program is going under this bill. We're going to spend $1.1 trillion where we spend $650 billion. So just people need to know where the direction this is going. And so what we're saying, the people that are being shifted off of Medicaid, the people who set up Medicaid, people who voted for Medicaid, people who have this program in place, set up eligibility requirements. And all we're saying is we're going to check the eligibility requirements twice a year.
Every month.
To make sure that people match the eligibility requirements. The other
every
group,
month.
we have a lot of, I read, people in the Indian health system, people that have disabilities, people that have a dependent child, people that have substance use disorder, people that have a diagnosed mental disorder. We have all of those exceptions in our bill. So
How
when
do
you
you get
break
a
down all the
diagnosis
exceptions,
if
if
you
you're
don't have health
18 to
insurance?
64 and you're not one of those exceptions, you're able-bodied and choosing not to work. So we're saying all you have to do is work and you get to, because the taxpayers are providing your health insurance. And we think that's just fair to taxpayers. So people who are eligible, people who are working, all they have to do is work. And somebody says, well, 64, well, I'm 61. I hope I'm working until I'm 64 at least. But when you're 64, it says you can volunteer.
He
So
has
what you
a
can't do is
very
say you
demanding
retire at 55,
physical job
and
as
if
a
you
member of
retire at 55
Congress
and go on
sitting on his
Medicaid,
butt all
well, you
day.
still have to engage in your community. You have to be a
Hard for
volunteer
him
because you're
to
getting
tough
a
it out another
taxpayer-funded
4
benefit.
years.
And so that's what we're asking there. And the other one is people that are covered that aren't here in a legal presence, and we're just saying that shouldn't be covered under the federal health care program. And so the number you need to know is, as of today, we're spending $650 billion on health care. If this bill is enacted as it is written, we will spend $1.1 trillion 10 years from now on Medicaid. So the idea that we're rolling back the program to some negative direction, it just is not accurate. And then with the work requirements, we want to make sure that able-bodied people who are eligible to work are working, and people aren't separated from Medicaid because they can't go through the red tape. And so there are requirements you check twice a year. We've made it easier. We do give state flexibility. Arkansas has said, hey, they've learned from their mistakes. They've learned how to do it better. They've got data to do it better. We talked about AI a whole lot in the previous section. And so there's opportunities for states to do it better to make
Fucking
sure people are
LLM
working and they can
chatbot is
check it
going
more
to determine
often.
whether or not
But
you
the
live or
absolute
die.
intent and the absolute expectation from the members of this side is that people who are not on Medicaid is because they choose not to work, not for other reason. But I will, again,
Choose not to work.
these two
because,
numbers,
as we all know,
this year, we're going to spend $650
unemployment is
billion.
always voluntary.
10 years from now, we're going to spend $1.1 trillion on Medicaid.
Will the gentleman kneel for a question?
Sure.
Don't you think we're going to spend more on healthcare if we kick, or as you say, shift people off of Medicaid because they're going to like get more sick and go to the ER? So don't you think we're going to spend more in the long run?
Well, so the answer to that is that one, that we just want people eligible to be on Medicaid. If we need to change the eligibility, I mean, when y'all had the majority, I didn't change the eligibility. And the second thing is we do think people who are qualified to work and able-bodied to work should work. And so if they work, they get their health care. And the third section is that people aren't here in a legal status, and that's a debate I know that we can have, but we feel that to be on the federal health care program, you should be here in a legal status. And so but we're still going to spend that much more money on health care. And I will yield back to my friend from Florida.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from California, Dr. Ruiz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Spanish, we have a saying, entre el dicho y el hecho hay un gran trecho. Between what is said and what is done, there's a large trench. And, you know, you said you want to increase people on Medicaid. Well, we did in the Affordable Care Act with the Medicaid expansion, of which you voted against. But now this bill is designed to kick those people out. It's essentially a backdoor way of repealing the Affordable Care Act, the Medicaid expansion that covered people, low-income individuals, even more in Medicaid. So we're hearing over and over from Republicans that this bill will not cut benefits. That's not true. Reducing federal funding, imposing restrictions on how states can pay for Medicaid, creating administrative burden and red tape for beneficiaries, these things have consequences. The bill simply passes the buck to states to deal with the massive financial problem it creates for them. The Congressional Budget Office estimated that states would resort to limiting optional benefits and reducing enrollment in Medicaid should provisions in this bill become law. That is cutting benefits. CBO also estimated that the bill will result in 13.7 million individuals losing their health care coverage. How is that not cutting benefits? When you legislate, you have to look at the big picture. Another part of this big picture is that these red tape work requirements are designed to get people off of the rolls, is designed to go after the Medicaid expansion that covers more than 20 million low-income people. The Medicaid expansion saves lives. More than 27,000 lives and counting have been saved across the states that have adopted to expand Medicaid because of increased coverage. In states that expanded Medicaid, opioid deaths were 6% lower, cancer screenings were 5% higher, and rural hospitals were 62% less likely to close. And now you're going after Medicaid expanded patients with these onerous work requirements. You know, we have some examples here, as we mentioned before, through the Arkansas and the Georgia experiment. In Arkansas, it resulted in 18,000 Arkansans from being kicked off of Medicaid in just 1 year. 1 in 4 people subject to the requirements lost their health care, many of whom were working or otherwise subject to an exemption. In other words, these are individuals that qualified. In Georgia, which has the 3rd highest uninsured rate in the country, something I would not be proud of, burdensome red tape requirements have prevented over 240,000 Georgians likely eligible for health care from enrolling in its state-specific Medicaid expansion program. So let me give you some examples of how this works. The red tape requirements create crushing administrative barriers like paperwork, long wait lines, and unreliable online portals for Americans trying to stay on care. In Arkansas, people who try to set up online accounts reported an inability to get in touch with state agency staff, long wait times, and an inability to navigate the state's online portal. One Arkansan attempted to document her work hours, shared, quote, "My mom said I needed to go online and do this, and that I was on the phone with a lady trying to. She said I needed to do something with my hours. Well, I was on the phone with a lady for like an hour. Then she sent me to someone else. Then she sent me to someone else. So I just gave up from trying to report my hours worked." Medicaid enrollees who may be eligible for certain exemptions because they are caregivers, disabled, or students often get buried under red tape and can lose their health care as a result. One enrollee applying for a caregiver exemption shared, quote, "The worker told me that I would need to provide documentation showing that my husband's disability required me to be a caregiver. The worker was not able to tell me what kind of documentation I would need to provide." So red tape requirements often require logging hours electronically, punishing low-income
bill
Americans who do not have
doesn't
internet,
define what sort of
smartphones, cars, or reliable
documentation would be
transportation to
required
log
for
hours
parents of
in
disabled
person.
children, for
In
example.
New Hampshire, one mother shared her experience trying to log her work hours. Quote, "We do not have internet at our home, so I rely on my phone. At times, we do not have phone service due to our finances. Even when I have phone service, sometimes when I try to upload documents on my phone, I have trouble and end up needing to go to Health and Human Services in person. But right now, I do not even have a vehicle that is roadworthy to drive to Health and Human Services." These are clearly examples of way this is designed to get people frustrated, to give up, to not undergo these onerous work requirements, reporting to get them out. In fact, the vast majority of the 8 million people that will be kicked out of Medicaid in this bill come from these type of onerous work requirements. Entre el dicho y el hecho hay un gran trecho. So all night we'll be correcting these falsehood over and over again. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Representative Pfluger, for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, I loved our AI discussion earlier, so I just did a little AI search. And I want to see if because I think we agree that healthcare is important, but this is just what it said on the AI overview that's really pretty basic. Medicaid was designed as a health insurance program for low-income individuals, including children, some adults, pregnant women, and people with disabilities. And I just want to, since we're in the business of asking questions, does anybody disagree with this on the other side? That's just an AI overview. I mean, it's not like technical or anything. But, you know, I bring that up because I think that our similarities on healthcare outweigh a lot of our differences, that we want to make sure we provide health care for people that deserve it.
Will the gentleman
When
yield?
it comes to, I'm gonna
Everyone
keep going for a
deserves
second. When it
healthcare.
comes to Medicaid, you know, this program was designed specifically for a group of people that would not have otherwise had benefits. And that's really, I think, the heart of this. And that's where that brings us to the differences, I think, that we have. And the differences are, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, but the differences are that we don't believe people that aren't eligible for Medicaid should be receiving the benefits. I don't believe that the 1.6 million people who are
The tell
fraudulently
was when he said not everyone
enrolled in
deserves
Medicaid
healthcare.
should be taking benefits from the people that came into this room here today that were fighting for it. Or for the people in my district, the children who need Medicaid. So I'll ask the gentleman from California, because you spoke last, but do you agree that 1.6 million people who are fraudulently enrolled should not receive Medicaid?
I agree that if there's any fraudulent enrollment, that the court should settle who is committing fraud and who is not,
All right,
and not by
let me go to the
theoretical
next-
policy.
Let me go.
The other thing I
I'll take my time back. I want to
Okay,
ask
but
you a
I-
series. I want to ask you a series.
And I have another answer
Okay,
when you say low income.
I'm gonna take my time back. What about people? My friend from California, if you live in $1 million home,
I don't.
should you be qualified for Medicaid?
I don't live in $1 million home, trust me.
Lives in $1 million home, should they be
In
enrolled
California, you
in Medicaid?
can't buy a home for less than $1 million.
No, I don't think,
No,
I
no,
don't think
I'm
they
asking you a
should. But let me ask you a question. Do you think an
I'll reclaim my time.
individual?
No,
The chair recognizes
Thank
the
you.
gentleman from
Thank you.
Texas.
We got all night. It's 2
This is
o'clock
a
in the morning. We
serious
got.
question. But if you allow me, this is
Buddy,
a serious question.
Come on.
Sir,
Well, he's asking me questions. He wants to engage. I'd like to.
chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Thank you.
He has 2 minutes left.
We got lots of time to do this. Trust me. Look, we have a difference, I think, between the two sides where we don't believe that people who are here in this country illegally should receive Medicaid benefits to the detriment
You're
of
going to hear a
those
lot
that we just
about
described
million-dollar
as having
homes.
been needing the
If you're listening
benefits
to this,
as
you may
the
know more
targeted
about Medicaid
population.
policy than the committee members.
This bill stops us from paying per member per month fees to insurance companies to
home
pay them for
equity
covering
limit
people who
applies
aren't even
to
alive.
long-term
This bill
care.
stops criminals from fraudulently billing Medicaid and impersonating doctors who passed away. This
What
bill
they're saying is that
stops
if you're a
Medicaid from
couple in
paying for gender
California
reassignment
in your
surgeries for
90s,
minors. That's a difference, I think, between the two sides. And that's okay. Let's just call this what it is. There are differences in the way we see this. This bill stops able-bodied adults who have chosen not to work, who have chosen, and that's their choice, and there's nothing wrong with that. But this bill says, you know what? If you're an able-bodied adult and you don't want to work, you don't qualify for Medicaid. That's a difference between the two sides. It's
Medicaid
okay
is
to
prohibited
debate that.
for paying for testosterone or
We are
estrogen
saying that we believe there's a
for,
work requirement
17-year-old who, but for
to be able to
gender-supportive
receive
care,
Medicaid.
gender-affirming care,
Beneficiary.
Gentlemen, yield.
So I will ask you a final question.
Well,
If
well,
you'll
well,
answer
will
the
not
question,
pay
I'll yield.
for- it prohibits
Do you
the
believe
paying for top
that
surgery
you should
for
have
a
some sort of
17-year-old
work
who,
requirement
but for
to be able to receive these
gender-affirming
benefits?
care, that top surgery
No,
would
that's
end
an
up
easy
with.
one.
I'll
Now,
ta- I'll
but
take the
hold
time.
on.
I'll
Those
take the
people
time.
may seem
Okay, now,
theoretical
so
to
so
you.
look.
One of them is in your family. If you have a problem with
I-
it,
There's
I'm
a
gonna-
lot of-
He's my friend, so wrap it up.
Yeah,
10
and
seconds.
you're a good baseball player, and we play good together in the baseball field. Look, you said that Medicaid was intended for low-income individuals.
No, that's what AI said.
banning
Well, I mean, but and we
We had a good
agreed, and
AI
you agreed,
discussion.
and you agreed. You
Mr.
said
Chairman, my time has expired. Yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Representative Trahan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Without objection.
home
So
equity.
I think we're going to go
It's about
all
nursing homes
morning with
for
a taste
seniors
great,
mostly.
less filling volley, back and forth.
by
You're
volume.
going to accuse us of being for all sorts of people who should be on the rolls, and it's just going to be a complete misrepresentation of what we believe. Democrats are pretty unapologetic about expanding health care, right? We came up with the ACA. Since we enacted the ACA, Republicans have been trying to repeal it. And the problem with that is you've never had an alternative. So when you talk about shifting people off of Medicaid, like just be honest about it.
So
You're
they would be
taking
forcing the
away
sales,
health care because you don't
essentially, as
you
I
don't
read the bill.
agree that we ever should have expanded Medicaid to begin with.
If
You
one
just
spouse, a
used
community
AI, which
spouse,
proved it's
is at
flawed,
home, and another spouse, the
to
other spouse
define what
goes into
Medicaid,
a SNF.
who that should cover. So
That
like,
is
let's just call
when
work
home equity
requirements
comes
what they
into
are.
play.
They're obstructions. I
In
mean,
the vast majority of cases, I am
the
aware.
sitting chair,
If you are watching this, you
Georgia's
know
the only
about
state in the
Medicaid
country that's
waivers,
currently
probably.
enforcing Medicaid reporting requirements. The results are already proving what we've long known. This is an expensive, bureaucracy-creating policy, and it doesn't work. Despite
And
spending over
streaming to
$40 million
multiple services.
in
So
state
if you
and
are
federal
on
tax
one in which
dollars
you
to
do
launch
not
the
see
program,
anti-trans
fewer
hate
than
comments,
4,500 people
great.
have enrolled.
And,
That's well short of the state's own goal of 25,000 in the first
Sorry, I
year,
was doing
and it's
something
less
with
than
the,
2% of the
moderation
359,000 Georgians who would have gained coverage if the state had simply expanded Medicaid like 40 other states did. Nearly 80% of the program spending has gone to administration and consulting fees, not medical care. That means public dollars are being spent building bureaucratic barriers instead of breaking them down. And now the state has launched a $10.7 million advertising campaign just to convince people to sign up for a program that was designed to be difficult to access in the first place. Look, if this is the model that our Republican colleagues want to take national, yeah, we're gonna stay here and fight it tooth and nail because it doesn't work, it's expensive, and it basically just takes healthcare away from people. Georgia's experiment is already showing us what the outcomes will be. Fewer people with coverage, more wasted taxpayer dollars, and a healthcare system that's harder, not easier to navigate.
Will the gentlelady yield? Right here, Lori.
Yes, I'll yield.
Would you agree that the biggest difference we have is our viewpoint on whether or not work requirements should be part of this system? I mean, do you agree, like, just the foundational debate that we have?
No, we're gonna go one by one on all the ways that your policies that you are putting into this bill translates into less people with health care. Work requirements is just one of them.
Lori, would you mind?
I yield back.
Would the gentlewoman yield?
Oh, yes,
time?
absolutely, I yield.
Do the
to my
Commonwealth
colleague from
pass.
Massachusetts.
The gentleman from Texas is talking about coverage and disagreements there, but I want to talk about cost and disagreements there because there actually is something that we both agree on both sides, which is we actually agree on a version of universal access to health care. It's a 1980s law, EMTALA, that says that if you get sick, you can go to the emergency room, right? You call 911, someone has to answer. Does anybody on the other side of the aisle disagree with that? If you call 911, someone has to answer,
Medical
right?
Treatment and
So,
Labor Act. or
What we're
EMTALA.
saying as Democrats is, hey, you know, it's actually a lot cheaper if fewer people have to call 911 and go to the emergency room, and instead they get to see a doctor or afford their prescription drugs or see a substance abuse therapist before they go to an emergency room. And what Republicans are saying is, no, we want to add copays to people seeing a primary care physician. We want to gut SAMHSA and substance abuse treatments, and we want to kick people off the Medicaid rolls so they have no access to preventative or primary care. And at that point, those people still get sick, right? Sickness is not an eligibility requirement. They're still sick. They're going to the emergency room, and they will now, not just they, all of us will pay more money. So Democrats care about lowering healthcare costs through comprehensive healthcare policy. Republicans want to have higher healthcare costs. And I yield back to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts.
The gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Balderson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Chairman Guthrie.
Thank you very much. And I've heard the Arkansas come up a couple of times, so I'm sure this will as well. So I just want to start by saying this year we're spending $650 billion in Medicaid. We're going to spend more money each and every year over the next 10 years. In 2034, under this bill, the CBO
He
estimates will
seems to have
spend
just discovered medical
$1.1
inflation.
trillion in Medicaid, from $650 billion
This isn't how you
to
bend the cost
$1.1
curve,
trillion.
bud.
And so on the work requirements, because my friend from doctor from California said that brought up the Arkansas model again, and we don't want to repeat the Arkansas model. We agree that was the wrong way to do it, and I strongly believe Arkansas didn't set their process up because they wanted to use it to get people off Medicaid. They wanted people who are going to take taxpayer dollars for free health care, have some obligation to do something for it. Most people work for their health care. They get it through their employer. And we think that able-bodied people who are eligible to work should do something and not just have something given to them for free. And so Arkansas did that. They made it overly cumbersome. They made monthly checks. It was outside of the normal process. People
right? They don't
couldn't get
believe healthcare
checked
is
in
a
the way
human
they
right.
want. So Arkansas
They
backed
don't.
off because they knew that was separating
Fundamentally
people
don't believe healthcare is a
from
human right. He's
for Medicaid,
slipped
that
up
they
and
didn't
said
want
it before.
separated from
Certain
Medicaid,
people
and they're trying to do it
deserve
better.
healthcare, and
So
certain people
just since
don't
we brought
deserve healthcare.
Arkansas and Georgia up a couple of times
Who
already,
gets to define
just
who's
remember
deserving?
the bill today would
He does.
only require a beneficiary
Literally
to have
him.
to verify work
He's
at the
the
time
chair
of enrollment or during a redetermined position of their eligibility. And this allows states and beneficiaries to take advantage of the existing processing and paperwork that they already go through. This is already a pretty well-established concept for states. They use existing data sources all the time to verify a number of different people with eligibility requirements. So right off the bat, we're talking about paperwork that's already part of the current system by learning from it. And I accept the criticism of what Arkansas Arkansas did it with good intentions, but I accept the criticism of what they did. So who are we requiring to work? We are requiring to work, we're not requiring, the work requirements do not apply to pregnant women, individuals under 19, individuals over 64.
He's going to keep coming back to this
If you're
list.
foster youth and former foster youth
Obviously.
under the age of 26, so it does not apply to you. If you're members of a tribe, it does not apply to you. Individuals who are considered medically frail, which includes but is not limited to individuals who are
How do you prove
blind,
it?
disabled, have a
How do you prove it?
chronic substance use disorder, who
How
have
do
a
you prove it?
serious and complex medical condition. You are not required to
do
work.
you
Individuals who
prove
are
that?
already in
Your bill
compliance with work
doesn't say.
requirements under TANF and SNAP do not have to go through the process with Medicaid. Individuals who are a parent or caregiver of a dependent child or an
Again.
individual with a disability are not required
nothing
to
about-
work, or are incarcerated or recently released from incarceration within the past 90 days. There's also provisions for short-term hardship waivers for natural disasters and for counties where the unemployment rate is greater than 8% or greater than 150% of the national average. So if you're not pregnant, if you're between 19 and 64, if you're not a foster youth or a former foster youth under the age of 26, if you're not a member of a tribe, if you're not an individual who's medically frail, if you're not an individual who is already in compliance with other work requirements, if you're not an individual who is a parent of a caregiver or a dependent child, or individual with a disability, or not one who is incarcerated or recently released from incarceration, or you're not in an area where there's a short-term hardship for a natural disaster, and all those apply. So if you're not pregnant, if you're between 18 and 64, you're not a foster youth, I'll have to repeat it because I know it's gonna come up again, not a member of a tribe, if all those things I just described, then I think you're an able-bodied person. If you're not working in this condition, you choose not to work, and we have a system in place, we're requiring a system to be in place that the red tape doesn't eliminate people just because they can't go through the red tape. And
Every
I will
month.
yield back.
You'll have to fill it out every month.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to also clarify once again that, as has been stated several times by the Republican majority here, many of the work standards and requirements and many of the ways that they are designing these changes to Medicaid are based on changes in Georgia. Georgia has the third highest number of uninsured Americans in the country. Catastrophic. And that's with the so-called improvements from monthly reporting paperwork requirements to annual paperwork requirements. And so the Republican majority has looked at the state with the third highest number of uninsured Americans and said, that's what we want to model our Medicaid system after. This catastrophic failure. And I understand that the Republican majority wants the American public to be sold into accepting this by saying, you know what? We are secretly paying for Medicaid for every Venezuelan in the world, and that there are millions of 8-year-olds getting sex reassignment surgeries on Medicaid dime, and if we just take all of that, that will somehow make your Medicaid, cut that and make your Medicaid better. Sounds ridiculous, because it is. And then they want to say, if you have $1 million house, right? Let's set this cap at $1 million. Okay, cool. I have a question though. I have another number that I think is interesting. Maybe what if you're getting a $22 million house, inheriting a $22 million house? Because what Republicans are saying is that if we make all of these cuts, we will then shift that and invest it into Medicaid for people who actually deserve it. But if that were true, then the top line number, our budget for Medicaid, would be staying the same, right? We'd be taking from undeserving people and giving it to deserving people, and that should even out. But that's not what's happening in this bill. This bill is cutting nearly $1 trillion in Medicaid spending overall. Why? Because down the hallway, They are trying to finance tax cuts for people who are inheriting $22 million houses. Because
Down
in
the hall is the
2017,
House Ways and Means
Republicans and the Trump administration
tax
tried to
committee in the House.
increase the exemption of what you get a tax break on. If you used to inherit an $11 million house, you would get no taxes. You had no taxes on that in that estate tax. They said that's not enough. We need no taxes on a $22 million house.
Will the
And that
gentlelady yield?
Expired. I have to finish. That expires now. And it costs a lot of money to extend that tax break up to $22 million. So to pay for that, they are doing this. They are modeling and completely retrofitting the United States Medicaid system to model it after the state with the third most catastrophic uninsured American number in the country. In the dead of night at 2:38 in the morning, when everyone is asleep, when we've asked for the opportunity to do this in the light of day so that people can call their representatives' offices in order to stop this disaster. So let's be crystal clear about what's going on right now, because it's not so-called illegals who do not receive a dime in federal Medicaid dollars. That is a tall tale, being nice today. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to yield back to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Because I do have the honor and privilege of representing the state of Georgia, I do want to speak about that. And I want to be very clear about the work requirements, the community engagement requirements that are proposed in this bill and how they are different from what Georgia is doing. First of all, let's understand, Georgia is not an expansion state. Georgia did a targeted eligibility expansion for select adults only if they meet the state's work requirements. Now, it's difficult to compare the results to an actual expansion state that covers all low-income adults. But let me emphasize again, the steps in this bill that this bill takes to ensure that those who are working will keep their coverage. The bill is designed to be flexible. It's designed to be flexible for states and easy for beneficiaries to meet the requirements. It only applies to able-bodied adults without dependents. Chairman Guthrie went over the exceptions. Again, it only applies to able-bodied adults without dependents and provides ample exception processes like carve-outs for short-term hardships and for areas facing economic hardships where there are insufficient jobs. The number one goal of this bill is to make clear that if you're working, that the process can work to make sure that you keep your health insurance.
Mr. Chairman, I have a
Make sure you
question.
keep your health insurance. But at the end of the day, we believe that it's the right thing to make Medicaid coverage for able-bodied adults, just like insurance for every other American.
Will the chair
You've
yield
got
for a
to
question?
work to keep it.
Will the chairman yield for a question?
Actually, at that time, you want to keep going, Mr. Chairman? All right. We'll yield to the gentlelady.
Thank you. In terms of some of the exemptions, pregnancy is covered, correct?
May I interrupt? I'm glad you're addressing us instead of speaking to the camera.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Pregnancy is covered, correct? Yes. As an exemption? I have a question. Given the Dobbs decision and the fact that many women in many states are forced to be
All right,
carrying...
I'm gonna have to stop. I'm gonna reclaim my.
Okay,
my-
what about
reclaiming my time.
miscarriage?
Thank you.
What about miscarriage?
I'm reclaiming my time. Thank you. I just want to make the point that we'd like for you to address the Republicans and let's have a dialogue
Okay.
this way and not to a camera. Mr. Chairman, I yield
Can-
back.
But
The gentleman yields,
wait,
gentleman yields back.
But I'm asking the question, what about a miscarriage?
The gentleman
I'm
yields
trying to
back.
engage in the way that the
The
gentleman
lady is
requested me
out
to.
of order. The gentleman yields back.
Oh, so
The
we don't want to
chair,
answer
is
for
there
women having
someone on the
miscarriages and
Democratic
bleeding out in
side
parking
who
lots?
looks
Okay.
to be recognized? The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Mendez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And first, I want to associate myself with the comments from my colleague from New York, because I think she
They hate
hit
her
this,
because she's effective.
exactly on the head. This would all be a different conversation if this wasn't part of a budget resolution that calls for the extension of the original the Trump tax cuts. So we know that that those cuts have to be paired with spending cuts, which is what this conversation's about, the $880 billion that we have to cut. And that's why it makes listening to our friends across the aisle so difficult, because you're tying yourself into knots to talk about improving Medicaid, but you're not doing that, right? So as my colleague from Louisiana said, if you were taking this money that you believe you're saving in the program and reinvesting it in Medicaid, well, that would make a lot more sense. Mr. Pfluger said that he wants the program to work for the people it was intended to, the people who are here today, both earlier in the day and now at 2:30 a.m., but the savings that Republicans think that they're going to find are not being invested to make those services better for Medicaid recipients. Chairman Guthrie has talked about how much we're going to be spending in 10 years, but whatever savings that Republicans think that they're going to find are not being put towards the solvency of the program for what we're going to have to spend in 10 years. In this moment, the reason we're having a conversation around potential savings in Medicaid, which is really cutting health care for millions of Americans, is to pay for the tax cuts, as we've previously discussed, disproportionately benefit the wealthy. We've had this conversation around the specific words that Republicans would like to use, like shifting. If I was in an office and I was shifting an employee, I'd be shifting them to another role or to another office. I don't hear the Republicans talking about where they're shifting these individuals to. Off Medicaid to what program? Because it's not just Medicaid, it's also the ACA, right? So you're making it harder for people to have health care, and you're not telling anyone where they're going to be shifted to. So if someone relies on Medicaid, right, and now they have these work requirements, this red tape, right, that like in Georgia, like in Arkansas, boots people from Medicaid, right, where are you, quote, shifting them to, right? And you haven't made that point clear at all, or spoken to the American people who rely on Medicaid, who rely on the ACA expansion, to know where they're going to go. And that's why they're so worried, and that's why we're so worried for them, because we know you're not reinvesting in the program. We know that you have no alternative to Medicaid or the ACA, and that's what's so alarming. And until you can answer those questions, we're going to keep calling out what harm this will do. But I want to yield to my colleague from New York, because I think she was about to touch on some really important questions that the American people need to hear.
Thank you so much. I think my colleague from New Jersey, it seems as though I touched on something that was sensitive for the majority. But this is an important question. Many of us, we're here in Congress. This is a body that is less than 30% female, so it is not uncommon that many of my colleagues are unfamiliar with our biology and the needs for 50% of Americans. Since the majority did not seem interested in answering the question, I would like to pose a question to council. Able-bodied American. Obviously, if you're pregnant, you are covered under the exemption, correct?
That is correct.
If you are not pregnant, you would not be covered under the pregnancy exemption, correct?
That is correct.
So if a woman miscarries, she would then be kicked off the exemption, correct?
The exemption also includes postpartum coverage.
Postpartum, miscarriage. Is miscarriage covered under that?
If a state includes miscarriage under postpartum coverage, then yes.
Federally, in this statute, is miscarriage explicitly included in the language of the text?
The bill includes postpartum coverage as an exemption.
Miscarriage is not listed, correct?
If a miscarriage by a state is included in postpartum coverage, then yes.
Is miscarriage explicitly included in the text of the bill?
It is not explicitly stated in the text.
Thank you very much. I think this is tremendously important for my colleagues to understand, because President Trump nominated anti-abortion, anti-choice Supreme Court justices that now, because of the Dobbs ruling, have forced women to carry not just carry out miscarriages, traumatic miscarriages, which can be debilitating, life-threatening, and then on top of it, could potentially endanger their insurance status. Sit with that. Thank you.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is the
She
gentlelady
got
from, the
counsel
doctor from
for the
Iowa
majority
is
to
recognized
admit
for,
that they just didn't
to
bother
speak on the
considering
amendment.
miscarriage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. I've heard mention from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, $22 million houses. And let me just explain the death tax from an Iowa perspective. The death tax is a fifth-generation family farm. You've heard the expression land rich. They have assets in land which are not sellable, and in order to pass a farm down or a small business down from one generation to the next generation, you have to pay the
So
inheritance tax on
Congresswoman
that.
Miller Meeks
And that tax often
should be
requires the
against this
sale
bill
of that farm. So I have
because
farmers
if you
that want to
have
pass
a
their farm
farm
on to the sixth generation
and a
or their
spouse
small
who
business. I
wants
don't know
to go
about the
into- needs to go
$22
into a
million
skilled nursing
homes in New
facility,
York, but I know about the farms in Iowa, and I know
they wouldn't
about
be
the
able
farms
to.
in
They'd
Texas
be
where I grew up.
penalized.
Number two,
Why doesn't she care about them?
my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have mentioned the ACA, and they've talked about loss of coverage, or they've talked about what we're trying to do, thinking and reading our minds. Well, I happen to remember the ACA very well. I happen to remember that the Washington Post gave 4 Pinocchios to the president for the lies, or excuse me, the misrepresentations and falsehoods about the ACA. What were those?
Which president?
If you like your plan, you can keep your plan. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. Your premiums will go down by $2,500. Premiums never went down. People lost their coverage. They lost their health care. They lost their health insurance. And I had patients calling me who lost me as their doctor. You didn't seem to care about anybody losing coverage at that time. That has happened, and insurance premiums have gone up every single year. People that were small businesses that offered coverage could no longer offer coverage. So I find it rather remarkable that you would comment on this now on a program where the costs are skyrocketing. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield.
Will the gentlelady yield for a question?
No, I've already yielded back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is anyone seeking? The gentlelady from California, Ms. Matsui, is recognized for. Gentlelady, okay, gentlelady's time from California, Ms. Matsui's time.
Thank you. Thank you for yielding. Well, Mr. Chairman, you all keep talking about these exemptions that are in place to protect people that I guess you agree deserved health coverage from losing it under the red tape requirements. So I want to follow up on what my colleague from New York was talking about, because I guess I don't know how this is going to work. There's a provision in the text related to automatically determining compliance with the requirements. And so I want to ask counsel about that if it's in the bill. So can you confirm on page 76, line 10, that a state only needs to automate this process, quote, where possible? Quote, where possible? That's from the bill. I'm asking counsel.
The question is if it says where possible?
Yes.
Yes, it says where possible.
Yes, it does. Okay. And then I guess I'm just wondering how it would work for the state to automate some of these exemptions. So let me go back to what my colleague from New York was saying. First of all, it exempts somebody who becomes pregnant. How's a state automatically going to know that somebody enrolled in the Medicaid program becomes pregnant and should be exempt? Are people going to be reporting pregnancy or what? Is that in the bill?
I would need to refer you to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services for implementation.
Is that in the bill, how they're going to determine whether
It's
somebody's
not in the
pregnant?
bill. None of it's in the bill.
I would need to refer you to CMS for
That
how
answers
implementation.
no. What happens then if they have a miscarriage? How will the state know that automatically they're exempt?
I would need to refer you to CMS for
You
an
don't know that
implementation
either.
question.
How would they know if somebody had a stillbirth? Would they know that?
Again, for implementation, I'd have to direct you to CMS.
Okay. How about somebody, because as the chairman said, somebody with a substance use disorder is going to be automatically exempt. How's the state going to know if an individual has a substance use disorder? Are they going to require some kind of reporting by providers?
The implementation would be established by CMS.
So that's not in the bill either. What about a disabling mental disorder, and what condition, does the bill say what conditions that would include a disabling mental disorder?
The definition is established by the secretary.
So we don't know what so Secretary Kennedy would establish what a disabling mental disorder was?
The Secretary of Health and Human Services.
That would be,
ding,
okay,
ding,
that
ding.
would be Secretary Kennedy.
Ding,
We
ding,
look
ding,
forward
ding,
to that.
ding.
Now,
Same guy
somebody
who's
with
gonna
a serious
decide
or
which children
complex
are
medical condition,
disabled.
is that defined in the bill?
They're going to have a sort of answer for this one.
It would be established by the
Yeah,
secretary.
it's not defined in the bill either.
Yep.
And so think you can see where I'm going. Is the state
Is it
even
defined in the bill?
required to
Sort of.
automate
Secretary does
exemptions?
it.
Or is that, or again, that goes back to where possible, correct?
I'm sorry, that was the question, yes.
That's directed at you, sir.
Yes.
Sir. Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, it seems to me the only thing the states are required to do is to automate compliance work with the work standard. So all the people I described above, as well as parents and others who are purportedly exempted, would have to prove somehow that they were exempted. And it's obvious that these exemptions and the so-called automation is nothing but window dressing, because there's no provision in the bill for
How are you gonna get a
how
doctor's
you're
letter to
going to
prove
be able to do this. I
that you
thank
have
the
a
gentlelady for
serious
yielding,
mental
and I yield
illness?
back.
Serious chronic illness.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there anyone seeking
I guess you can send in a
recognition?
photo of a
Gentleman
pregnancy
from Georgia,
test.
you're recognized
is
for
that
5
what they're
minutes to speak on the
envisioning for
amendment.
pregnancy?
Yes, just a little background, and my colleague from Iowa brought this up. And these numbers are astounding, but and I think it's all surrounding where we're headed and why we're dealing with this right now. Thank God we're dealing with it because it does not paint a really pretty picture for the future. But number one, I don't think it can be denied that in 2018, right before COVID, we had the best economy in the history
You've been cured.
of my lifetime. Now, how did that happen?
I knew the left was delusional.
Well, I think, I'm not quoting here, but I think it was about, one of the reasons I ran for Congress was the growth then under the President Obama was about 1.3% in GDP. And it was kind of considered that that's about all it should be. That's just the way it's going to be. We're not going to manufacture anything anymore or whatever. But I will say this, since 2010, total national health care expenditures have increased by $2 trillion. We're paying today $4.9 trillion in health care costs. It's almost 17% of GDP. Now, I've heard different folks say that we need to model our health care after other nations. Well, you got Germany, they spend about $7,000 per capita. Sweden, $6,000. Canada, our neighbor, $5,905. The United Kingdom,
never want to talk about
$5,387.
the other things those
And so I think what we're
nation-states
trying
do.
to do, and this is a
feed
question
people
that I asked, I
has them.
served on the Healthy Future
Have worker
Task Force.
protections.
Where's all the
safety
money going?
protections, Environmental
Will
protections.
the gentleman yield?
The providers, they're
I want to talk about the ways
know,
that the state helps pay for medical
what they're being
education,
paid
nation state.
on a fee basis is going down.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So I appreciate this point because healthcare in America costs a lot of money, And I've heard from the gentleman from Georgia, as well as the chair of the full committee, that Medicaid spending is out of control and that Republicans are coming in to save Medicaid by cutting it. And I think we have to just put facts on the table that Medicaid is actually the most efficient health program in the country, okay? And that's despite covering costly care that no other payer covers, particularly long-term services and
Did you
supports.
just hear what I said? Did you just hear what our health care cost is? Do you know we're spending almost $800 billion on Medicaid?
Medicaid expenditures are growing at a slower rate than private insurance. Private insurance premiums are going up at 2x wages. Medicaid expenditures per capita are going up slower than that, and that's despite the fact that Medicaid is covering long-term services and support for the elderly. And here's the thing. The home and community-based services for long-term services and support are optional. It's not federally mandated, it's optional at the state level. So when you all slash Medicaid, the states are going to have to restrict the home and community-based
So
services.
what you're saying is if we put everybody in this country on Medicaid, we're going to cut it, and we're going to be down there with Canada at 5,906.
I'm saying that
per
Medicaid
capita.
is a much more efficient insurer than United Health Group is, and it's
Yeah.
certainly a more efficient insurer than the emergency
I could
room is.
assure you of this, that if you need a hip, you're going to get in line. I'm going to tell you, the biggest problem we got in healthcare today is a shortage of providers, okay? And the reason for that is because, Medicaid and the provider network is not there.
If the gentleman from Georgia,
I mean, New York right now has a tremendous shortage of doctors.
Yeah, we should
I mean,
challenge
people are
certificate of
waiting
need
in line for
laws
healthcare.
or foreign trained physicians. We can have that conversation. That is not the conversation we're having in this room right now. The conversation we're having in this room right now is not how to strengthen Medicaid, not how to provide home and community-based services for the elderly population, which is growing, which is why Medicaid spending is going up. The conversation we're having is how do we pay for the tax cuts for people who don't need tax cuts?
Yeah,
And we're
here's
doing
how
that
we
by
pay
taking away
for it.
healthcare.
We grow GDP, okay? That's the secret. That's the secret sauce. If we don't grow GDP, we're out of business. We can't,
We're not having that conversation in here either. The conversation we're having in here right now is taking away healthcare.
Yeah, well,
Gentleman's time.
I've looked at it
Out
for
of
a
home
long,
care.
okay, my time is, I yield
Time's
back.
expired. See, discussion on the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I did want to just share with one of my colleagues from Texas that when the gentlelady from New York looks at the screen, and if she wants to check her hair, she wants to say anything she wants to that screen, she has the right to do so. And there's not a member on this panel that can tell another member where to look, who to look at, and where they want to look. So you need to back up off your rules because we are not going to be dealing with that tonight. The man from Texas, and if you know who I'm talking about, let him know I said it. On the other side of that, there was a colleague from Iowa that talked about the farms, and I can appreciate the 6-year farm pass down of $22 million, but I can also appreciate the fact that in Brooklyn, New York, you can buy your house when you're 50 years old at $20,000, and now you're 65 years old, and that same house that you bought is now $1 million. But guess what? You're retired. You're retired. So, we are not going to be able to crack the code on this because you folk want to give your rich friends, your billionaires, the tax cut and extend it. But there are some realities that we need to deal with here that is not a one-size-fit-all scenario. And I'm going to look at myself. Wait, my hair, wait. Oh, okay.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I will yield.
Thank you so much. And, speaking of where we are addressing and who we are addressing, there are 13.7 million Americans on the other side of that screen right there. Hello? Hello. I'm talking to you because I work for you. And they deserve to see what is happening here. Because there are plenty of districts, including Republican ones, where 25% of your constituents are on Medicaid. 40% of your constituents are on Medicaid. And yes, I am talking.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I am talking to them, and I will not yield because it was a terribly disrespectful comment, and I will not yield to disrespectful men. Thank you very much.
You yield back?
We'll yield back to the gentlelady.
Yes, I yield to the doctor from California.
Yeah, I'm going to look at the screen too, and address all the people that are watching. You know, I've heard a lot of misstatements from the other side. They mentioned that their intention is to cut in order to save, and that's the whole reason why we're having this. That's not true. The whole reason why we're having this hearing is because of the budget resolution that around the tax cuts that primarily will go to billionaires, said that the Committee on Energy and Commerce shall submit changes in laws within its jurisdiction to reduce the deficit by not less than $880 billion for the period of fiscal years 2025 through 2034. It doesn't say anything about saving Medicaid or any altruistic reason. It doesn't mention even waste, fraud, and abuse. It's just spin that they're using now. The purpose that we're cutting so much is in order to pay for the reconciliation bill that is going to give tax cuts in the billions to billionaires. It's right there in the budget resolution as part of this tax bill. So spare me the phony, altruistic intentions. The other thing that they mention is that costs are going up in healthcare. Well, if you cut Medicaid, if you take $13.7 million off of a million people off of Medicaid, costs will go up because Medicaid helps with prevention. It helps lower costs. If people can't see their doctors and people get sick and go to the emergency department or have to be hospitalized in the ICU, costs will go up. And regarding this number that's thrown out, whether we're going to spend 1.1 trillion, et cetera, look, in 2035, you're cutting $710 billion from Medicaid. So regardless of what we spend in the future, because inflation goes up, people's health will go down, costs will go high. I mean, it's almost absurd and very misleading to say that just because we're going to spend more in 2035, that somehow this isn't going to cut Medicaid. Thank you.
The gentleman's time's expired. I don't know whose time it was, but it's expired, so.
I yield
anyone
back.
Speak time? Okay, thanks, Ms. Lark. Anybody have time on our side? Gentlelady from Indiana seeks recognition to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to yield my time to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and I want to make an important point here, and that is that we've been talking about work requirements, we've been talking about getting illegals off of Medicaid, we've been talking about the duplication that some recipients were eligible in more than one state, and all of those things are important, and all of those things do save taxpayers money and give states the opportunity to improve the programs by having more money available, and all of them sustain and save and stabilize the program, and that's important. But there are other things too. There are other things that this bill does. One is the doc fix, and I think that's important. It was mentioned that we were having trouble getting physicians to participate in this program. One of the reasons why is because since 2001, Medicare physician payment rates have declined by roughly 33%. That creates a growing instability for medical practices, and we don't have as many doctors participating because of that. That is we need a healthy healthcare marketplace so that we can have a system that encourages independent practice instead of having a system that only works for consolidated healthcare conglomerates. So far this decade, we've been having to patch together payment updates to the Medicare physician fee schedule. But that's not a good way for us to operate and certainly not good for the physician workforce.
Would the gentleman yield?
Thankfully, this bill, just a second, thankfully this bill includes a fix to the Medicare physician fee schedule, marking the first time physician reimbursement will be tied to inflation. And that's important. So, to my point, what we are doing is that we're making this program better. We're stabilizing it. We're sustaining it. We're saving it. We're going to have physicians for the most vulnerable in our society, thanks to what we're doing in this legislation, in this bill. The structural reform in this bill to physician payments is essential to preserving beneficiary access to care and addressing long-standing deficiencies in the Medicare physician fee schedule. So this bill in a lot of ways includes many big wins for American patients.
Will the gentleman yield?
And I'll yield to the gentlelady from Iowa. Mike.
Sorry, thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you for recognizing me. Thank you for holding the markup and advancing this legislation to safeguard and strengthen Medicaid. I'd like to comment on Representative, I'm not allowed to say his name, excuse me, the gentleman from Georgia's comments recently. I think what's very important in this bill is the doc fix. This is a tremendous issue in Iowa, in rural areas such as Iowa, in getting physicians into practice. 75% of the MEI for year one, and then 10% of the MEI for subsequent years. This is a policy that I've been advocating for since my first term in Congress, so that seniors and people on Medicaid can have access to physicians, especially independent physicians, and in rural areas. This not only saves them money and preserves quality care, but it saves the program money as well, too. I look forward to working with us on a permanent, lasting doctor's fix and on physician reimbursement, and I yield back the balance of my time to Representative from Georgia.
And I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
All right, the gentleman yields back. Anyone seeking recognition? The gentleman from Florida. We have more than one Floridian, Mr. Soto, we do, so I'll tell you by name.
We have a bunch of Floridians.
We have a bunch of Floridians, I know, so that's why I said Mr. We have both.
And it's
male and female Floridians. We gotta. All right. Anyway, let's start his time over. I'm sorry. So Mr. Soto from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word, and here at 3 a.m. I have amazing news for you all. You don't need to kick 13.7 million Americans off of health care. I'm just going to repeat that. You don't need to do it. You don't need to kick 13.7 million Americans off of health care. Here's a little advice on reconciliation. We could see a real middle-class tax cut package with no major cuts to Americans' health care if you simply abandon tax cuts for billionaires and giant corporations. You could increase the standard deduction for families. You could increase the child tax credit for families. You could have no tax on tips or overtime or Social Security. You could extend the premium tax credit. Heck, you could even help out with SALT. And you could do all of that by simply rolling back the corporate tax rate to 2018 levels, or maybe even just a partial rollback. And then you could also roll back billionaire tax rates and the TOPS tax rate to 2018 levels, or maybe just a partial rollback. That would get you anywhere from $1.5 to $2 trillion. That would pay for all those things. And you wouldn't have to add $5 trillion to the debt in the process. It would actually reduce the deficit, which exploded, doubled, almost tripled after all that. And you certainly wouldn't have to be here tonight at 3 in the morning kicking 13.7 million Americans off their health care between Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act because of the extended premium tax credits that right now would lapse. And you would get a lot of support from Democrats for a true middle-class tax package. I think we might even get this unanimously because this is what we're for, an actual middle-class tax cut. But I get it, you're not going to follow my advice. And that tells our constituents all they need to know. They need to know you're making a choice and that this is mostly about billionaires and giant corporations and not about the middle class. Because if that happened, that bill
Not sure how much more of this I'll be able to
would
stay awake
sail
for.
through this Congress in a bipartisan fashion. And I yield my time to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Barragan.
Thank you. I just want to show a chart. Just a little reminder of some of my colleagues whose constituents are relying on Medicaid. You could see Colorado's 8th district, 25% of people are relying
Point
on
of order.
Medicaid. Yes, I've used this chart before. What's the
Sorry,
issue?
gentlemen, take your point of order.
Mr. Evans is named on the board, and he is in the room.
He's on the board, but I haven't said his name. I said the person who represents Colorado's 8th. I've used this chart before.
I think
Do you guys not want the people to know that a member of Congress in this room's constituency represents 25%? It's not a rule that can't be on a board.
The point of order is sustained. It's the same principle of saying their name or having it posted there. It's the same principle.
This is the most ridiculous double standard in a committee hearing ever. Because we have done this every single day for the last, I don't know how many years I've been on this committee. And it's totally ridiculous. And this is their way of trying to protect their members. In Colorado's 8th district, 25% of Medicaid recipients.
I'm sorry, just suspend. That's the poster that needs to come down.
It's not even on the screen.
I know, but it needs to come down. It was.
Okay, well, here, let me read it for the people. It's Colorado's 8th district is 25% of people relying on Medicaid. In Michigan's 10th, another member of Congress that's in the room, 24% of his constituents are on Medicaid, and Republicans don't want you to see the chart. They don't want you to see how many people rely upon
Mr.
Medicaid
Chairman,
in their
come
district.
on.
And let me tell you, those members, how many times have we heard those members speak up in this committee hearing? Speak up and say, I'm going to fight for my constituents. I'm going to fight for the Medicaid recipients, really. I mean, this is really something I've never experienced before, Mr. Chairman, where there's new rules all of a sudden that are being enforced when the other side has called out the president by name and this and that and has allowed charts to be used before and is now saying, no, you can't use charts?
These people want us to think that they're reasonable,
it is
responsible
just
adults.
so ridiculous. But let's go back to the facts. Let's go back to the focus here. It's astonishing to me. It really is astonishing to me that you have members who sit on this committee, which is the committee of jurisdiction, that is about to cut or shift. I'm going to use a Republican word, shift. That really means kicking off people off of Medicaid. That are in this room who represent a huge chunk of Medicaid recipients who haven't said a single word, who haven't said a peep about Medicaid. I mean, really? I would think you would be in here standing up for your constituents. But I can understand why it's so hard to defend what is happening. So let's go to one of my other charts. Let's go back to this one. Because maybe the Republicans who represent a huge chunk of the Medicaid community can take a lesson and a word from Senator Hawley and stop the slashing of health care benefits. Stop the slaughter, because that's what this is. It's gonna be absolutely devastating. We have heard from constituents, we've heard from recipients. This is a lifeline for them. What else does the bill do? We haven't even talked about this one. They're kicking hungry people off of food benefits, low-income people off of food assistance. I mean, how do you defend that? Seriously. It's remarkable to me to see that to find places to cut, to give billionaires a tax cut, and we know they're gonna be the beneficiaries, that this is what we're doing. Now, we keep hearing this word also, of undocumented people getting Medicare, Medicaid. And there is a prohibition against people that are undocumented getting Medicaid. But you know what Republicans are suggesting we do is, if you have a child that gets into a car accident and has to be rushed to an emergency room, that you say the doctor has to turn that person away and not give them any care and turn them away and not treat them. That's what they're saying. That's exactly what they're saying. Because you know why? Some of the numbers that are tied to undocumented folks is when they go to a hospital in the emergency room and they're being treated and the hospitals aren't going to turn them away. As a matter of fact, we have heard in the past, Republicans have said that we should kick them out of school, we should not treat them medically. I mean, talk about the inhumanity. Where is the compassion? Where is the humanity? And by the way, if one of these people works for them, undocumented, it's okay. Then we're going to protect them. I remember when I was a freshman member of Congress, meeting with other members, and a Republican had confessed to me and other people that he helped get papers under the table for some undocumented person who worked in his home because they worked for him. I mean, the hypocrisy in this Congress is something that's just beyond comprehensible. And we've heard it today in this hearing. Don't be fooled. Don't believe what is being told. Check the CBO. They are kicking people off of Medicaid in the millions, and they're perfectly fine with it. I yield back.
Time has expired.
Mr. Chairman.
So first, we had so let me explain about, we have referred to each other, my friend from California. I've called you by name before, we've called each other by name. There was a point of order raised earlier, and I just want Mr. Griffith to, where that point of order comes from and why we're sustaining the point of order and not calling people by names who are in the room. That's how it, Mr. Griffith's gonna read.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was going to respond to the fact that it's somehow new. Actually, it's from Jefferson's Manual of Parliamentary Practice and Procedure. The rule of the House is almost identical. No person in speaking is to mention a member then present by his name, but to describe it by his seat in the House or who spoke last or on the other side of the question. Now, in the practice of the House, a member is not permitted, this is out of the notes, to address another member by name or to address a member in the second person. That was a Speaker Boehner ruling previously. This comes up from time to time. Now, Mr. Chairman, let me just say so that everybody understands, this is not something, and this is where we're all tired, and this is where sometimes people get excited. The chairman of the committee is not the referee and make calls on his own. This is like making an objection in court. The court, in this case, cannot rule sua sponte. The chairman has to have an objection. So when people get upset, well, you didn't call it on me, well, that's because no one raised the objection. When the objection is raised, however, this is the rule of the House. It is a longstanding rule. As I said, it goes back to Jefferson's Manual of Parliamentary Practice and Procedure. And unfortunately, we in the House have gotten sloppy. These rules are not to pick on one side or the other. They are made to make the House more efficient and to make the committee more efficient and to create a situation where we have comity, C-O-M-I-T-Y. I said that a few years ago, and somebody thought I was talking about comedy, a joke. No, it's not a joke. But it's to make the situation a little less tense in tense situations, that you not refer to people by their name and as a part of the debate. And so that's the reason that I raised it earlier and then raised it again. So it's not to pick on anybody, it's to try to move things forward, but it is the chairman's job only to rule once an objection has been made, not to act as a referee and raise the issue sua sponte.
Well, thank you, and the ranking member's asked to have time since we had time.
Mr. Chairman, I'm speaking on the point of order. Yes, in support, I think, of what you said. Look, I think that the gentlewoman from California, sitting there in the yellow, I think that
I think we have to use our names to figure out
I
who's
think
from
that she's
California.
made a good point, which is that in the past, we've never hesitated to call people by their name, their first name, their last name. I mean, I've called, I said August today, right? I mean, he's right, Mr. Griffin is right in saying that the rule says you can't do that. But I mean, understand, if we are now going to follow that rule, I will insist on it as well. And that means you can never mention the person's name, their first name, their last name, ever again, right? That's what he's saying. And I'm not arguing with Mr. Griffin that that's not the rule. The rule does say that. I just read it. But I mean, this is going to make it very difficult for us to operate if every time we mention a person by name, first name, last name, whatever, whether they co-sponsor the bill, whether they're the sponsor of the bill. I mean, you know, like a lot of times we'll say, well, thank you. I want to thank the sponsor of the bill, Ms. Barragan, because she is the chief sponsor, the Democratic sponsor of the bill. I mean, if that's the path we're going down, I mean, that's fine, but I don't think it's a good idea. I think that in the past we've been very flexible and we've not insisted that we never call a member by name. So I would just hope, Mr. Chairman, that we don't start down that path, because it's going to be kind of crazy around here. And if you're going to call this as a point of order and say we can never call a person by their name, then I will do that every time, and you're going to have to figure it out. How are you going to identify somebody? You know,
Let's
the
work
woman with the yellow dress. I mean, you know, what are we doing here?
All right, so we'll work through this as we move forward. But
Can I ask a point of just clarification?
So let me just finish. So my understanding is it's in the debate. So I've been over careful with it too. So when I said gentleman from Texas, I had two people start speaking at the same time. You have to figure out how to sort that out. It says in debate. So if I'm saying today is Mr. Palmer's birthday, I think that's okay. But if I'm debating Mr. Palmer, I should call him the gentleman from Alabama. We'll work through that. I think we can
Mr. Chairman.
we can get it right. But I know the
If you'll
gentlelady
yield,
from
Mr.
California had a
Chair-
point of order.
If you'll yield, that's not what the rule says. And I would just say, I think that you and the ranking member should work it out.
We'll work it out.
Because what I believe, I think Mr. Griffith will agree with me, is what this, actually he just said this, is this rule is designed to force comity. And I do think that we have gotten to, my view is we've gotten too casual in this committee in general. But however, I do think if the chairman were going to say, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Barragan, or the gentleman from Virginia, or whatever, I think you can be a little bit free with that. But if people are debating and they are accusing people by name of things, I think that's the intent of the rule. But you guys are going to have to work it out, because the plain language of the rule, as you say, is I almost said your name. As the gentleman from Virginia says, the plain language of the rule says no person in speaking is to mention a member then present by his name. So there you go.
And Mr. Chairman, I would just say, at least in Jefferson's, it's specifically in the section on debate, which is why I think it only applies to debate. But you're correct, in the rules itself, it is not in that same order. But in Jefferson's, which is the basis of everything else that we do, it's in the section entitled Order in Debate.
Mr. Chair, can we go back to healthcare?
Can I ask my clarification question?
Yes, the gentlelady from California.
Are you saying it applies to somebody who's in the room? Or are you saying it applies to any member of Congress's name, even if they're not in the room?
So, Mr. Chairman, it applies to their name if they're in the room. In any member of Congress, you cannot say insulting words. To be brief, you can't use words that would tend to be insulting or incite. So if somebody's in the room...
Would you agree this fixes the problem? Because these members are not in the room, these names are out, and it's just now the district number?
I
Because
think that's,
this
I
is,
think that's accurate.
this, just so everybody knows what we're talking about, no name is on it anymore. Now
Well,
it
we
just
let
says
you, we
Colorado
did
H
let you
District.
continue when you had the names covered, if you remember, so we
What's
did.
that?
So when the friend from New Jersey came and covered your letters, we let you continue with that up there, so yeah, we did let that happen. All right, so let's, do you have something on the point of order? Or are you ready to get back to healthcare? Okay, so the point of order, so it was Mr. Fulcher's turn, and then we'll come back to the other side. So the gentleman from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to the gentleman from Georgia, not in debate, so Mr. Carter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and again, I want to bring up the fact that aside from just work requirements, aside from illegals on the program who shouldn't be on it, aside for those who are in duplicate states, there are a lot of other good things in this bill, including the doc fix, including PBM reform, something that this committee has worked on in a bipartisan way, and something that's going to save taxpayers billions of dollars. The Drug Price Transparency in Medicaid Act, which will ban spread pricing in Medicaid managed care programs, is included in this bill. It'll save nearly $3 billion. Look, when it comes down to it, we all want the same thing. Whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, or an independent, we want accessible, affordable, quality health care. And because of that, we need accessibility. Approximately 450 independent pharmacies closed in 1 year from June of 2023 to June of 2024. Many of you have heard that Rite Aid has announced it is filing for Chapter 11 again, and that it'll close or attempt to sell all its 1,200 pharmacies in the coming weeks. For independent pharmacies in 2023, Medicaid prescriptions made up an average of 20% of all prescriptions that were dispensed. So the good news is that pharmacists will be able to negotiate better terms in their contracts. Some of the most basic yet most life-sustaining medications are often under-reimbursed, and pharmacists are rarely paid for the actual cost to dispense. Another part of this bill is the Protecting Patients Against PBM Abuses Act, which will prohibit PBMs from being compensated for Medicare Part D covered drugs based on the manufacturer's list price. In other words, it delinks the price of the medication from the drug itself. This is good, and this will help to save taxpayers money as well. What is the problem? So I want to make sure we all understand that there are other parts of this bill. I keep hearing that you're only saving money, you're only having the savings through the work requirements and through the more frequent checking, but that's simply not true. There are other parts that are saving to this bill that are bipartisan in fashion, that are helping all of us, and that will make the program even better. It'll help to save the program, to sustain the program, and to make it better. And I'll yield back to the gentleman from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the chair.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Washington, Dr. Schreier, for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I often get up at around 3 in the morning thinking about things, and so this is the perfect time for me to bring up several things I've been thinking about during this discussion. One of those is that there is not an exemption for people who just lost their jobs. And I've been thinking about this a lot lately because here we are, tariff wars, barreling toward a recession, people are losing their jobs. I think of rangers in my district. I think about people who work in small businesses. Maybe they do, they're machinists and rely on aluminum and steel. And, you know, if they lose their jobs, that feels like that's the one time in their life they're really gonna need Medicaid. And so I just wanted to bring that up, that this feels like it's also a penalty for people who, through no fault of their own or because of a recession, just lost their jobs. So I want you to consider that. The other issue that came up is that, the costs are ballooning for Medicaid. I just wanted to point out the same thing is happening for Medicare, and that one way to keep costs down is to prevent illness, treat people early, and it becomes less expensive, and that the ER is the most expensive place to take care of people. I also wanted to address this issue of, you may not want to kick people off of healthcare. This has come up a couple times, but I think you just have to look at the facts. It might not be your intention, but the Georgia Budget and Policy Institute found that a cumbersome enrollment process and restrictive eligibility criteria contributed to the program's lack of success. 4,000 enrolled out of a projected 100,000. This led to significant costs and paperwork that disincentivizes people from applying. All right, I got that through. Next, workforce. My colleague from Texas pointed out, and he said that the biggest problem right now in healthcare is that there aren't enough providers. Now, I don't know that that's the biggest problem in healthcare, but it is a huge problem that we do not have a pipeline for new docs, and we have doctors who are retiring early or resigning. And in part, that's because of inadequate Medicare reimbursement and inadequate Medicaid reimbursement. But the thing is that, first of all, they don't want the fix in Medicare reimbursement if it is happening at a cost to their patients. The trade-off of the patients who they care for, who they care about, losing their access to health care, that's not a trade most docs would want to make. Also, by the way, if you take Medicaid away from patients, then those doctors, because they adore their patients, are providing uncompensated care. That actually brings their salaries down. So I just wanted to point out, if you really want to help here, one thing you could do is enhance Medicaid. In fact, I have a bill that would raise Medicaid reimbursement levels to match Medicare levels. That would allow more doctors to be able to see more Medicaid patients, to give more kids a medical home, to prevent illnesses, and to keep our emergency rooms from backing up. Okay, I'm looking down my list here to see if there are other things here. I found another one. Okay. I keep wondering, what are you gonna do with 13.7 million Americans who don't have insurance? Remember how upset we were in 2017 about the whole repeal and replace of the Affordable Care Act? We were up in arms. They were taking health care away from people with pre-existing conditions, and they didn't have anything to replace it with, but at least it was repeal and replace. We just didn't know what the replace would be. This is repeal Affordable Care Act and slash Medicaid and have no plan. And so I want to emphasize, this is worse than we were dealing with the first time round, and that I believe that without a plan to cover those 13.7 million people, this is a very disingenuous argument and is directed at the wrong place. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. So it's almost 4 a.m., and I want to be clear. I think we got to talk some facts. That's why we're all here, right? Talk facts. And here's a fact. We're not here to cut the Medicaid lifeline for the neediest Americans. It's just a lie. And here's a basic principle.
We decided we weren't going to say lies, so.
We would like to take the words down.
Take my words down. I didn't say any of you were liars. I said it is a lie.
Mr. Chair, I thought we said we were not going to use
Hey, stop interrupting me. I reclaim my time.
Mr. Craig, we decided not to use the word lie, so we're not going to use that word. We decided.
Lie is a common word in the English language, and it's okay. It is a falsehood perpetuated by people who perpetuate falsehoods. Now, here's the basic principle.
I hate this.
Medicaid has to be preserved for the people it was meant to help. Children, mothers, seniors, Americans with disabilities. And our mission during this entire process has been very simple.
protect Medicaid for those who genuinely need it, so that the program can actually survive in the long term. I want to clear some things up. Here's what Democrats claim, and then the facts they keep ignoring. Some might call these lies, but I won't. I'll just suggest that they are stating blatant falsehoods. Are you happy with that? Number one, Democrats say we're kicking poor people off Medicaid. Here's the reality. CBO numbers. 4.8 million of those numbers are from able-bodied adults choosing not to work. They're not being kicked off. They're being told to work or volunteer or look for work. That directly contradicts what was just said by Ms. Schreier, by the way. 1.6 million are duplicative enrollees who are enrolled in 2 states at the same time.
He used a colleague's name.
I was just, what? I didn't hear, I'm sorry.
If I could roll 2 eyes, I
So
would.
we're not using the word lie, and we're not in debate using a colleague in the room's name, so if you did that,
All right,
You're in the majority. These are your
rules. It directly contradicts the statement that was just made by one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Here's another number. 1.6 million are duplicative enrollees who are enrolled in 2 states at the same time. Here's another number. 1.2 million individuals, they're not even eligible for coverage in the first place, just according to the laws that we have. Another 1.4 million people are illegal immigrants. Now, it's not exactly the narrative they've been spinning, is it? Number 2, Democrats say we're taking away substance abuse treatment. That is just false. This bill specifically exempts individuals with substance use disorders, full stop. Number 3, Democrats say we're cutting Medicaid. Here's the reality. An actual analysis by CBO Medicaid baseline projection shows Medicaid spending will still grow by 6.5% above 2021 projections, even after this $800 billion in savings. So let me ask you, how can one honestly claim we're cutting a program that is actually still growing? Just intellectually. How can you claim that? Asking for a friend. Number 4, Democrats say there aren't illegal aliens in Medicaid. Here's the reality. We know states are doing this. California uses a managed care organization tax scheme to shift costs to the federal government. That frees up about $5.2 billion in state funds. California then uses that money to pay for Medicaid coverage for illegal immigrants, skirting the federal ban. This bill closes the loophole by cutting federal funding by 10% for states that use Medicaid or other state-based programs to cover illegal immigrants. Vast majority of Americans would agree with that. Number 5, Democrats say we're causing steep state budget cuts by changing provider tax and state-directed payment rules. Here's the reality. State-directed payments in Medicaid managed care arrangements have actually grown by about 62% between February 2023 and August of 2024. These payments do have a place in supporting our hospitals. Texas uses them to support our most needy, but you have to have common sense. You can't let them grow out of control and let them grow indefinitely. All we're doing is freezing the provider tax and state-directed payments. That's it. It's a freeze. This will preserve payments for hospitals that need them. So guess what? Again, no cuts. The sky is not falling. Look, in summary, this bill is nothing like Democrats claim. Nothing. It's past 3 a.m., and I've watched my colleagues make false statement after false statement for the sole purpose of scaring the most vulnerable in our society. Democrats have forced disabled Medicaid recipients to travel to D.C. and crowd the committee room for nothing but cynical political theater. And my message to all of you who are tricked into being here, guess what? Your Medicaid benefits aren't at risk under this bill. Full stop. They're using you, and they're lying to you. Notice how...
Mr. Chairman, take it down. You need to educate your member. Come on.
Take my words down.
Well, don't.
I just want to point out one last thing.
Can you suspend? We agree we're not going to call each other out in debate or use
Not
the
that
word
many
lie, so
synonyms
please
for the
honor
term
that.
lying.
Please honor
Mr.
that.
Chairman, you've already warned him. You need to take his words down.
Take him
You
down.
already warned him. He did it again. You need to take his words down. I would like to get a
committee will
parliamentary
suspend.
ruling on this.
Listen to
The
the
committee
lady
will
in the yellow
suspend.
You're disrespecting your chair.
And he said,
It's
take
his
my words
ruling.
down. He's being a jerk. Oh, my apologies. I didn't.
I withdraw the word lying. You happy? All of you they brought here, they're using you, and they're misrepresenting the truth to you.
And just suspend. The gentleman has withdrawn the word that was objectionable, and therefore he may proceed.
I just want to end with this. Notice how none of these measures can even be loosely interpreted as cuts, because they aren't. In sum, this is a serious evidence-based policy-making exercise. It's not heartless austerity
We had the clock
driving.
rolling when he was talking.
Protecting Medicaid for the truly needy.
Take a moment.
That's what we're doing.
All right, the
think
I yield
gentleman's
back.
time has expired. The
who's
gentlelady
advocating
from
for the
Illinois
cuts.
is recognized for 5
What
minutes.
kind of
I'd like
human
to
he is
yield my
and how
time
he's
to Ranking
behaving.
Member Pallone.
Well, thank you. I don't intend to, use any terms that people don't like here. I just want to talk about the reality, because the gentleman from Texas talked about facts. And I think the facts are very different from what he described. If I'm a person that's on Medicaid now, and I get kicked off, which is what the CBO says is going to happen to 8-something million and another 5, because you guys have not, because the Republicans have not reauthorized the subsidy, right, for enhanced Medicaid. I'm one of these 13 million people that all of a sudden I don't have Medicaid anymore. Okay. As far as I'm concerned, I don't have Medicaid. I don't have health insurance. What do I do? And what is the impact of that on the rest of the public, right? I mean, or the hospitals, the nursing homes, whatever. I mean, the problem that you have here is you're reducing access to health care. If people do not have health insurance, they're not going to have access to health care for the most part. Maybe they can go to the emergency room, but they're going to stop seeing a doctor. You also have in this bill that certain people are going to have a $35 copay every time they go to the doctor, so that's going to reduce their access. And then also the quality of care is going to be reduced, right? Nobody has mentioned yet, maybe somebody did, I don't remember tonight, about getting rid of the nurse staffing rule. I mean, the Republicans have actually touted that that's such a great thing. It's not, because it means that the services at the nursing home are going to be worse, because you don't have the nurse at night, or you don't have a nurse or enough nurses during the day. So I wish, I wish my Republican colleagues wouldn't just keep talking about numbers, wouldn't keep talking about who's being kicked off. The bottom line is that if I'm one of these 13 million people who no longer has health insurance, or I'm one of these people that can't afford the copay, even if I have Medicaid, or I'm one of these people that maybe didn't get kicked out of the nursing home, but is going to have terrible care, maybe develop bed sores, and I'm going to die sooner than I normally should, I'm impacted. And that's what I don't understand here. We can talk all you want about whether you're kicked off or not, or whether you're trimmed or cut or whatever, but you can't get away from the fact that there's going to be 13 million people who no longer have the coverage. There's going to be a lot more people that are going to not see a doctor because they have to pay $35 every time they go. A lot more people who are going to suffer because they're in a really crappy nursing home, because the services that are provided can't be provided, without the nurses or whoever is going to be staffing the place. And we as Democrats feel very strongly that our goal here is to provide people with care. Make sure they have health insurance. Make sure that it's affordable for them to go to the doctor. Make sure that they have quality care when they're at a nursing home.
Adequate staff.
And that's what's lacking here. That's what I don't understand. You, for some reason, believe that with all this red tape and everything, and all these restrictions on enrollment, and all these copays, and all these eliminations of requirements like nursing homes, like nurses at a nursing home, that somehow things are going to be all right. But they're not. They're not going to be all right, because a lot of people who are eligible and would normally qualify based on what the CBO is telling us are going to get kicked off, who really do qualify, who actually are working, who actually meet your criteria, but somehow because of the paperwork can't file the thing that says, or can't figure out how to go about this. That's what the CBO is saying. And I know it's late, and I know that the gentleman from Texas, wants to talk about the facts. Those are the facts. That's why CBO is saying all these people are losing care. That's why we're here. That's why we care. We don't want services to disappear. We don't want people to not see a doctor. We don't want people not to have health insurance. And that is what you're effectuating here. No matter what you think otherwise, that is what's going to happen. And I think it's a very sad thing, and there's no amount, there's no way you're going to convince me that these things are not going to happen. They are. If you pass this bill 6 months from now, a year from now, those people are going to be calling our office and say, I don't have health insurance, I can't see a doctor, and my services at the nursing home stink. That's the reality. Those are the facts. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I think it's from the gentleman from Alabama is recognized. Gentleman from Oregon, you'll be next. After you'll be the next Republican. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will do my very best to stay within the safe space that's been created in here so we don't offend anybody. Reminds me of some of what's going on at some of our college campuses, creating a little safe space for everybody. But I do want to address some things. One,
the rule set
is
the
on the
Republicans'
work
rule set.
aspect.
He's objecting to the fact he's being a snarky asshole about the fact
On the
that
work
the rules were applied to
aspect about this
Republicans as well.
And again, listening to what's been cited tonight, the 13 million people are going to lose their health care. Even the New York Times has said that's a false number. And so but you can keep using it. I'm fine with that because
that number
I think we know how this is going to come out.
Which is a part of Congress.
But healthcare and work are integrally
experts who
linked in this country.
For
I mean,
Congress and do this
talk
sort
to
of
any
analysis
healthcare professional you want
as
to,
their
and they'll
job.
tell you that people who work generally have better health than people who don't. Half of all Americans get their insurance through their employer. Seniors get their Medicare because they worked and paid into the system, and our service members and veterans get their health care because of their work to serve our country. Most of the Medicaid population, whether it's children or seniors or people with disabilities, it doesn't make sense to have any sort of work requirement for them, and we don't. But the interesting thing is that my colleagues keep saying that only 8% of able-bodied adults who are getting Medicaid, that these are able-bodied adults with no dependents, are not working. Well, the unemployment rate for people with disabilities is only 7.5%. So you've got people with disabilities who won't work. There are groups out there advocating for their right to work, yet my colleagues across the aisle are defending able-bodied adults with no dependents who refuse to work and want people who are working paying taxes to pay for it. That doesn't make sense. If you're able-bodied and you don't have dependents, then you should be working or looking for a job or volunteering, contributing something to your community and to society. Our colleagues want to portray this as some kind of cruel policy because they believe people shouldn't have to work to pay into the welfare systems or that we should encourage people to move out of poverty. I think that's, we get caught up in this whole issue of what all this costs, and we don't think about what it's costing us in terms of the quality of life because we've got so many people with great talent, great ability that we're denied their creativity and their intellect because they're trapped in this system.
Trapped in
we
the
talk
system
about
of getting
welfare reform in the
need it.
90s under President Clinton. There was a bipartisan consensus that people who could work should be working as a condition of receiving federal assistance under SNAP and
They
TANF.
are relitigating
Now, those who don't know their
the ACA
history
expansion
would
of
just hear
Medicaid.
this and say, sure, we
That's
agreed
what
on
this
work
guy's
requirements for
doing.
those
He
programs,
doesn't
but
like
not
it.
Medicaid.
He doesn't like that people
The thing is,
get
Medicaid is
Medicaid.
different from what Medicaid was in the 90s. At the time, there was no need to add in work requirements to Medicaid because Medicaid only covered the most vulnerable, children, pregnant women, seniors, and people with disabilities. 20 years later, Democrats under President Obama changed the very nature of the Medicaid program and the relationship that we have between work and federal benefits
And they're trying
by
to change it
expanding
back.
Medicaid to cover all low-income Americans, regardless of whether they work or not. It's time that we restore that linkage between work and health care. And to those saying that this is necessary because Medicaid beneficiaries are already working, I say, great, let's prove it. You shouldn't have any objections
Once
to
a
work
month.
requirements if you think the 92% of the able-bodied adults with no dependents are already working.
Prove your work.
I also want to point out something else, and that is
using a broken website.
you talk about cuts. When you pass the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, I call it the Income Reduction Act, you set up enhanced premium tax credits would expire this year. And I have to wonder why you would self-impose a cut on that yourself. I mean, you put billions of dollars into the Green New Deal agenda. You set up this Green New Deal bank at the EPA, but you set up the enhanced premium tax credits to expire. So, you know, I think there's a lot of things that have been misrepresented here. But the most important thing here, Mr. Chairman, is that we've lost sight of the value of work. My time has expired. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I stayed in there, Stacey.
A lot of the discussion tonight has been over how this bill is supposedly going to help sustain Medicaid long-term. And there's been a lot of talk about costs going up, but we haven't addressed the reason the costs have gone up. And this bill does nothing to address the reasons the costs have gone up. Over 50% of the costs are spent on the Medicaid population of seniors and individuals with disabilities. And it's because they have more complex healthcare needs.
They didn't take me on this.
A lot of it is tied up in prescription drug costs,
Stayed in their safe space.
the chronic diseases that they have. They're more expensive to treat. And yet the so-called savings from this bill are not being invested to bring down the costs of long-term care or to bring down the costs in a meaningful way of prescription drugs or to invest in the healthcare workforce at large. It's these little piecemeal, I don't even know what to call them because they're not fixes. It's like piecemeal Band-Aids that ignore that the reason the cost of Medicaid are going up are the same reasons that the cost of health care is going up. Because of an aging population with chronic diseases. And what Medicaid expansion and the Affordable Care Act were designed to do was recognize when you have insurance, you are more likely to be connected to a medical home where you get preventative care, to stay healthy, to avoid chronic illnesses, or to get treatment early, to not have your primary care provider be the emergency room, because all of those things increase the cost for everybody else.
It is 4 a.m. in the morning.
And so I would take my colleagues at the other side of the aisle at their word when they say, well, we're just trying to make Medicaid more sustainable. If we were doing this in a bill that holistically looked at the costs of Medicaid and the cost of health care, but that's not where we are. We're doing this in the context of a reconciliation bill where congressional Republicans passed a budget plan that said to this committee, find $880 billion in cuts, not to reinvest in other programs under your jurisdiction, but to pay for tax cuts. And this bill is not being done in a vacuum. But against the backdrop of everything the Trump administration has done to cut the federal workforce, which impacts states like Virginia and their income, which shifts other costs to the states, which ties their hands on their ability to raise funds to pay for their increased share of Medicaid under this bill.
We're going to give people
while they're trying
fighting on our side some grace.
to pay the costs of every other action of the Trump administration, where you have a research hospital that's facing devastating cuts to NIH funding grants. At the same time, they're the largest Medicaid provider in the region. And I think we're losing sight of who is suffering from our inability to look at the big picture and try to tackle The problem with rising healthcare costs holistically are people who just want to know, if I get sick, I can go to the doctor and not go bankrupt. Who just want to know, if I need to get preventative care, I can. And want to know, if I've lived in my house, if my mother has lived in her house for 50 years, paid $45,000 for it, and then needs to go into long-term care, she's not forced to sell that house because it's now $1 million. And we're losing sight of these people in these, back and forth arguments at 4 o'clock in the morning or whatever time it is, and not looking at the big picture of how do we comprehensively tackle the cost of
Gentlelady's time has
And I
expired.
yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Oregon,
Mr. Oregon, yeah.
for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and move to strike the last word.
Without objection.
Thank you. So Medicaid is an essential and necessary program. I should know because 40% of my constituency is on Medicaid. And the reason, partially, that we have that many folks in Oregon in my district on Medicaid is because of, I'll call them liberal policies. We can't get back into the woods where the jobs are so that we could drive down poverty in one of the most poverty-stricken spaces in the United States. We can't get into the mines. We can't get into where water is. So guess what? People are broke. They don't have the jobs they used to have. So, all right, fine, 40% on Medicaid, an essential, necessary program. If you go back and look at the history, by the way, I think this bill should be called the Accountability Bill, because what it's striving to do is make groups accountable for the billions and billions of dollars that we're spending. So accountability, let's go back to 1967 when Lyndon Johnson was trying to pass Medicaid. He and Congress back then imposed criteria, eligibility criteria. You couldn't just, everybody get on the program, no. It was the aged, the pregnant, the children, the disabled. For day one, there were criteria that had to be met, from day one. So why would anyone complain that we've heard over and over again about us suddenly here in this many, many years later, demanding that people actually meet the standards established so long ago? What happened? Did accountability go away? It shouldn't. This program is costing us literally billions and billions and billions of dollars. And if we want to continue to have any chance of maintaining this essential and necessary program, we better make sure that those who are utilizing it actually meet the criteria established so long ago. Why would people object? And that accountability goes across the board. There's been so much said tonight, it's hard to pick out any one thing to address, but something that I've heard over and over again is it's all about the billionaires. It's not. The Tax Cut and Jobs Act, if it were to expire, the National Taxpayers Union projects that upwards 6 million jobs would be lost, along with $500 billion in lost wages and upwards of $1 trillion in economic growth. The only way we're able to keep doing what we're doing is because there's taxes being paid. And while we're talking about that, let me bring up a really inconvenient fact for a lot of the folks on the other side of the aisle. The top 10%, those billionaires, pay 70% of the taxes. The top 10% pay 70% of the taxes. Okay, what are we going to do if we run those folks off by raising their taxes, as we heard over and over again? Who's going to pay that 70%? By the way, we also heard over and over again about the 8 million people that are going to be affected, and then there's been reference to another 5 million under the AC enhanced credits. The AC enhanced credits, it's actually 3.8 million, but there tends to be some exaggeration. I would just want to say about the enhanced credits, those came up in 2021. They were added on to an already existing credit program. That's why they're called enhanced credits. They cost about $335 billion over the next 10 years if they're renewed. What happened? In just in 2021, just what, 4 years ago? That a new feature was added in, and suddenly the Democrats suggest that it has to be permanent. What? What is this? A ratchet that just goes one way? We can, once having done it, we can never go back? Please, but that's not what we're talking about tonight. Tonight we're talking about a bill that involves 8 million out of the 70 million people that are on this essential and necessary program. We're talking about 8 million people out of the 70 million people. But if you listen to these folks over here, you would think it's all 70 million. It's not. We're talking about 8 million, and of those, as we already heard from the gentleman from Texas, many don't belong on there at all. So why in the world wouldn't we be extraordinarily cautious in how we extend this benefit? And by the way, a work requirement for those who are able, for the $9,000 a year it costs for them to be on that program, I think that's too much to ask. That they at least try to get a job or they volunteer. Come on. So what irks me is that the same tactics used years ago are being used now. Metascare was called 30 years ago. I wish we could stop doing that. It's not
Gentleman's
right to scare
time
people.
has
I yield back.
expired. Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition to speak on the bill? The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will try to be brief. I know it's late and I know we have a lot of ground to cover, but I've been listening to the debate on this amendment, and I just heard my colleague from Oregon giving a history lesson with some inaccuracies, starting with the creation of Medicaid in 1965. President Lyndon Johnson, a great Texan, who signed that bill into law with the Congress. But what we are missing here as we talk about this, my friends on the other side of the aisle and some of my friends from Texas who are not in this room seem to want to take us back to a golden age of Medicaid as though we haven't amended this bill in the past, as though the ACA didn't happen 15 years ago. And we keep talking about what was intended and what happened in 1965, but Congress amended this in the late 1980s to include pregnancy, pregnant women, right? That there are all sorts of complications in how this has actually been administered and worked over the years, but we had 1965, we had amendments in the 80s, we had the Affordable Care Act 15 years ago, right? And then we expanded it again. And so I don't understand why we are continuing to talk as though there's only one thing and it's only the original bill, because the American people do not want to repeal the Affordable Care Act. I thought we learned that lesson back in 2017. And what it seems like we're trying to do here is ignore the Affordable Care Act or act like it wasn't passed by this Congress, signed into law, and it hasn't been the law for the last 15 years. And what we've said is everything my colleagues have said before about it is better to get people health care coverage, it's better to get into the doctor before you have to go to the emergency room, that it makes sense to expand this program so that people can get affordable health care. And, you know, I heard a lot of the conversation, and I'm sure it was irksome to some folks in the room about where various states, you know, rank vis-a-vis others in terms of coverage. Well, I can tell you that I love my home state, but we are dead last when it comes to, or I guess we're first when it comes to having the most uninsured people in our state, in the country. And so we should all be trying to help people get access to affordable care. That's what the Affordable Care Act was. And the American people like it. Our state hasn't expanded it, but other states have. And that is the law. That is what we're talking about. And so this you know, make Medicaid great again kind of message that we're getting today is just really ignores the history of this program and where we are in this moment. And so I could talk about a lot of other things, but we got a lot more amendments to get through, so I'm going to yield back now.
The gentlewoman yield?
Yeah, I'll yield my time to Mr. Menendez, to my friend from New Jersey.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And I know it's late and we still have so much more to cover, but at 4 a.m. you don't want things to sneak between the cracks. So our colleague from Oregon said what would happen if the Trump tax credits from 2017 were to expire. I believe he cited a study or a report by the National Taxpayers Union, which, as we know, is a conservative taxpayer organization that was founded by James Dale Davidson. Quickly about James Dale Davidson, he wrote a book called The Plague of the Black Debt: How to Survive the Coming Depression in 1993, in which he predicted, similar to the organization's predictions of what would happen if the Trump tax cuts were to expire, that Clinton is going to be a one-term president. I am as sure of this as I am that the sun will rise tomorrow, and that the U.S. national debt would increase by $1 trillion during Clinton's one-term presidency. As we all know, at the end of President Clinton's 2 terms as president was the last time we had a balanced budget and a surplus, which George W. Bush blew up shortly thereafter. So I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Menendez, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady yields. Any other member wish to be recognized? Hearing none, there's no further discussion. The vote occurs on the amendment. The gentleman has requested a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no.
How many amendments they're going
Mr. Carter of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce.
This is one of those times I really wish they had
Mr. Joyce
adopted
votes no.
electronic voting. Everyone
Mr.
just hits
Weber.
a button. Done.
Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone.
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Aye. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Aye. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Aye. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Aye. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye.
I honestly have
Mrs.
lost
Dingle.
track. I have no idea what they're voting on right
Mrs.
now.
Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
I lost the plot when the
Ms. Kelly
poster
votes
stuff
aye.
happened.
Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan. Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie? Chairman Guthrie votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger is not recorded. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks is not recorded. Ms. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick is not recorded. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Fry is not recorded. Mr. Fry votes no. Dr. Ruiz is not recorded. Dr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 29 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk. It is,
Can you give us the number of the amendment, please?
yes, sir. It's the Castor Amendment 47.
Mr. Chairman, can the gentlelady please read the
It's,
number of the amendment?
Excuse me. It is 47, Health FCD AMD 047.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yes, it is Health FCD AMD 047.
Do we have it yet? We don't have it yet.
Okay. All right, I'll wait till it's actually.
Okay, does any other member have an
Efficiency.
amendment?
Mr. Beasley, are you ready? All right, Beasley.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
What's the number on the amendment, sir?
The number on the amendment, sir, is AMD 046.
You got it?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have that amendment at the desk.
Okay, does any member have an amendment that we have? The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
I have an amendment at the desk.
And the number on the amendment?
Health-FCD-AMD_222.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Health-FCD-AMD_222. Amendment offered by Mr. Menendez. Add at the following.
Without objection, reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the
Mr. Chairman-
gentleman is recognized for
Mr.
5
Chairman,
minutes.
If I could reserve.
Before the gentleman is recognized, the gentleman from Virginia reserves.
Yes, sir. Reserve. Point of order.
Now, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. My amendment is straightforward. It would prohibit this bill from going into effect if any of the provisions result in the deaths of individuals stemming from reduced access to health care services. To put it simply for my colleagues, having health care coverage saves lives. But their bill will leave millions of people without access to health insurance and life-saving health services and medications. And despite President Trump promising that he will not cut Medicaid, this bill includes the largest cuts to the Medicaid program. And the $715 billion in cuts on the table translates to 8.6 million Americans losing their health care coverage. In other words, Policies in this bill will result in a catastrophic benefit cuts and millions of people losing their health care. This includes low-income children, people with disabilities, pregnant and postpartum women, caregivers, veterans, and older adults in long-term care. The data is clear. Uninsured people are sicker and die earlier than people who have insurance, and policies like Medicaid expansion lead to reductions in mortality rates. And now my Republican colleagues want to move backwards from this progress by rushing to gut Medicaid and take away coverage from millions of people to pay for tax breaks that only benefit the wealthy and big corporations. It is a betrayal of the people who sent us here to act in their best interest, and thank you to the people who are still here. We appreciate you being here. In my home state of New Jersey, Dominique has had sickle cell disease since she was 6 years old. She has spent much of her time in hospitals and doctors' offices to receive care. Through her Medicaid coverage, she is able to see a hematologist regularly to treat her condition, acquire necessary medical equipment, and receive treatment for any potential medical emergencies. In her own words, Dominique says that without Medicaid, I probably wouldn't be alive because I wouldn't have been able to afford the medicine. The Republican bill would terminate health insurance for individuals like Dominique. My amendment aims to protect people like Dominique by preventing this grossly misguided bill from going into effect if any of the policies result in deaths of Americans, something we should all be advocating for. And for all of the Republicans claiming that this bill will only eliminate so-called, quote, fraud, waste, and abuse, my amendment puts their claims to the test. If the Republicans truly believe that these Medicaid cuts are simply to root out fraud, waste, and abuse, this amendment should be an easy yes vote. My amendment is extremely common sense. No law should result in more deaths and less access to life-saving care. I urge my Republican colleagues to support this simple amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Is there further discussion on the amendment? The chair recognizes the chair from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say, I share my colleagues' interest. Boy, nobody here wants anybody to pass away. And that's why this bill would ensure we're doing just that. So this bill would repeal the Biden administration's nursing home minimum staffing rule, which, according to CMS's own estimates, 80% of current nursing homes in the country would be unable to find enough staff to meet these rule requirements, meaning facilities will likely reduce their patient intake or they'll close entirely. More seniors will die if nursing homes close and they have nowhere to go for long-term care. More seniors will die in hospitals as they wait to be discharged to a facility for post-acute care. This top-down mandate will exacerbate provider shortages, increase cost, and put the nation's most vulnerable at increased risk. And this is why we're repealing the rule, and that's why I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Any further discussion on this amendment? The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Objection?
It's 4:30 in the morning, and we've been debating the fine points of this bill for hours now, and we will keep doing so, but I want to bring this back to the people that matter the most, the constituents we're fighting for. Because let's be clear, whether we're talking about work requirements, massive cuts to state budgets, or anything else in the hundreds of pages of this bill, this will strip health care from millions of hardworking Americans. It will rob people of their fighting chance against illnesses like cancer. People like one of my constituents, Denise. Denise is a breast cancer survivor and an amazing advocate. She was brave enough to share her story in the hopes that no one would have to fight the battles she did without support. In her words, Denise had had to fight all her life for everything. As one of 5 siblings, she started working at the age of 13 to help support her family. She put herself through college, met her husband, and became a proud mother of 2. Then tragedy struck her family. Denise's husband was diagnosed with a rare and aggressive brain cancer. Denise stood by him through it all, through the pain, the treatment, and ultimately his passing. Losing him meant not only heartbreak, but loss of one of her family's sources of income. That's when Denise became eligible for Medicaid. Then came another blow. Denise found a lump in her breast. Because of Medicaid, she got care immediately and was diagnosed with breast cancer. Because of Medicaid, Denise says, she was able to take on this battle. She fought to be here for her children because she didn't want her kids to lose two parents to cancer. Denise told me, "I'm excited to say I am a survivor of breast cancer by the help of Medicaid." Denise is a fighter and a survivor, like many Americans. She's worked her whole life, and when she fell on hard times, she has support to help her get back on her feet. Yet my Republican colleagues would say Denise isn't someone who truly needs Medicaid. Let's be clear. Denise is alive today, thanks to the Affordable Care Act Medicaid expansion. Denise's children aren't orphans today because of the Affordable Care Act Medicaid expansion.
I will switch cameras
Without
'cause
Medicaid,
this thing has just been
Denise
running
might
for
have
so
put
long.
off the care she needed.
It's not working.
Uninsured people are almost 3 times more likely to skip necessary care because it's too expensive. For cancer patients, delay could be deadly. Republicans can try to spin it, but the truth is, the bill before us is a death sentence for patients like Denise. If they succeed in pushing this cruel bill, millions of Americans will not survive their cancer diagnosis. So I'm grateful to my colleague for introducing this important amendment. If Republicans are confident that their bill won't cause more cancer patients to die, this should be a simple yes vote. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Are there any other members seeking to speak on this bill? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word and support this amendment.
Without objection?
$884 billion. That's what this poster signifies here. These are the VIPs that had VIP seating at President Trump's inauguration. These are the billionaires that he prioritizes at every turn, kind of like that big old jet. $880 billion. That's how much Republicans are gutting from this Medicaid in this bill. I want everybody to just think about that for a second. Republicans are stealing health coverage from 14 million Americans so that Trump's buddies can get another tax break. That's the trade-off, working Americans for these guys. That's why this Menendez amendment is so important, because it says that if any part of this bill increases mortality or reduces access to care, then those provisions won't take effect. That's not radical, that's common sense. And make no mistake, without this amendment, we already know what will happen. More people are going to die. More people are going to lose coverage. Millions are going to lose coverage in communities like the ones that I represent and members on this committee, on both the Democratic and Republican side represent, are going to suffer. Take 76104. It's not just any zip code in Fort Worth. It has the highest maternal mortality rate in the entire country. And this bill will only make that worse. Why? Because Medicaid isn't just a line item in the budget. It's the difference between life and death for moms in the district that I represent.
Just remember.
There are some amazing providers in the DFW area, Parkland, many others, and they are doing amazing work. They're offering wraparound care to pregnant and postpartum women, most of whom rely on Medicaid. And so let me tell you what that care looks like. At the North Texas CHC, they're educating moms on how to have a healthy pregnancy. They teach them what warning signs to watch for, like severe headaches, shortness of breath, so they know what to do when it's time to go to the hospital. They do car seat inspections. They provide a baby pantry for moms who don't have enough food or diapers. They follow moms closely after birth, especially those having serious health conditions. And here's something we don't say enough. The most dangerous time for a new mother is often right after the baby is born. That is when complications strike. That's when lives are lost. But here's the catch. These organizations are already stretched thin. I think that everybody in here knows that. So if 14 million people lose coverage, that means more uncompensated care at places like Parkland and John Peter Smith Hospital. That means fewer resources, and that means these providers will be forced to scale back, and moms in the district will pay. And they've told me directly, we will have no choice but to cut back services if this bill passes. Those are providers in Fort Worth and in Dallas. And so, yes, this bill has a direct line to maternal deaths in the district that I represent. It puts lives at risk to give $880 billion back to these guys. These guys don't need that money back. It's just bad policy. It's cruel, and we should be finding ways to strengthen Medicaid, to expand postpartum coverage, to invest in community care, not taking a sledgehammer to the very systems that are saving lives. And so I ask my colleagues, if you're not willing to vote for this amendment, if you're okay that this is going to increase mortality, then just say that, because moms are dying, and we don't need for moms to die. We need for moms to be around to take care of their kids.
Someone will now
because
speak in opposition to this amendment.
And by taking away their health care, we are definitely increasing maternal mortality, and that's something that we don't need. And so I urge every member here to support the Menendez amendment, and let's not add death to the cost of this legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition on this bill? The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. New York, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Without objection.
I'm speaking in support of this amendment today on behalf of all of the constituents in my district who have benefited from Medicaid, including Susan and Aria. I hold here a photo of Aria. Susan Miller is the mother of Aria, a young child with cerebral palsy, cortical visual impairment, and epilepsy. Aria is tube-fed, so Medicaid covers all of her formula and supplies, not to mention her medications for her epilepsy. Aria attends the Kevin G. Langan School in Albany, New York. Susan shared that by attending school through the Center for Disabilities, Aria has accomplished so much when they thought she would not. She is standing with help and starting to take steps and saying words and learning. She even participated in the Special Olympics last September. Susan shared, Medicaid is my child's lifeline. Please don't endanger my baby's life. Please do not cut Medicaid. There are so many children and seniors that need this to survive. Medicaid and all of the programs make life possible for their special needs and give them the life they deserve. I've been so scared and reached out and keep doing what I can, for I am her voice. This is important for my child's survival and so many others like her. Some may belittle Susan's fears and argue that they aren't cutting Medicaid for families like hers. Republicans falsely claim that children like Aria and children like Isla won't be impacted by their package, but I've read the text and that's simply not true. New York State stands to lose billions of dollars in cuts to Medicaid from the reduced federal match, the provider tax provisions, and more senseless provisions in this cruel package. When states have to make these massive cuts to their Medicaid programs, where do you think they're going to look first? To the most expensive patients, the elderly, the sick, and the disabled, to the very people that my Republican colleagues claim they are trying to protect. I urge all of my colleagues to support this vital
When
amendment.
Medicaid funding is
Let's
cut,
get back to
which this
providing
bill
health
does,
care
through
and
something called
life-changing
provider
services
taxes,
for children
states
like
reduce
Aria.
our community-based
With
services.
that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman
Reduce
yields.
home
Does
care.
any other member seek recognition?
We know this happens because it's what
Gentleman
happens.
recognizes,
it's happened
the
before.
chair recognizes the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
We know.
Thank you,
it's
Mr.
what
Chairman.
happens.
This amendment talks about how people who are uninsured go without care. Going without care exacerbates whatever illness or chronic illness they have that could increase their risk of dying. And that's what this bill puts at risk, many people's lives. Let me highlight this story of a nurse who has diabetes. Stephen Jaime of El Centro is a registered nurse and caregiver for his daughter, Olivia. Nurse Stephen at El Centro Regional Medical Center Outpatient Clinic struggles to obtain insulin for himself and his daughter through private insurance. Stephen and his wife serve as caregivers for their daughter and have only a week's supply of insulin left before they run out. Quote, "Even with insurance, in my experience, there's so much that insurance will not cover for the cost of insulin pumps. The pumps work to provide the need, and sometimes the need is higher than what insurance or Medicare or Medicaid is willing to cover," unquote. He has contacted his daughter about increasing his insulin, and while the doctor agrees, insurance companies deny coverage. Stephen runs the only diabetes education program in Imperial County, recognized by the American Diabetes Association. As a healthcare advisor, he witnesses firsthand how patients must wait until their conditions worsen to meet specific healthcare criteria. He is extremely concerned about the impacts of Medicaid reductions on his patients. In fact, the Diabetes Patient Advocacy Coalition states that the budget resolution will likely lead to cuts to the safety net Medicaid program, which provides health insurance to almost 80 million low-income Americans. This action would disproportionately impact Americans most in need, including those with diabetes and other chronic conditions who rely on Medicaid to access the medications and technology they need to manage their conditions. So to break it down to real-life examples, let's say a Medicaid expansion patient who has found it very difficult to keep up or navigate the system for the work requirements and decides that he just gives up, goes without the Medicaid coverage, and goes without the checkups, the follow-ups, the insulin, the medication for his diabetes. He has chronic hyperglycemia. He starts to develop neuropathy, blindness, other comorbidities. Eventually, he falls into a diabetic coma, and he is rushed to the emergency department. Those are real stories, stories that I have of patients that I have taken care of, who have gone without health insurance, therefore health care, and whose conditions exacerbated into an emergency where now they're being rushed into the emergency department. And in some cases, with patients that require
when members of Congress
antihypertensive medications or require medications to help treat their congestive heart failure and they don't have any, they come in gasping for respiratory failure and sometimes even in cardiac failure as well. And so sometimes most of the time we can resuscitate them.
Lived experience.
But sometimes we can't.
Here's what
and we pronounce them dead in the emergency department. That's a real life experience in the emergency department with patients who go without insurance, go without health care. And that's what this bill is intended to do, is to protect those people, is to protect the millions of Americans as part of those 13.7 million that are not going to have health insurance moving forward, to protect them from ending up in the emergency department and possibly dead because they couldn't get their medications, they couldn't get their health care. So that's why I urge everybody to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does any other member seek recognition? Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Washington for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I wasn't planning to speak on this particular amendment, but I was listening to Dr. Ruiz speaking, and he was talking about diabetes and the importance of care, and I wanted to to tell you, I
have
got a
taken
letter
an
from a
Ambien,
doctor
because I
in a
have
rural part of my
primary
district.
care appointment today that I cannot
She
reschedule,
is the only endocrinologist
and I need to force
in
myself to
town,
go to sleep at
I
some point
believe.
in order to
And
make it to that
she had been
appointment.
practicing there since 2009. So she had some time
Maybe
practicing
another
before the
25,
Affordable
30 minutes left,
Care Act
and
went
then
into effect.
I have to go to
And
sleep.
at that time in her practice, said 80% of her patients had diabetes, 50% of them had type 1 diabetes. After the Affordable Care Act fully went into effect a few years later, and many more adults were able to enroll in Medicaid, she saw many new patients with type 1 diabetes seemingly coming out of the woodwork. These were not new diagnoses. Instead, these were adults with type 1 who had never had insurance as adults and had been surviving for years by purchasing over-the-counter insulin called NPH or regular without a prescription. They had been getting by barely, and many had already developed permanent complications because of inadequate care. Well, after the Affordable Care Act, they had insurance for the first time in their adult lives. She could get them started on better treatment with newer insulins, insulin pumps, continuous glucose sensors. For her patients who have Medicaid, which is most of them, she can get them started very quickly on the best treatments with insulin pumps and continuous glucose monitors and diabetes educators, which just helps them manage their diagnosis optimally and live their best lives. For her patients who have Medicaid as their payer, who have developed new onset diabetes since the rollout of the Affordable Care Act, they are better overall because they've had good care all along. So she wanted me to emphasize to you that if Medicaid takes coverage away for these patients, it'll be like going back to the dark ages in terms of treatment. For adults with type 1 diabetes, before the Affordable Care Act, not having insurance meant trying to survive when there were treatments available, but they were out of reach due to not having insurance. Pumps are expensive, I can tell you that firsthand. Continuous glucose monitors are expensive, I can tell you that firsthand. And if you're paying the cash price for insulin, that is expensive, I can tell you that firsthand. So to take away Medicaid from these individuals would be truly inhumane and will lead to worse health outcomes and ultimately much more of a financial and social burden for the country when you have to pay for people suffering with long-term complications that were preventable. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Are there other members seeking recognition? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to my good friend from New Jersey.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman from Louisiana yielding. And I appreciate all my colleagues on the Democratic side of the aisle lifting up stories from their districts from across the country about what these cuts would do to so many vulnerable Americans. And I also appreciate my colleague from Kentucky speaking on the amendment, although his point was really focused on the moratorium on implementation of rule relating to staffing standards for long-term care facilities under the Medicare and Medicaid programs, and in his view, what those staffing requirements would do in terms of the operation of long-term care facilities and seniors that rely on them. I would just note 2 things. One, this amendment's broader than that, and it ensures to the American people that the bill would not go into effect if any of the provisions result in the deaths of individuals stemming from reduced access to health care services. So if the bill were to pass along a party line vote, Section 44121, the moratorium on staffing standards for long-term care facilities, would be part of the bill, which I believe would alleviate the concern that you have with the rule as it is. So I was just curious if my colleague from Kentucky, after hearing the stories of constituents from our districts and from those across the country, would consider speaking in support of the amendment to ensure all Americans that this bill will not go into effect if it could lead to the death of any individuals who rely on Medicaid, especially because we've heard from our Republican colleagues this will only impact able-bodied people and that the cuts will not impact the most vulnerable amongst us. So if that were to be the case, then I think this amendment is something that all members of the committee, both Republicans and Democrats, would be able to support. So
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sure, I'm happy to repeat. So I would just ask that based on the stories that my colleagues have shared, the fact that Republicans have spoken that this bill only impacts able-bodied people and that cuts would not impact the most vulnerable amongst us, cuts would not impact those for who the program was originally intended for, whether you would speak in support of the amendment, which simply states that the bill will not go into effect if any of the provisions result in the deaths of individuals stemming from reduced access to healthcare services. I also mentioned that the section that you had spoken on, the moratorium on implementation of rule relating to staffing standards for long-term care facilities, if the bill is passed along party lines, that would be part of it. So now that you've heard from so many of our colleagues about the constituents that cuts to Medicaid would impact, whether you would speak in support of the amendment to ensure to all Americans that these cuts will not lead to a loss of access to care that could result in the death of any Americans who currently rely on Medicaid.
Well, I don't need to vote for the amendment because I wouldn't support a bill if I thought it was going to lead to the death of any Americans. So I'm not supporting a bill that leads to the death of Americans. I don't think ours does. I think it strengthens the Medicaid system. So I'm supporting the underlying bill.
Well, I think just given how late it is and how many questions people have and the disconnect between the two parties, I think supporting the amendment would just send a very clear signal to all Americans that this bill will do what the majority says it will.
I think the bill stands for itself. I don't think it's going to lead to the death of individuals.
Okay. Well, I think an amendment like this one, instead of hoping and thinking it would provide a little more certainty for all the Americans out there who understandably rely on Medicaid and all that it does to improve their lives, especially those with long-term disabilities. I would just want them to be able to wake up in the morning and know that both Republicans and Democrats want this program to continue to serve those populations, and this amendment would really solidify that. So I hope to have the support of everyone on this committee, both Republicans and Democrats. Thank you, and I yield back to my colleague from Louisiana.
Gentleman yields. Is there any other member seeking recognition? Hearing none.
Roll call, please.
If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Oh joy, a roll call.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen.
I gotta box swap my cat.
Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no.
She doesn't normally sleep
Mr.
on my
Fulcher.
desk at
Mr. Fulcher
4:45
votes
in
no.
the morning.
Mr. Fluger. Mr. Fluger votes no.
So you're about to see
Mrs.
some
Harshbarger.
cat movement.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor?
She is the best. Her
Ms.
name is
Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bardagan?
If you,
Ms. Bardagan
if you
votes
stopped in
aye.
tonight, I
Mr.
appreciate
Soto?
it. I appreciate the company.
Mr. Soto votes aye.
It,
Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye.
you try to do a lot
Ms.
of stuff,
Strahan?
and you don't
Ms.
always
Strahan
work
votes
ahead of
aye.
time.
Ms. Fletcher?
But
Ms. Fletcher votes aye.
you know that
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez?
if
Ms.
you don't do
Ocasio-Cortez
everything that
votes
you could
aye.
do,
Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana?
you have to try
Mr. Carter of
everything, right?
Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez?
Too many people.
Mr.
would be
Menendez
hurt
votes aye.
If they cut
Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye.
$15
Mr.
billion
Landsman?
from Medicaid, too many people would be hurt. 13
Mr. Landsman
million
votes aye.
plus
Ms. McClellan?
people lose access to
Ms. McClellan
healthcare,
votes aye. Chairman Guthrie?
but in particular, too many chronically ill, too many
Chairman Guthrie
medically
votes
complex
no.
children, too many disabled children would be
Mr. Allen is not recorded.
in grave danger.
Mr. Allen
Because
votes
when
no.
states have their Medicaid funding cut, and this does do that. I've read the ledge text. If you trust my expertise at all, believe me when I tell you,
Mrs. Miller Meeks is not recorded.
it cuts Medicaid, cuts the funding. It does it via
Mr.
a
Obernolte
variety of
votes
different
no.
mechanisms. When states have less money for Medicaid, they cut home and community-based services. They cut the home care that lets disabled and medically complex children stay at home with their families and their loved ones. My cat has put her paw
Mr. Chairman, on
under the
that vote, there were
door, and I think
24
it's
ayes
playing
and
with a piece
27
of
noes.
medication that I dropped. One moment, please.
What purpose is the gentleman from Texas State Commission?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
She found half of a provigil.
Mr. Chairman, is this amendment FCD-AMD_046?
Yes.
Amendment offered by Mr. Veazey, strike section 44132.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Buried deep in this $800 billion in cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act is a particularly harmful provision that will prohibit states from creating a new provider tax or existing one. Provider taxes allow states to expand access to covered Medicaid benefits by taxing providers such as hospitals and nursing homes instead of increasing the burden on taxpayers. Provider taxes are used to ensure that federal tax dollars are returned to your state and spent in your districts and communities. And let me be clear, this provision is a direct attack on the way states fund healthcare.
A lot of people counting on us.
This is a move that would devastate state Medicaid programs, especially in places like Texas. And my amendment moves to strike this provision entirely. Now, I represent Texas, and we are a state that has not expanded Medicaid. And I want my colleagues to understand something. Texas runs the leanest, most efficient Medicaid program in the country. That's not an opinion, it's a fact. We spend the lowest percentage above federal minimum requirements of any state. And so if you're looking for a fiscal discipline in Medicaid, Texas is the model. And so when we say this bill will punish states, a state like Texas gets hit the hardest. And for what? For doing more with less? This moratorium on provider taxes